Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know, I'm your humble host, the Yamin of Revolution. More U.S. warplanes shot down in a trap trying to rescue missing pilot. Trump humiliated. Ultimate humiliation. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, a bunch of lies going all over the U.S. media about a heroic Hollywood-style operation to save a pilot trapped behind enemy lines. That sound good until Iran released the video. More troops is dead. More aircraft shot down. Let's get into the contents of the...
In the name of God, the destroyer of tyrants, the U.S. Army's so-called rescue operation, disguised as a swift deception and escape mission under the pretext of rescuing its downed pilot at an abandoned airfield south of Isfahan, ended in utter defeat thanks to the timely intervention of Iran's armed forces. In light of the previous information during the supplementary examinations conducted by the experts on site, with sound Saudi, twice now it has been ascertained 2 C-130 military transport aircraft and 2 Black Hawk helicopters belonging to the United States Army were destroyed through the fulfillment of a divine promise with the assistance of Almighty.
Now, 2 transport cargo planes, those have people in them. 2 Black Hawk helicopters, those have people in them. Unlike the U.S., who was saying we rescued a pilot. Where the video at? He's in your custody. You can show him now. Being treated, giving a thumbs up, having an American flag. You can show that. Why are you not showing it? Why is Iran releasing the first video to show America's lying? We shot down a bunch more of their planes, and they came into a trap.
God, and by the sacred fire of wrath from the armies of Islam and our powerful armed forces, this action further escalated the continuous failures experienced by the United States Army. It has been proven to all that the weak and bankrupt army of the United States in this imposed war against the divine will of the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran is not considered a dominant and superior force. In the wake of this glorious and triumphant operation, the defeated president of the United States, in a state of panic and resorting to falsehoods through psychological warfare, is attempting to flee from the battlefield of his defeat. And just as he has done in the past, he persists in his absurd rhetoric and blame-shifting tactics.
Now, the news media is Easter Sunday. On Fox News say it was an Easter miracle. It was an Easter miracle how this pilot was saved. What about the people? What about the U.S. troops that was killed and all $millions of equipment up in smoke trying to rescue this pilot? 10 troops killed, allegedly. 1 pilot, y'all say y'all got him alive. That don't add up. But now Trump today released a statement. Now they rescued the pilot. Now they saying, even CNN, everybody saying, whoa, this is a psychopathic, criminal, war crime statement. Cussing, hollering. You open that goddamn Strait of Hormuz, I'll fucking blow up the bridges. It's just a lunatic. I thought you just had a good day. You just no, he's pissed because he know what just happened to him. He wants to kill everybody. I know he want to use a nuclear weapon after Iran just humiliated him.
However, the reality on the ground itself shows the upper hand of the mighty armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and victory comes only from Allah, the Almighty, the Wise.
A rescue mission that nearly turned into a disaster. U.S. forces trapped deep inside Iran, fighting their way out after recovering a downed airman. It began as a search mission to find one missing F-15E crew member shot down over Iran. But quickly, it became something else. A 2-day life-or-death race against time and advancing enemy forces. Hundreds of U.S. troops, special forces on the ground, supported by warplanes, helicopters, and intelligence assets. a full-scale operation for one man.
This should be on all American news stations, but it's not. They lying about rescuing a pilot. No, what happened was you lost more troops. Thinking shit is Hollywood. I knew when they said that shit yesterday, they laughed. I thought, man, they want to believe it up. They successfully went deep into enemy lines, high enemy lines, and rescue America. Oh, they were planning a big move. Now, this video is making its rounds all across the world. I knew it. This is the aftermath of the rescue, what you're looking at. And they're saying they blew it up this way. So you have some people in the U.S. military saying they had to blow all these aircraft up so the enemy wouldn't get them. You want us to do that? They have got to explain this, bro. They got to explain this because they don't want to show the world. They don't want to show the U.S. citizens. They have to explain, whoa, wait a minute. Y'all said y'all going there to rescue one man. Y'all don't know if he dead or alive. Now we don't look like we lost more troops. Look like we look, what is that? 300, 400, 500, $500 million worth of airplanes?
Sure.
All right, now that's the old clip. But that wreckage is the fresh wreckage from today, this morning. That's what it looked like. That wreckage of all of those U.S. aircraft, with two U.S. transport cargo aircraft, that hold a lot of people, that shot down. 2 Apache helicopters, that hold a lot of people. We've seen that burnt out on the ground. Where are those people at? What happened to all the people that's on those aircraft?
Last night or early morning, if you happen to live in Europe, Africa, or Asia, Donald Trump announced the rescue of a second crew member of an F-15 fighter jet from Iran. He took to social media to hail it as a huge American military achievement. But what he didn't tell you were the heavy losses suffered by the Americans as a result of the ferocious Iranian attack. This is what is making the US military generals extremely jittery about a possible ground invasion of Iran. This will be the broad focus of my video today. Also in this video, a new Iranian Lego clip capturing the recent American military losses in Iran. So please stay tuned, and happy Easter to everyone who is celebrating this festival. The deranged occupant of the White House, Donald Trump, dominated social media conversations over the weekend as many people discussed his health condition following reports that he had been admitted to Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Maryland. Of course, the White House did not comment on these speculations. Therefore, it's difficult to say anything convincingly about Trump's health. But his disappearance from public engagement since Friday did raise some eyebrows. Trump didn't even do a media interaction, which he always does on Fridays before leaving for Mar-a-Lago. However, late into Saturday night, Trump took to his social media platform, Truth Social, to announce the recovery of the second crew member of the downed F-15 fighter jet from Iran. He wrote, and I quote, "From President Donald J. Trump, we got him. My fellow Americans, over the past several hours, the United States military pulled off one of the most daring search and rescue operations in US history for one of our incredible crew member officers, who also happens to be a highly respected colonel, and who I'm thrilled to let you know is now safe and sound. This brave warrior was behind enemy lines in the treacherous mountains of Iran, being hunted down by our enemies, who were getting closer and closer by the hour, but was never truly alone because his commander-in-chief, Secretary of War, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and fellow war fighters were monitoring his location 24 hours a day and diligently planning for his rescue. At my direction, the US military sent dozens of aircraft armed with the most lethal weapons in the world to retrieve him. He sustained injuries, but he will be just fine. This miraculous search and rescue operation comes in addition to a successful rescue of another brave pilot yesterday, which we did not confirm because we did not want to jeopardize our second rescue operation. This is the first time in military memory that 2 US pilots have been rescued separately, deep in enemy territory. We will never leave an American warfighter behind. The fact that we were able to pull off both of these operations without a single American killed or even wounded just proves once again that we have achieved overwhelming air dominance and superiority over the Iranian skies. This is a moment that all Americans, Republican, Democrat, and everyone else should be proud of and united around. We truly have the best, most professional, and lethal military in the history of the world. God bless America, God bless our troops, and happy Easter to all. End quote. Though there was something unusual about this social media post by Donald Trump. This started with the sentence from President Donald J. Trump. I don't remember him ever starting his social media post in the third person, unless, of course, someone else has written this post on his behalf. This would further fuel social media speculations about his health conditions. Anyway, returning to his social media post, what this did not reveal were the heavy losses suffered by the US military as claimed by the Iranians. In fact, Fox News kind of gave it away in the immediate aftermath of the rescue operation when its reporters spoke about the serious injuries sustained by the rescue crew member as a result of firing from the Iranians, and also the fact that the US military had lost at least 2 aircraft. Listen to Fox News' chief national security correspondent, Jennifer Griffin.
Have you tried every ED pill? Here's why nothing's working. If you've been taking pills for years but feel like
we don't know the condition of the airmen at this point. I can tell you that the injuries are likely to be serious. We know that the pilot still remains in the region getting treatment. That suggests to me that the medical condition of the pilot is such that he cannot travel onto landstuhl yet. Must be stabilized before you can do that. So this is still a very serious situation. A number of U.S. service members were injured during the rescue mission. We knew on Friday that 2 of the military helicopters were struck by enemy fire as part of that rescue mission. And then we know more details about the A-10 Warthog that crashed on Friday. That A-10 Warthog was providing suppressive fire and flying cover for the rescue operation as they were trying to find this. They were in a race against the clock to find this second airman who had ejected from the plane and was hiding in that ridgeline. But we know that A-10 Warthog crashed in Kuwait, and the pilot of that plane also had to eject and be rescued. But he is safe as well, I'm told. And good news tonight. But I think when all is said and done and we learn the details of this rescue mission, it really will be the stuff of Hollywood.
Within hours, the Iranian media released the video of the burned wreckage of fighter jets and helicopters from Isfahan. They claim
we're going to show this. Is Hollywood going to show you going into somewhere trying to rescue a fighter pilot, then all of your aircraft getting shot down? Are they going to skip this part? We want Hollywood to show this part.
That this was the wreckage of...
You never seen no rescue. We ain't seen no pilots. We ain't seen no pilots giving a thumbs up. USA, we haven't seen a pilot just with the flag over him while he getting medical treatment. Why have we seen that? We're hearing Trump tell us how brave pilot was rescued by the best military in the history of histories. But then Iran released a video saying, what is they celebrating? This is what happened to them.
2 burned US C-130 refueling planes and 2 military helicopters. Now, if true, this is a further blow to the Americans, given that the C-130 transport planes have at least 3 to 4 military personnel on board. Watch this Sky News.
It's not Iran saying that we shot these helicopters and these transport planes down. It's Iran showing the devastated, charred remains of our military aircraft on the ground. And the U.S. trying to release a statement through back channels, lying to them. They're not speaking specifically on this, but other military circles done say, oh, the U.S. military blew these planes up themselves. They didn't want the Iranians to get their hands on technology. Hey, stop lying.
News reporter here.
So in Donald Trump's Truth Social post, he says, we got away with this scot-free, basically. But we're now hearing from Iranian state media that a C-130 was shot down as part of that search and rescue process. Now, a C-130 transport or refueling planes, they are the big ones that we saw on video refueling 2 black helicopters on Friday, in the first day of the search.
Those, remember, 6 Americans already died on them. They don't have parachutes. If those go down, everybody on board dies. 2 of those went down. They're on the ground, burning.
This is obviously coming from Iranian state media, quoting a police commander in the Isfahan region, saying that they'd shot down a C-130. Now, there are 3 or 4 crew members, at least, on those kinds of planes. Whether that is or is not the case, we don't know. We can only take Iranian state media's word for it. But that is something that we will have to see whether it is confirmed. I think Donald Trump never lets the truth get in the way of a good Truth Social post.
Don't believe the evidence Iran.
The IRGC's Khatm
of the aircraft burning on the ground. No, don't believe that. Just believe Trump saying we rescued the pilot. God bless America, USA. We the most powerful ever. No video evidence. But then Iran released video evidence of all of their planes burning in flames. Come on, man. And then the U.S. on Fox told, Easter miracle. It's psychological propaganda.
Al-Anbiya Brigade spokesperson released a statement mocking the U.S. rescue operation of its crew member.
بسم الله القاسم الجبارین. عملیات به اصطلاح نجات ارتش آمریکا که در قالب عملیات فریب و فرار فوری به بهانه نجات خلبان هواپیمای ساقط شده خود در یک فرودگاه متروکه در جنوب اصفهان تحریزی شده بود، با حضور به موقع نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران به شکست کامل انجامید. پیرو اطلاعات قبلی در بررسی‌های تکمیلی توسط کارشناسان حاضر در صحنه مشخص گردید 2 فروند هواپیمای نظامی ترابری C-130 و 2 فروند بالگرد
And Iranians is saying that the U.S. was trying to bomb the pilot the other day, kill him so that he wouldn't fall into their hands, which some people say, nah, the U.S. wouldn't do that. Well, it's called the Hannibal Doctrine. Israel does it all the time. U.S. is fighting a war with Israel. Israel kill their troops before they let them get in the hands of Hamas. They'll kill the troops. They don't want you parading their troops. They don't want to have to. One live U.S. troop is worth 1,000 Iranian troops to them. One Israel, they capture one Israeli nigga. Hamas get 2,000-3,000 of their troops back. So the Israelis rather kill that troop. Iran is saying, they said released yesterday, the U.S. was trying to bomb their own.
با تحقق وعده الهی و یاری خداوند متعال و آتش خشم مقدس لشکریان اسلام در نیروهای مسلح مقتدر منهدم شدند که این اقدام سطح ناکامی پی در پی ارتش آمریکا را افزایش داد. بر همگان ثابت شد که ارتش زبون و ورشکسته آمریکا در این جنگ تحمیلی در برابر اراده الهی نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران نیروی مسلط و برتر محسوب نمی شود. به دنبال این عملیات غرور آفرین و پیروزمندانه رئیس جمهور شکست خورده آمریکا با دستپاچگی و دروغ از طریق جنگ روانی تلاش دارد از معرکه شکست فرار کند و همچون گذشته به یاوه‌گویی‌ها و فرافکنی‌های خود ادامه می‌دهد. هرچند واقعیت میدان خود گویای دست برتر نیروهای مسلح مقتدر جمهوری اسلامی ایران میباشد و من نصر الا من عند الله العزیز الحکیم.
The US military, for its part, claims to have destroyed 2 C-130 planes to ensure that they were not captured by the Iranians. Meanwhile, Trump has just posted on Truth Social again, warning to blow up Iranian power plants if they did not end the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz by Tuesday. He wrote, and I quote, "Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one. In Iran, there will be nothing like it. Open the effing strait, you crazy bastards, or you will be living in hell. Just watch. Praise.
Now, all of the U.S. media is saying this was a very unnecessary. His mental capacities is declining. They even said this is war crimes. This blatant war crimes. He's talking about war crimes. He's cussing. He's hollering. He's mad because you know what Iran just did to all those U.S. planes and what they did to those troops, and he's pissed. This tell you the truth about what happened. He probably pulling his hair. He probably pounding the damn table, threatening to kill everybody. I just kill everybody. I thought you wanted to help the Iranian people. All that's out the window now.
Be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump, end quote. Top generals of the US military have already been uncomfortable about continuing with Trump's madness regarding Iran because they saw how this would end in an epic disaster.
Imagine if you could turn any idea in your mind into a perfect, realistic photo. No Photoshop skills, no complicated editing.
Trump was quick to sack anyone who appeared to or even reportedly opposed his slavery to Israeli war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump would rather get rid of his top generals than face a challenge to his subjugation to a foreign settler colony called Israel. Listen to this military affairs.
Trump is proving the U.S. is not a democracy, bro. The U.S. is not a fucking democracy. It's a dictatorship. I don't care what they say. The U.S. president, every U.S. president, I've been saying this, every U.S. president has been a fucking dictator. Every last one of them. And now it goes to show you the U.S. military have no backbone. They're all about money, bro. They're all about promotions. That's it. They don't give a fuck about nothing but themselves, bro. The generals, all those damn generals, commissioned officers, they letting this man destroy this country. They just gonna go along with his orders. They know it's legal orders. They're supposed to arrest. The military is supposed to arrest him if this is a fucking democracy. Lindsey Graham, they would arrest him too if this was a democracy, but it's not. That's not our fault. That's their fault. That the world is looking at them and see naked aggression. They do not believe that democracy bullshit no more. They don't want to see the Democrats blame Trump. People blame Trump. I thought it was 3 separate branches of government. We're not supposed to just blame the president. What about the judicial? What about the legislative? Come on, bro. These people have played the whole world. The U.S. president is a dictator.
First reporter from the Washington Post on CNN.
There are thousands of troops deployed to the Middle East right now, as we all wait to see if the U.S. is going to commence with a ground operation in Iran. Is there a sense that there's any confidence that give us the sense of confidence in Hegseth's leadership among those who are directly impacted in the U.S. military?
I think it's pretty divided. I don't think by any means it's universally against. There are people who really kind of buy into his lethality rhetoric. But there is significant concern that he's perhaps not fully appreciating the gravity of this situation, particularly when you look at things today, like the pilot down on the ground. This is something that was a foreseeable circumstance in a serious campaign with numerous aircraft up against a country that also has anti-aircraft.
Now, this explains why Europe has chosen to stay away from joining Trump and his Israeli boss Netanyahu in this illegal war against Iran. There are reports that French President Emmanuel Macron could even have struck a secret deal to have his ship pass through the Strait of Hormuz by paying a toll to the Iranians in the Chinese currency. Watch this epic encounter between CNN's Becky Anderson and French Foreign Ministry spokesperson Pascal Confabru. This would give you a good idea on what France may be doing behind the scenes.
A French-owned vessel navigated the Strait of Hormuz on Thursday, according to tracking data. Did the French government or any French representatives coordinate with Iran about that ship?
Well, I leave it to the company. It's called the CMA CGM, which is indeed a French company, and to communicate on that, I won't have much commentaries on it. But it shows what is important is that this situation cannot last. We need to have this restoration of the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz as soon as possible, because our world economy depends on it.
So Iran does appear to have implemented a de facto toll system at this point. So you must know whether a fee was paid for the French ship to pass.
Yeah, once again, I won't be more precise on this. It's really for the company to say how it did it and how it communicates on this. But it's extremely important to have this restoration of the Strait of Hormuz. We are doing national measures to moderate the prices in France, but we have to go and have the solution at the root, and the root is the Strait of Hormuz.
Meanwhile, Iran has retaliated against the Israeli and US strikes on its civilian infrastructure. Iran fired more ballistic missiles targeting the Tel Aviv and Negev areas of Israel. Explosions were also heard in Kuwait as it emerged that the Americans were using the Kuwaiti base to launch missiles against Iran. I will leave you with another Lego video from Iran. This one mocks the downing of US F-15 fighter jet and the Americans' failed rescue operation. These guys' ability to respond to goings-on in Iran is more impressive than my own ability to respond to breaking news from the region.
You sent the jet, we sent them down. Rescue failed. Now you're losing clowns. No ceasefire. Watch this. Jet down. Trump screaming. Losing ground. Rescue mission. More birds gone. 48 hours. We said no. Carry on. Jet down.
Now that's how influential we are as a people. We are. What Iranians taking hip hop and using hip hop to defeat the U.S. with virtue. So everybody all around the world watching this, but they're using hip hop.
Lion roar, no ceasefire, we strike back all night long. You thought your F-15s on the sky. We locked on target, made two more fly. One crew rescue, one still lost in the dust. Rescue choppers running out of turn in the rust. Trump talking big, finish the job on TV. But every jet you send is a gift back to me. You beg for 48, thought we'd kneel and stop. We laughed in your face, keep taking the L, pop. Jet down. Trump screaming, losing ground. Rescue mission, more birds gone. 48 hours, we said no. Carry on. Jet down, lion roar. Jet down, no ceasefire, we strike back all night long. Sacred defense, lions still flying high. You lose more planes, we own the sky. No ceasefire. Yeah. Jet down.
To move Iran. This is the game right now. Both sides are trying to deceive the other side. And hi everybody, today is Sunday, April 5th, 2026, and I'm here to talk about what's going on right now with the updates, with the latest events in this conflict between Iran, in this war between Iran and the United States. One of the major developments so far was the case of the pilot, the American pilot being rescued by American forces in Iran, in the city called Isfahan. Isfahan is close to the, initially they were searching for the pilot in the southern and in the southwest of Iran. Isfahan is going to the mostly going to the central part of Iran, close to the Char Mahal and Bakhtiyari. And they found him there, but they were seeking for him in the southern part of Iran, not in the southern, in the southwest of Iran. And what has happened so far? You remember what has happened on Friday. On Friday, we've learned what, one of the fighter jets, F-15E, was shot by Iranian air defense system, the obliterated Iranian air defense system, as Donald Trump wants to put it this way. And then 2 pilots, it seems that initially it was, the Iranian media said it is F-35. Then we've learned it was F-15, because F-15 has 2 pilots, F-35 has 1. Then from the sources in the West, in the mainstream media, they were talking about the first one was, rescued, and the second one was, last night that what has happened. But looking at what has happened totally, the way that they're playing it out in the mainstream media, talking about how victorious the mission was and unbelievably successful. Just imagine what has happened so far. They were saying, arguing that everything has been destroyed in Iran in terms of air defense system, ballistic missiles, their capabilities to fire back at, the total dominance of the United States over the aerospace of Iran. But in reality, that's not the case. They're making things up and they're getting trapped in those, sort of argument on their part. And this is one of the obvious examples of what has happened so far. And here is the number, looking at what the United States has lost so far since Friday. We have an F-15E, we have A-10 Warthog destroyed, MH-6 Little Bear was destroyed last night, 2 C-130, these, 130, it's Black Hawks, they were, Hercules, they call it, and they used to, to transport the forces. They were destroyed in Iran. 2 UH-60 Black Hawks damaged, and F-16 damaged as well. Looking at we were talking about the ground invasion of Iran so far. Just imagine, just for a single pilot, they have to sacrifice everything to go there and to rescue him. And they basically were confronted by, the people, the regional people. They were not part of the army. They were not part of the IRGC. Ordinary people tried to confront them. Then we see the besieged, some forces from, they're not besieged, it's not the military, but somehow related. They have some sort of, light arms. They don't have that much of, capability to go against, the army of the United States, but they try to do their best. And so far, what we've seen, Donald Trump is trying to say that was a big mission, and we are getting out of Iran, rescuing the pilot. We know that the pilot was seriously wounded. Even Donald Trump himself confirmed that. And not only the pilot, many of these people who went there, these forces who tried to rescue this pilot, were wounded, seriously wounded, I would say, and because the reports on the part of Iranians show, this is the wreckage of these fighter jets, together with helicopters, together with C-130, all of them being destroyed in the city of Isfahan. And it shows that there are people in these, there were forces carried by these planes, by these helicopters. I would say there were many wounded as a result of this operation. And who's going to win this? Who's going to win this sort of attitude on the part of Donald Trump? He's trying to convince people that he's winning the war. On the other hand, to rescue one pilot, he's sacrificing many things. Not only that, I don't know if that pilot is going to survive the wounds, but let's assume he's going to survive. But there are many people being wounded and many, military equipment being destroyed with this operation. But the outcome of what has happened so far, in my opinion, is the air defense system of Iran is working. You have to consider what Iran is. You have to see the territory of Iran and how big Iran is. And they're not going to put the air defense system in each and every part of the country. You remember what has happened in Russia with the attacks, drone attacks. Russia is one of the most, one of the mightiest air defenses. They have one of the mightiest air defense system in the world, if not the most, the highest one. But after all, Russia cannot cover all its territory because these air defense systems have their limits in order to go after these sort of attacks. But after all, what is happening here, that Iran is trying to do its best to control the airspace of Iran. We know that some part of Iran is impossible to, mostly the air defense system are mobile right now in Iran. They're going up from these underground cities. They hit the target, they get back to their places that they were before. So what is happening on the part of Iranians? They're trying to play the game with the United States. They're trying to show that in some part of Iran, the air defense system is not that much. But when these fighter jets get there, they get hit by the air defense system of Iran. This is the game right now. Both sides are trying to deceive the other side. And in my opinion, what has happened so far is not a win for the United States. We can say it's not a total in 100% win for Iran as well. But both sides, this is a war. Let's assume the big picture. Look at what is happening right now. Donald Trump moments ago, he posted this, and let me just bring it up. Yeah, this one. He's right now talking about the Strait of Hormuz. If you don't open up the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to destroy you. We're going to go after the power plant, the bridges, all of these, civilian facilities. Is this someone who's winning the war? Is this someone who feels victorious with the war? I don't see that happening, because he's arguing right now that this whole mission was a victory for the United States, for Donald Trump himself, for Pete Hegseth. They're trying to picture that. You look at Fox News, the way they're reporting on this. This is not the case. Iran doesn't care about these little missions. The full picture of what's going on with the war is important for Iran. Iran has the capabilities to hit back at the United States if they start, again and again hitting the targets in Iran. But if they go in some cities like Isfahan or maybe Shiraz or Tehran, if they go there, Iran has there's some sort of limitations to the capabilities of the Iranian air defense system. They're not everywhere. They cannot cover all the airspace of Iran. They're somehow focused on some areas. The other areas are not that much focused when it comes to the capabilities of the air defense system. This is the reality of what's going on. It's not just in Iran. Everywhere is the same. It's like the United States. You cannot find an air defense system in some areas that are not of importance for the military, or for the strategically they're not important. That's the calculation. That's why many people, they're trying to say, the air defense system is not working. That's not the case. And CNN reported that more than 50% of the air defense system, or maybe missile production or missile, the capabilities of Iranian missiles were destroyed. 50%. That's totally false. They don't know. Nobody knows. And I think from what I hear from the Iranians, I think it's less than 10%. That's why they're not in a rush to put an end to the conflict. Donald Trump is trying to do everything to put an end to this conflict. Just moments ago, before coming to this live, we had a report on Fox News. He literally said Donald Trump wants an end to this conflict as soon as possible. Here is what he said.
President Trump for 15 minutes. He gave me some new details. President Trump for 15 minutes. He gave me some new details on the negotiations behind the scenes with the Iranians and what's going to happen if Iran does not make a good faith deal. The president tells me if they don't make a deal, and fast, I'm considering blowing everything up and taking over the oil. Now, I asked him about the possibility of an agreement with the Iranians. He says those who are negotiating on behalf of Iran have been granted amnesty at this time so they can continue the talks. And the president tells me he thinks he'll be able to get a deal by tomorrow. He says, I think there's a good chance tomorrow. They're negotiating now.
He's going to get a deal. It's unbelievable. This guy, it's total lie. Nothing of that sort is happening between Iran and the United States. There is no deal there. The Strait of Hormuz is not gonna, they're not gonna be able to open up the Strait of Hormuz. And it doesn't matter how Donald Trump is trying. He's trying to do everything to intimidate the Iranian part, to force them into, some sort of position, new position, to move them toward some sort of end to this conflict. But Iran knows that what Iran is seeking for is in the continuation of this conflict. Putting an end to this conflict right now doesn't make anything for Iran, doesn't benefit Iran right now. This is the reality of what's going on. The Strait of Hormuz, just assume the Strait of what is happening with the Strait of Hormuz. When this war started, they said that they underestimated the Iranian capabilities to close the Strait of Hormuz. But the reality right now that each and every country is trying to negotiate with the Iranians to find some sort of solution to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Who's negotiating with the Iranians? We know that. France is negotiating. Austria is negotiating. I would say even somehow Germany and the United Kingdom trying to do that. They're in the process of that. Two of these Arab states in the Persian Gulf, they send their messages to Iranians. They want to negotiate with Iranians. And Iran is not going to let that, in the mind of Iranians right now, the Strait of Hormuz is the gain of this conflict, is one of the main objectives of this conflict. Whatever happens during this conflict, whatever would be the end of this conflict, the Strait of Hormuz would remain Iranian and would be in the hand of Iranians. They're going to control it for the rest of, the time. And everybody, these Arab states that are contacting, that are trying to communicate with Iran, they understand the reality. They're getting to that point. I don't know all of them. I would say UAE would never get there. Kuwait was used by the American forces, even for this operation on Iran, for rescuing this pilot. They were using Kuwait, to hit Iran, to attack Iran. That's why you see yesterday Iran is hitting many facilities in Kuwait, because they understand that Kuwait is not Kuwait anymore. Kuwait is a base for Americans, for Israelis to be used against Iran. Bahrain is the same. They're hitting Bahrain. UAE is the same. I don't know what would happen as time goes by with Qatar and Saudi Arabia, but it seems to me that they're moving, they're understanding the reality of the Strait of Hormuz, the reality of the Persian Gulf. And on the other hand, Donald Trump has a lot of problem in the United States, in my opinion, when it comes to the continuation of this conflict. What are the objectives of this conflict? What does he want to achieve? What was that? Is that the nuclear program of Iran? It's so amazing. Yesterday, or the day before, we had a new article from Jawad Zarif, who's the former prime minister, who is the former foreign minister of Iran. Who was the vice president of the current administration, the vice president of Pezeshkian, the current president of Iran. But the initial days, initial months, he was removed from power because of his position, his sort of understanding of the, policies of the strategic points of the Iranian government. Because Iran right now wants to redefine the Middle East. And what Jawad Zarif is trying to picture for us is not close to what the leadership wants. And there are people who are arguing that Jawad Zarif is important. I would argue Jawad Zarif is important. I'm not trying to diminish his position, but he's not there. He's not there. He's not in the leadership anymore. He's not important anymore for those decision makers in Iran. Because what he's arguing, basically, he's saying the article that he mentioned in Foreign Policy, he basically arguing, it is foreign affairs. It's not foreign policy. It's not foreign affairs. And he's literally arguing that Iran can limit the enrichment of uranium, destroy the enriched uranium that it has or downgrade the uranium it possesses right now, and start negotiating with the United States, trying to convince the United States that they can invest in Iranian, oil facilities, all, even nuclear facilities, they can come and invest in Iran. This is not happening. You have to understand, the former supreme leader of Iran, who was supporting Jawad Zarif, because he literally thought that Jawad Zarif is he's trying to do his best for Iran and for the future of Iran. I really believe Jawad Zarif is 100%. What he really is doing is trying to help Iran. But his understanding is not updated. It's old-fashioned sort of understanding of the reality of the Middle East. The Middle East has changed drastically. And what is happening, and the way that Jawad Zarif is talking about, he even mentioned the ballistic missile program of Iran, just to limit the ballistic missile program of Iran. Who's going to listen to him? This guy doesn't understand what he's talking about. I think geopolitically, those people who were more liberal than Jawad Zarif are getting closer to the position of the leadership in Iran. But after all, what Jawad Zarif said shows the diversity of what's happening in Iran. But who has the upper hand? I would say those people who are arguing we have to withdraw from NPT. We don't have to make a deal with the United States considering the nuclear program. Because what the United States has done so far, we 2 times have tried to negotiate with the United States. What was the outcome of that? The United States attacked us. Who's gonna remove the reality from the scene to negotiate with the United States? Why is the Trump administration, Donald Trump himself, is somehow begging for negotiations? They're trying to send messages to Iran, through Pakistan, Turkey, but it doesn't work anymore because Iran wants to put an end to this conflict permanently. It means not only the United States, but also Israel never would be allowed to attack Iran in the future. Because to be honest, without what is the estimation on the part of Iranians, what I understand from their calculation is that they don't see Israel as a threat for Iran without the United States. The United States is the great enemy when it comes to these sort of attacks. That's why Iran was preparing for these attacks for more than 2 decades. They're prepared to continue this conflict, I would say, for 8 years, 10 years to come. And Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday, he said, we have destroyed 70% of Iranian capabilities to produce steel in Iran. But these are all domestic facilities. They are not coming from outside. It's not Israel that they're buying everything from outside. They're dependent on the United States militarily, domestically, in everything they produce. They're dependent on the United States. Iran is not that case. They know how to rebuild, how to start again, how to reconstruct the whole country. I'm not talking about that's happening right now. It's gonna take time. But they know what's at stake if they go and negotiate with the United States right now. That's the mentality, that's understanding on the part of Iranian. Iran is not going to negotiate with the United States. It doesn't matter if Donald Trump said tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we're going to reach an agreement. He says that it's been 2 weeks, 3 weeks. He's talking about, the next 2 days going to be big. We're going to negotiate with Iran and we're going to find some sort of solution. There is no solution. What does he want? He's talking about Iranian oil. If you don't negotiate, we're going to destroy you. We're going to take the oil. He really wants the oil. He really wants the resources of Iran. Everything. Are they going to get it? He doesn't understand what he's facing. I don't know even I don't know the intelligence, the level of intelligence he's receiving right now. Is he receiving the correct intelligence? Is he receiving the reality of what's going on? Because he said he was surprised by the Iranian reaction. You remember, he himself said he was surprised by Iranian reaction to the war when they started attacking all the American bases in the Persian Gulf. Iran is not going to let the United States get back to the American bases in the Persian Gulf, Arab states, in the GCC countries. That's it. That's not going to happen anymore. I think Donald Trump and his administration, they understand totally this sort of mentality. They're not going to get there, because if they put these expensive radars in these countries, they're going to get destroyed by a drone. That doesn't cost anything for Iran. And are they going to, do they really want to play that game? I don't see the United States going that way, that far, or going in that direction. So they have to do something else to protect Israel. What would be the solution for what Israel is doing in the region? Israel is fighting everybody. The war is happening against Iran. Israel is attacking Syria, is attacking Gaza, is attacking Iran, is attacking Iraq, is attacking, the whole region is under, the sort of attacks from the Israeli fighter jets. Israeli fighter jets together with drones. What they're getting, Netanyahu wanted this war for such a long time. This war is the main objective of Netanyahu's whole administration and whole, sort of life. In his whole life, he wanted this wet dream. And it's happening right now. Is he in a good position right now? Is Israel getting better? Is Israel better off today than it was before the war started? Let's get back to before this war started. This war started on this sort of assumptions that the axis of resistance was defeated in Lebanon, in Syria. They disconnected by the fall of Bashar Assad. They disconnected Iran from Hezbollah. Is that the reality of what we're witnessing right now? Has Hezbollah been weakened by Israel? Decapitation doesn't change the mentality of the resistance. Resistance comes from within, comes from, because as long as you try to occupy their land, they're going to resist, they're going to fight back, they're going to fire at you. It doesn't matter what Israel is trying to do. So is the axis of resistance weaker today than it was before? Yeah, it was some sort of delusion before this war started that the axis of resistance is disappearing from the scene. Nobody was talking about Iraq. Nobody was talking about Houthis or Ansarullah in Yemen joining the fight, because there was some sort of ceasefire between the United States, some sort of agreement between the United States and Yemen and Houthis in Ansarullah. That's not there anymore. You see they're attacking, they're sending missiles, they're firing missiles at Israel. And what's happening somehow, yesterday we've seen all Iran, Yemen, and Hezbollah in Lebanon, they are all firing missiles at Israel. This is what the axis of resistance has become. This is the reality of the axis. They're not getting weaker. They're learning. This is a learning process. As long as this war goes on, this is I would say a laboratory to learn more tricks, more, to get more experience in this fight. And who is the head of Hezbollah right now? Who are the commanders of Hezbollah? The commanders of Hezbollah today are those people who were fighting ISIS and Daesh in Syria, in Lebanon, in Iraq. They were fighters on the ground. Right now, they're commanders. They know what they're doing. And they're fighting back. They're destroying everything. Israel is not capable to fight Hezbollah on the ground. If you remove the air power of Israel, if these fighter jets and getting there and hitting people, because Lebanon doesn't have the air defense system to hit back. This is the problem. The government in Lebanon, it tries to do everything, in favor of the United States and Israel, to say, no, we don't want this war. But are they really capable of defending Lebanon? That's not the case. They don't have an army. Without Hezbollah, Israel would get all the southern part of Lebanon. They're talking about Litani River right now. Getting to the Litani River, all this part has a buffer zone. You remember what buffer zone, what does it mean? It means Golan Heights in Syria. They started with the buffer zone, then they captured it. Right now they say it's part of Israel, and the United States should recognize that. And they're beyond that, the Golan Heights. They basically 20% of the fresh water of Syria is in the hand of Israelis in the southern part of in the southern part of Syria, and now controlled by Israelis. Israel is not gonna, back down. This is the problem. Iran cannot put an end to this conflict before forcing Israel to some sort of position to understand their limits, their capabilities. They're not able to continue this conflict. And Iran is going to, as far as it takes. I think if Donald Trump decides to continue this war the way that he's implementing, he's trying to continue this war, we're going to have this war as long as Donald Trump is the president of the United States. Is he able to change the reality? No. Iran is getting united. Iran, those people who were concerned, whose basic concern was the economy of Iran before, in December, in January, they were arguing that the economy is not working, we are not in a good position. They're not thinking that way anymore. Because Donald Trump is talking about Iranian oil being managed by the United States. So talking about destroying Iran. They destroyed pharmaceutical facilities in Iran. They destroyed Pasteur Institute. The Pasteur Institute produces medicine and vaccines and all of these sort of important and crucial products for the hospitals. And they're destroying everything. The bridges. Do they really want to, is that the message that Donald Trump was sending to Iran before this war started? He said, we are coming to help you. Nobody sees that. Nobody sees the United States anymore that way. The United States is the enemy, is the ultimate enemy of Iran right now. They don't care about Israel because they don't see Israel as their enemy. Israel is not even capable to fight Iran. They don't have it. They cannot fight Hezbollah. If they take down all these, fighter jets, there is no Israel. IDF is not able to fight Hezbollah on the ground. They're going to be destroyed. All these tanks. Hezbollah doesn't have tanks, but they know how to destroy tanks because they know how to use drones, how to use rockets. I think Iran is not concerned about what's going on in the southern part of Lebanon because Hezbollah knows how to defend itself and how to hit Israel. Right now, the main concern would be how to put an end to this conflict, considering the whole region, the whole Middle East, reshaping the Middle East. And I would argue that reshaping the Middle East cannot happen without considering what is happening in Gaza in the West Bank. Iran has to put an end to what is happening in the West Bank, this genocide that has happened, that is happening as we talk. And Iran said that this conflict would end on all fronts. It's not on Iranian front. It means that Israel has to understand the reality of what's going on. The United States is not going to be there. I would say Israel, Donald Trump is not in a good position right now in the United States. The commanders who were resigning the day before, it was on Thursday, 12 commanders, 3 of them were so important for the army of the United States. They have decided, they were forced to resign because they don't agree with Pete Hegseth. They don't see any sort of strategy. Iran doesn't see any sort of, they don't know. You talk with Iranians, what's amazing to me. They don't know what the United States is trying to do. Obviously, they're not able to open up the Strait of Hormuz. And it means, it seems that the final goal right now on the part of the United States is to destroy everything, all these facilities in Iran. But so let's assume they're going to get to that point. What is the outcome of that? How is the United States going to benefit from that? Because it's not just Iran going to hit back. They hit the petrochemical plant in the southern part of Iran. And Iran going to hit back at Israel. All these Arab states in GCC countries. Is that going to help the United States position in the Middle East? I don't see that. The United States is losing, and is losing badly, because as long as this war goes on and on, these Arab states who somehow believe, some of them believe that the United States is going to help them, going to, save them. But that's not happen. That's not going to happen, because the United States is not there. All these radars were destroyed. The Air Force is basically trying to destroy Iranian civilian facilities, is not helping these Arab states. If they go farther, if they go after, let's assume they're going to hit the power grids, as Donald Trump is trying to, to intimidate Iranians, that we're going to destroy the power grids, the power plants in Iran. You're not going to get, you're not going to destroy everything American in the Middle East, but together with Arab states. If they don't understand what would be the reality of the Persian Gulf. They have to. Iran, the whole region needs some sort of security architecture. That architecture doesn't include the United States. The United States is not part of the region. The United States can remain as supporter of Israel as long as they want. But Iran doesn't want the United States in these Arab states, because the presence of the United States in these countries, in GCC countries, is one of the greatest threats to the Iranian sovereignty. The way that Russia was doing, by the way, in Ukraine, the same policy is happening. No ceasefire, a permanent solution for what's going on. And I think what Jawad Zarif did, he made some sort of delusions in the leadership in the West, in the United States, that Iran can go, what Jawad Zarif was suggesting, what was not the reality of the Iranian policymakers today. He's not among them. He's not part of the decision makers in Iran. And it's important. He can put out his position. He can talk about it, and nobody gonna, go force him not to mention his sort of idea. He's free to say whatever he wants to say, but he's not part of even the current administration. He may have some sort of influence on some people in this administration. That's it. But the Security Council, the Parliament, IRGC, the leadership, all together, they are not seeing, their understanding of what is happening in the Middle East is totally different from what Jawad Zarif said. That's why I think many people should understand the position of Jawad Zarif. Jawad Zarif was good when he was negotiating JCPOA in his sort of idea, in his sort of mindset, but that was a total failure. He said that the JCPOA, he tried to do his best, and we understand what he's trying to do. He's a good guy. He's not trying to harm Iran. He understands the reality. He tries to understand the reality. But the outcome is not there, because he geopolitically, he's in JCPOA, even behind JCPOA. That's not the case anymore. Iran doesn't care about, how far the United States is going to hit, how hard the United States is going to hit the Iranian facilities right now. This war is happening, and Iran is going to fight this war as long as it takes. And the other point, I think, in the Middle East would be the way that Iraq, Iran, and Oman are in the same game right now. Iran said to Iraq that they can use the Strait of Hormuz. They can pass through this strait because they're friendly countries. They're fighting, the Iraqi resistance. Hezbollah is fighting together with Iranians. And Oman is, as we talk, they're negotiating with Iranians. is mostly behind the scene. We don't know what is happening, what is the reality of negotiations, but the plan on the part of Iranian is to keep the Strait of Hormuz, making a, it's a toll path. And whoever wants to pass through this Strait of Hormuz is not going to be, they said, they're going to charge the tankers $1 per barrel. And it's not going to be just that. Those countries who were participating, who were helping the United States and Israel in this fight, there are going to be additional charges against those countries, in my understanding, from what I've heard, from what I've learned so far from Iran, from the Persian media. And this is the Strait of Hormuz. Is Iran better off with this war? I would argue Iran is far better than it was before this war started, because the Strait of Hormuz is important, is unbelievably important for not only for oil and gas, for fertilizers, for the food security all around the world. This is so important, the Strait of Hormuz. And this is the leverage Iran has to reduce the burden of sanctions for such a long time, 46 years old. These sanctions are 46 years old. They have been hitting the Iranian economy for such a long time. And Iran going to hit back with the Strait of Hormuz. This is just the beginning of Iran, what Iran is doing. This is just the initial moments of what Iran is planning for the future. It doesn't matter how hard the United States is going to hit Iranian facilities. They're going to keep the Strait of Hormuz. They're going to fight back. And as time goes by, I think so far the United States has learned if they go further into the Iranian territory, they're going to get hit by Iranian air defense system. They couldn't destroy the Iranian air defense system. Look at just these cities. The picture, it was on Thursday. You see these cities full of, interceptors. So you may ask yourself, when are they gonna use these interceptors? Because they know how to use it. They're not gonna put everything out to be hit by American fighter jets, but they use it strategically, because Iran, as I've mentioned before, is a vast country, is a big country, is difficult. It is difficult to control the airspace in its entirety. That's why Iran is trying to, strategically defend Iranian territory. And the ballistic missile, they can go as long as, it takes for them. There is no problem when it comes to the ballistic missiles and drones. They can continue this war. The United States, since sustaining this war, sustaining this sort of attacks by fighter jets, it's hugely, hugely costly for the United States to continue. That's why Donald Trump said, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, we're going to reach an agreement with Iran. And who's negotiating with Donald Trump? Nobody knows. Is there someone behind the scene negotiating? No, there is nobody talking with Donald Trump or anybody in the United States. They're sending messages. And Iranians said no to all these messages they've sent so far. They're rejecting, because the basics, the foundation of these messages is based on ceasefire. Nothing of ceasefire would happen. The war is going on and on as if they want to, change the messages. That would make the case for negotiations. Iran going to consider the process of messages. But that they have to get to the point that Iran wants. Iran doesn't need to get to the point that the United States is asking for. We have to understand the leverage is not in the hand of Donald Trump right now. The leverage is on Iranian part. Iran is defeating two nuclear power, superpower, I would say. The United States is a superpower. In Israeli, in terms of the nuclear weapons, they have the nuclear, but we know that they said that they have this nuclear bomb. Iran is defeating them without using nukes. This is the reality of the war that is happening right now. And the war of attrition is the enemy of the United States. Iran has learned that in Ukraine, through the war in Ukraine, because Russia is defeating the United States, the NATO, because of the war of attrition, because of Russia is a superpower. It's not only because of the war of attrition, because they have the upper hand in each and every aspect in Ukraine. But Iran has learned from what has happened in Ukraine. The war of attrition is the solution on the part of Iranians. They want to go, as far as it takes. They know that the United States cannot sustain. They just yesterday, there were some footages and photos coming out of Iran showing that the air defense system has hit the JASSMs, these cruise missiles. They're hitting the cruise missiles. It's not just about fighter jets and drones. I think right now, who is in some sort of hurry, some sort of rush is the United States and Israel. It doesn't matter, because Benjamin Netanyahu tries to say 70% of their capabilities, we have 90% of arm production, 80% of their capabilities to attack Israel. What is happening is totally the opposite. Israel is naked today because the radars are not there anymore. Even the radars in Israel were destroyed. Not only the Persian Gulf, the most important radars in Israel were destroyed. That's why Israel is not capable of defending itself. That's why they're begging the United States to make a new base in Israel. How's that going to be different from what has happened in the Persian Gulf? How's that going to bring some sort of leverage to the Israeli air defense system if they have this sort of mindset to attack Iran again and again? Because Iran is going to hit back again and destroy all these radars. How long do they want to continue with this sort of game? I think Israelis are learning the way the society in Israel is suffering a lot because they have been fighting, they have been destroying everything in Gaza without understanding what is happening. The people, the society was not feeling the pain that was happening in Gaza. Right now, the pain is getting to the society in Israel. Right now, they're fighting each other. The head of Mossad is fighting Benjamin Netanyahu. Naftali Bennett is talking about Israel is losing in all fronts. Again, against Hezbollah, against, Houthis, against Iran, against Hamas. They're losing. When Naftali Bennett says that, it means something. It means that these are disagreements in Israel. It's because of this war, because of what has happened so far. What would be the solution for the United States? I think there is no solution for the United States. Donald Trump can declare victory and get out and somehow, wrap up and get out of the region, because the continuation of the conflict is not going to benefit him. We're going to see more, fighter jets, airplanes, radars being destroyed by air defense system of Iran. Iran is fighting. This is a defensive war for Iran. For the United States, is offensive. The United States is trying to stay in this fight, but as time goes by, they're sacrificing everything. They're asking Poland to send air defense system to Israel. They have depleted everything in South Korea. Mostly they brought all of them to Israel. Even all of that, Poland was rejecting, I think, at least from what we've heard so far. We don't know what they have provided. I'm talking about European countries so far to Israel. But we know they try to do their best to defend Israel and the United States. When it comes to offensive sort of missions, operations, they said no to the United States. This is a new move, by the way, on the part of Europeans. Because if they were feeling the United States is winning, they would join 100%. They would say, we are going to be part of this win. But they know that the United States is losing. That's why they're not going to join. They're not going to help the United States in offensive operation. And you have to understand, when your allies are not trying to help you because they see that you are not in a winning position, you are in a losing position. And the time is against you, is not helping you. And Iran knows that. Russia knows that. China knows that. China is more than happy right now because they know the United States, because people are talking about how China and Russia are helping Iran. There are communications behind the scene between these countries. They're helping each other. They're communicating with each other. And they understand, as they did with the case of Russia. For 4 years, Iran and China behind the scene somehow, or then literally when it came more obvious, they said it diplomatically that they're helping Russia. They're sending drones. They did everything to help Russia. And Russia is doing the same. It doesn't matter. There are some conspiracy theories that Russia is doing this and that, China is doing this and that. That's not the case. They're all in the same fight. They know they're fighting the same enemy. Because if they fail to control the United States in the Middle East and in Ukraine, the next fight would be in Taiwan. And I think right now China is so comfortable, is so calm, because they know that the war in Taiwan would never happen. Or they have diminished the possibility of a war in Taiwan because of the reality of what's going on in the Middle East and in Ukraine. United States, somehow you can say today that the United States is not sending anything to Ukraine. This shows the reality of the army of the United States. It's a defense budget Donald Trump is increasing the defense budget to $1 trillion. So what is the outcome? Are they going to produce more arms? Are these sort of budgets and money is going to produce the arms? No, they have limits. They have to understand that. Who's going to produce those arms? They couldn't defeat Russia in Ukraine because of the arm production, because of the artilleries. They couldn't do that. And right now, they're talking about the Middle East, and they want to fight Russia and Iran at the same time. The United States, Donald Trump is getting delusional. Not politically, militarily, I would say Pete Hegseth is not helping him, but he's making the things worse for Donald Trump. He's not trying to understand these generals who have the understanding, who know what they're talking about. Pete Hegseth, by the way, he was, he was a reporter on Fox News. Right now, he feels that he can decide about the reality of the conflict, how this conflict can be won by the United States. This is the biggest mistake on the part of Donald Trump. And Pete Hegseth is not helping him. He's not helping himself. He made some sort of turmoil in the Middle East that is going to be the end of the United States in the Middle East. The United States has ended. I'm not talking about the presence of the United States as it was before this war started, has ended. It's not going to get back politically, militarily, economically. That's why I think Jawad Zarif is wrong. Iran doesn't want the United States in the Middle East. Iran wants to make the Middle East wants to rebuild Iran without the United States. The United States is not capable of negotiating. The United States was betraying Iran more than 2 times, at least in the recent in the last 2, 3, 4 months. They're deceiving Iranians to attack Iran, to destroy Iran. The mission is to destroy Iran. The mission is to make a new Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain. Are these people living that luxury life? Yeah, they're living a luxury life. Do they have sovereignty? No, they don't have. But the objective is not living like, those guys in UAE. Because those people who are living in, in in the Kursk region, they're not talking about the people in UAE because they know they're not sovereign. The Iranian people are right now, they understand what's going on. What is the reality of these Arab states in the Persian Gulf? Because what was, in Iran, the way that the West is reflected, is reported in Iran, that if you get closer to Saudi Arabia, if you be, more, if you get similar to what UAE is and what, Saudi Arabia is, you're going to be prosperous, you're going to be better, your future going to be brighter. That's not the case anymore. The future has ended and is in the process of ending for UAE. UAE is not going to be the way it was before this war started. Bahrain is in that process. Kuwait is in that process. Saudi Arabia and Qatar, that's why they're trying to talk with the Russians. They're trying to talk with the Iranians behind the scene. They're trying to say, and they understand the reality of the Persian Gulf. I think we are in a position that we can say Iranians are feeling so much comfortable with the war as it happens right now. They understand the reality, how devastating this war is for Iran, for the Iranian economy, for the Iranian infrastructure. It's devastating for the Iranian economy. They know that. And they totally understand that, and they decided to continue this war. Because if you want to rebuild Iran, the solution is the continuation, is the total defeat of Israel in the Middle East. The total defeat comes when the United States decides to leave the Middle East, get out of, as they did in Iraq and Afghanistan. Iraq was, before the war in Iraq happened, Iraq was the enemy. Saddam Hussein was the enemy of Iran. They attacked Iran. For 8 years, Iran was fighting Saddam Hussein in Iraq. Look what the United States has done to Iraq. Iraq is one of the most important allies of Iran today as we talk. They're fighting together as brothers and sisters with Iranians right now. Yemen, they doing the same. Hezbollah getting stronger. I think the government in Lebanon is getting to the point to understand the importance of Hezbollah. There is no way, if it don't go that way, they would destroy Lebanon. I don't see that coming. They understand the reality of Hezbollah. Hezbollah is stronger than before this war started. Iraq is stronger. Iran is stronger. Yemen is stronger. The whole axis of resistance is stronger than it was before this war started. Not only with the realities, with the strategy that they possess, but right now the whole world see them as they are, the way they are. And nobody can hide that anymore. This is the reality. The other reality is that it doesn't matter what is the defense budget of the United States. If it decides to go against a country, as they call it, Donald Trump said, we're going to destroy, Iran is nothing for us. But Iran is showing how you can fight even the United States, the greatest military on this planet, the biggest budget, defense budget on this planet. You can fight them and you can defeat them on the battlefield, not by hitting civilians, not by hitting hospitals, highways, oil facilities. You remember who started attacking oil facilities? It was the United States. Who started attacking bridges? It was the United States. And you may ask yourself, why are they escalating this way? If they want to defeat Iran, they have to do something similar to what Russia has been doing in Ukraine, basically demilitarizing Ukraine, destroying Ukrainian army. Is that what is happening in Iran? No. They're not destroying army. They're not destroying IRGC. They're not destroying Iranian capabilities to produce arms, to produce missiles, drones. They're destroying people. They're destroying, they're killing people, assassinating people. This is the reality of war. And whoever does that shows that he's not in a good position. He's desperate. He's desperate. That's why he's attacking civilians. The fight should be fought by forces, not by civilians, but they're hitting civilians. And this is the reality. I think it doesn't matter what Donald Trump is talking about. There is no negotiations, and Iran is winning. As time goes by, Iran is getting better and better. They're getting better and better. Huge experience coming out of this war for Iran. Huge experience. And let's see what would happen. Thank you so much, and great pleasure, as always.
And we have some breaking news coming in. The IRGC spokesperson says that 4 U.S. aircraft were destroyed during the operation to rescue the American pilot from Iran. The spokesperson for the IRGC's Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters, Ibrahim Zolfaghari, has given an update on the situation. Listen to this.
14 فروردین ماه در روز 35 جنگ تحمیلی از سوی دشمنان آمریکایی صهیونیستی روز پر افتخاری برای یگانهای پدافند هوایی کشور بود. رزمندگان با صلابت و شجاع اسلام توانستند پرقدرت، با سرعت و با دقت ضربات مهلکی را به جنگنده‌ها، بالگردها، پهپادها و هواگردهای دشمن وارد نموده و تعداد قابل توجهی از آنها را ساقط نمایند. روز جمعه که با
The IRGC says that the operation to rescue the American weapons operative from the F-15E fighter jet on Friday was meant to utilize an abandoned airport in Isfahan. However, Iran says it thwarted the operation, which is what led to the destruction of 4 more American aircraft. The IRGC says that 2 C-130 transport aircraft and 2 Black Hawk helicopters were destroyed. The IRGC had earlier stated that 5 Americans had been killed during the rescue operation. This is the latest we're getting. The IRGC spokesperson says that 4 U.S. aircraft were destroyed during the operation to rescue the American pilot from Iran. The spokesperson for the IRGC's Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters, Ibrahim Zolfaghari, has given an update on the situation. The IRGC says that the operation to rescue the American weapons operative from the F-15E fighter jet on Friday was meant to utilize an abandoned airport in Isfahan. However, the Iran says it thwarted the operation, which is what led to the destruction of 4 more American aircraft.
Breaking news to report today. Overnight, the U.S. pilot that was down to the F-15 in Iran has been recovered, but it was not without cost itself. According to media reports and a lot of photographs that have been on the ground, some of which we'll show you in a minute, the United States lost 2 C-130 aircraft. They lost 2 Black Hawks and 1, quote, Little Bird helicopter. So a total of 5 aircraft have been knocked out.
What happened to
There's a lot of dispute about what happened to those aircraft. I'm going to get into that detail in a second. But at least according to the United States official statements, all of the people were able to recover and be brought back, and no one was killed in the process. I just have to put a big caveat in that this is the morning that the event happened. Everything is swirling, lots of contradictory information out there. So we're going to give you the best that we can and what we know right now.
That's
and
why
then
y'all getting the truth from Co-Figure TV News Network, the revolutionary news you can use. The U.S. is lying all over their media, talking about the Easter miracle, Hollywood movie shit. They went the enemy behind enemy lines, rescued the pilot, no injuries. But they're not showing what I'm showing. What he just told you. 2 transport planes shot down. 2 Black Hawk helicopters shot down. And another little baby bird helicopter, whatever the hell that is, it was brought down too. They're not talking about that on the news because that's too humiliating for them. And nobody in the world believes all those vehicles, all those aircraft were shot down and nobody got hurt. Come on, bro.
Then we'll tell you where we have to assume or speculate on certain other things and fill in the blanks as best that we can. But what we do know is that officially the United States has announced that the pilot, the WSO, weapons support officer, has been recovered, and that the official statement is that nobody was lost in the process.
Prove it. Iran is proving they blew all those aircraft up because they're showing it. They proving that when you tried to rescue your pilot, it was a trap. They're saying it's a trap, and they blew all those planes up. The U.S. is saying, no, that's a lie. None of that happened, which they always been lying and saying. But where's the proof they rescue anybody?
Now, we'll get into all the ramifications of that, because the fact that you lost that many aircraft in one operation to recover the pilot means that you've now lost a total of 6 aircraft because of one shoot down. And that by itself is a huge, huge red flag, which goes to show that this is not going to be any kind of quick or easy win. And you can just understand, just imagine right off the top of the bat that the morale on the Iranian side has to be just going through the roof right now, because they have all this physical wreckage to show, all about what happened. And it makes it puts them in a good light and makes them feel really good and powerful that they were able to bring down, especially after President Trump just said all of their air defenses have been knocked out and they're basically defeated. And then we have this wreckage before us here. It's not quite as bad as the Desert One of the Jimmy Carter era, but pretty close to it, because that also.
This is not no Easter miracle. It's the Easter disaster military hit. No, but this ain't what? And Trump, they celebrating. Talking about how great, the most powerful military in the history of histories. What happened to all your planes and helicopters? How they just get shot down like that? But they're on their side trying to make Americans feel like they just kicking Iran ass. Now, oh man, come on, bro. Where are those troops at?
Resulted in a loss of life and a complete mission failure. This one, at least the ostensible focus, the rescue of the pilot, was accomplished. But there's more fallout, and there's more to report, unfortunately. Yesterday, we told you about this Truth Social. The president said that, this time is running out. There's a new 48-hour deadline that will be sometime Monday night. But then this morning at 8 a.m., 8:03 to be specific, President Trump says Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. And then it starts to get a little bit darker. He says, open the effing straight.
I can guarantee you that the International Criminal Court going to put an arrest warrant out for Trump. I'm not saying they're going to arrest him, but just like Putin got one, just like Benjamin Netanyahu got one, they're going to put one on his ass too for what he's doing.
You crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. And then this is on Easter Sunday. Yesterday, as you'll notice here, he says, glory be to God. And then today, one can only imagine this must be some sort of pejorative. Praise be to Allah, he says, in a very, very strange way. A very strange thing to do for the president that claims to be a follower of Jesus Christ. I think I've pretty well laid that one to rest, that that's fiction. That is just words. There are no reality to it. But here he just strips away even the pretense of it. And inexplicably on Easter Sunday says praise be to Allah. I don't know, but let's just look at the fundamentals and the details of this. Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one. There will be nothing like it. Look, the going after all of their power plants and bridges and just destroying the civilian infrastructure throughout the country to bring the nation to its knees so that the people are unable to just conduct normal business, and that they cannot even live even basic lives. The civilian population is, of course, a war crime. There's no question about that. You can try to use your lawyerly way to wiggle out of it and say, oh, well, it's dual use or whatever. Then literally there are no war crimes. That wouldn't exist. If you can try to wiggle your way out of that, then literally nothing is off limits, and therefore there are no Geneva Conventions. They are, like the Constitution, like the U.S. law, it's a dead letter. So yes, it's on the piece of paper, it's a violation of the war crimes, but we apparently don't follow them anymore. And the law has just ceased to exist. And truly, President Trump is now a law unto himself.
I said
that by itself.
America's not a democracy. Trump is proving it. Every U.S. president has been a dictator, but Trump is an ultimate dictator. And the whole world can see this. It's supposed to be 3 branches of government, but we can see that Trump, the executive branch, don't give a damn about the judicial or the legislative branch of the U.S. government. The military should be ashamed of themselves. They're supposed to be arresting this man, and they're supposed to be refusing to follow illegal orders. But it's a shame to say it. All those superiors, all those commission officers, generals, all that, admirals, they don't give a damn about nothing but their pensions, bro, and their money. That's all these people give a damn about. They don't give a damn about what happened to us. It's so crazy. They don't give a shit about what happens to their own family. Their family will pay for this. They don't care, bro. They want their pensions. And this is a crazy situation that we're in, but I don't want to hear shit about democracy and all that. These people don't give a damn about that type of shit. This is dictatorship.
It is a should be a major alarm for all of the country, whatever happens on the ground. Problem is, the reason why that's such a bad thing, the reason why saner people put these laws in, these guardrails in place, was to defend against a situation like we're in right now. So there's no military utility in what he's talking about. It is just pernicious. It is just going to cause a bunch of death and destruction in Iran. Now, there may be those who say, that's fine. We're at war with them, so I don't care if they get hit. Well, here's why you should care. There's many reasons why. But you just perniciously kill a lot of people or put people in position to die or starve to death, or those in hospitals who will die unnecessary deaths because there's no power for the things. They will retaliate. As a matter of fact, there was a comment from one of the IRGC leaders, the commander of Iran's Qatam Anbiya Central Headquarters, described President Trump's 48-hour ultimatum to reach a deal as foolish. In a desperate, angry, and unbalanced move, he has threatened our infrastructure. Responding to Trump's warning that all hell will rain down on Iran if it fails to reach a deal, Abdullani added, the gates of hell will be opened to you. So you have defiance from the Iranian side. And believe me, now that you just saw what happened with the loss of 5 more aircraft in a single night, after having 4 damaged or destroyed the day before, they mean it. And listen, it's not just against us coming in there. It's not just against our soldiers.
Americans need to understand this, bro. I'm not gonna let the people pretend like they did a heroic Hollywood mission. That's not what happened. They tried to. They got humiliated. And all kind of planes shot down. All kind of troops is injured, dead. They're not gonna tell y'all that because they're liars. But they've been exposed right now in Iran. Absolutely, do not fear the U.S.
It's against the region. Believe me, they've already
none of their special operations. They don't give a damn about no Green Berets, the SEAL team. They don't give a damn about none of that shit.
Put out target lists. They said, if you come after our infrastructure, we will return in kind. And they continue to show that they have the ability to do that. So right now, you have the Israeli side, you have the American side, you have the Iranian side. Nobody's looking to have any kind of a de-escalation. Nobody's looking for any way to get out of this. I mean, we're just barely into the 5th week, I guess. I think we just have arrived at the 5th week, and everything is ramping up. And of course, when you have damage like this on our side, then you're going to have vows of retribution. We want to go back and make good for those guys for doing what they did to us, etc. You have the Iranian side obviously doing the same thing. The Israeli side is just loving this, and they're continuing to hit things. More on that in a second as well. But I do want to show you, first of all, what actually happened. This is what we know so far on what actually happened. Here's what's being reported. After the F-15 was shot down on April 3rd, Special Forces operators and para-rescuemen inserted into the Dasht Mountains of Iran via Night Stalker helicopters, and I believe those are the not Apaches, those are the Black Hawk version of the helicopters, to extract evading weapons systems officer. 2 C-130 transport landed at a remote forward arming and refueling point inside Iran, which they thought was an isolated desert plot. Apparently that was like some 400 kilometers away from the actual extraction side. But they did that because the limits of the distances where the gas tanks, where the helicopters, they need a place to refuel and to do some, you see the refueling point. Both aircraft became immobilized. Interesting use of the passive voice there. Became immobilized. Whether the cause was terrain, enemy fire, mechanical failure under combat load, or some combination is not publicly confirmed. What is confirmed is that the aircraft could not leave. Then it says 3 additional aircraft arrived under fire. The stranded operators, the pararescuemen, and the WSO boarded. They flew out of Iran. 0 casualties. The operation that began as a rescue of 1 man became a rescue of the rescuers. All of them made it out because nobody in the chain decided the mission was too broken or complex. And what you end up having, and a lot of this other information out here is lots of people, and I've been seeing it online already, are really bragging about this on the U.S. side, saying this just shows we don't leave anybody behind. And while I'm certainly very grateful that the pilot was recovered, I'm even more grateful that nobody was killed in the process and that everybody made it back. I celebrate that. But gracious, why do we keep putting more and more people at risk? And it's just rolling the dice before we're going to have a mass casualty event at some point. We haven't so far. At least publicly, we know that there's been 13 killed in action and about 330 wounded, but apparently, according to the Intercept, that's a vast undercount. We don't know what the real number is, but it's almost certainly higher than that. But when you have an F-15 that gets shot down on a day when you also had an A-10 shot down and 2 Black Hawk helicopters severely damaged and had to limp back into base, and then the following day, or in response to this, I guess 2 days later, you then lose another 5 aircraft to try to get that back. That's not something to celebrate. That is a major warning flag that no matter, despite all of our advantages, we're still losing aircraft. Whether those C-130s or the helicopters or this Little Bird were shot down, whether they were, quote, immobilized or they had mechanical failures, we don't know. I mean, here's for example, this is one of the pictures. This is almost certainly one of the C-130s based on the engines there. And based on that piece of wreckage, that gives some credence to the possibility that we ourselves destroyed the aircraft in place because we couldn't let it fall into enemy hands intact, because the engines are parked really kind of close to where they would be if they were on the fuselage. But even that, you see, it's a little bit spread out. So I don't know if it was just an explosion that caused them to go out. I mean, because it could have been enemy fire when the thing was parked. It could have been a drone that come in, which might explain why the engines are separated. Because if they just caught the thing on fire to burn it up so that it couldn't fall into enemy hands, they would be exactly where they would if it was in a parked status. But you see that they're a little offset there. So that implies that there was an explosion of some sort, although that could also have been maybe the fuel tanks exploding when they set the thing on fire. So it's hard to tell from this one photo here. This one, though, is a little bit different. This is the tail of the Little Bird, and you can see that it's not with it. So if you say, well, that wasn't shot down, number one, you can see what certainly appears to be lots of perforations in the tail section of it. That either intones an explosion where lots of shrapnel penetrated it, or machine gun bullets, or some similar thing there. But you see, it's not with the rest of the aircraft. So it does give more credibility that something blew the thing up. So we just don't know for sure what's happening with that. But we do know that this is part of a larger loss pattern here. This is so far Operation Epic Fury, and you can't read some of that small print there. U.S. aircraft losses, all the ones in the black have been knocked down. The ones in red have been severely damaged, and then there's some unconfirmed status like those C-135 or KC-135, fuel tankers. Several were damaged, but we don't know their exact status. There's conflicting claims. Now you see on the bottom row there's been an additional KC-135 destroyed, and now the 2 C-130s. And then you have the helicopters there. What's not on this is the Little Bird, so you can add that to the list. But that is a growing list here when we have mastery of the skies, when there's nothing they can do. And remember that famous thing for Hexeth, he says many times, we can just loiter over the skies and do anything. It's also not including the MQ-9s, the drones, which I think are now up to 15 or 20. Again, we just have to piece together because it's so hard to get accurate data out of the Pentagon, but we know quite a number of them have been knocked out. So apparently the Iranian air defense has been severely degraded, but is most definitely not destroyed. So it's going to continue to put us at risk in here. And that kind of leads into the problem of where we're going to go next, because overnight Netanyahu released a video bragging about having taken out a petrochemical plant in Iran that produces 70% of their gasoline for their country, civilian gasoline. And then here is another report that confirms that, is that the Iranian petrochemical complex in Al-Vaz just got hit. The facility supplies roughly 70% of Iran's domestic gasoline. This is the pump that keeps the Iranian cars, trucks, and generators running, things that they need for their country. So that has already been done from the energy system of Iran. So you can expect that they're going to do some things in kind. And so far, they have been doing that. Israel has taken a number of hits, and so have some of the GCC countries. Kuwait was significantly hit overnight. They had some of their oil infrastructure hit. I think their oil ministry building was hit. There were reports that some of the desalination plants were hit, and so far it's really foggy what happened. How serious was the damage? Just like this petrochemical plant, it was hit, but was it destroyed? Was it just put out of action for a while? Was it diminished? Those things aren't clear. And like when all of these, just like we've seen so far during 4 years of Russia and Ukraine war, when these kinds of facilities are hit, they go offline for a period of time, and then they have repair engineers that race to try and get things back up together. So it's not like that aircraft chart I showed you, where you take one system offline and then another plant and another capacity, and then it just adds up and soon they don't have anything. It plane's out, it's out. But when a facility gets hit, they will do everything they can to repair it and to go on. So it's unclear how big the damage is. But what is clear, and Netanyahu bragged about this in his video, he said this is going to continue on. We're going to continue putting this kind of pressure on it, and we will continue going on until we win, meaning no possibility of any kind of a settlement, no possibility of any kind of an off-ramp. He just wants military victory. Of course, we know how much pressure Netanyahu puts on Donald Trump. And again, this is what he said this morning, just a few hours ago, that he's going to go after their power plants and their bridges all wrapped up in one. And then this troubling, crude language that's used. I mean, that tells you that there's something wrong with the cognitive ability of the president as well. And this is not something to just dismiss. It's not even an insult at all. It is an alarming state that the leader of our country would ever talk like that in public. You may say, well, it's a wartime. He's using rough language. We've been at war before. You may have noticed. No president in our history has ever talked like that, because that is indicative that you're thinking emotionally, and that emotions, not sane policy, not strategic thinking, is driving your actions. That is the biggest danger here. So already we've lost five aircraft because of one big one. So that's 6 aircraft in one incident here. And now President Trump is angry because they're not doing what he wants. Let me tell you why. One of the other reasons he may be angry. We're in a real difficult situation here. Now, of course, the price of oil is up. The price of gasoline, as I saw last night when I went out, my tank's on about empty, and I'm going to have to fill up sometime today probably. And I'm like, it is continuing to just fly up. It is way over $4 a gallon. Apparently, it's heading to $6 here shortly, according to one report I saw yesterday. That's on the average in the United States if things don't change. The Strait of Hormuz continues to be closed. There are already rationing going on in parts of the world. The fertilizers are dramatically insufficient in quantities. The price of those that are available are going through the roof, which is going to cause medium and long-term food insecurity issues, not just for like parts of Africa. And it is, because I've got some friends in Africa who told me yesterday there are some real problems already manifesting there already. That's going to continue on. And when that starts to get to an acute state, you're talking a continent. You're talking Australia. Australia is already suffering problems, and that's going to manifest later on in the season when they start bringing those crops in at the harvest time. And then we have the issue of our own stuff here. This is the U.S. has reported that it's burned through more than 1,000 of its advanced cruise missiles in 5 weeks, going from 2,300 to roughly 425 available for everything else. They're raiding Pacific stockpiles to keep the Iranian campaign going, which means deterrent signals to China just got significantly quieter. Lockheed Martin can't build these fast enough. They take years to restock. Only one war to spend them. This is really alarming. You can see that the JASMs, the other long-range air-to-ground missiles that we fire, and of course all the various types of the interceptor missiles. We've been talking about this. We've used thousands of them, and they're running low as well, critically low. So that's what worries me about what President Trump may be thinking here, because he's got to see that there are all these economic signals. There are all these domestic political signals that are turning against him. And he looks at the inventory, because you know that they're telling him the truth. Those generals, when they talk about what our options are saying, listen, we can't lose aircraft at this rate. We can't spend offensive missiles at this rate. And you see now, because those are the standoff missiles, the JASMs and the Tomahawks. You can fire those from a safe distance back. The other ones that we have, and we have a lot of them, they have shorter range, so you have to get the aircraft closer in and over Iran. And as we see, then you have the risk of getting them shot down. And we're running out of the long range stuff. And so we cannot continue going on this. And do not lose sight of this. If we have that small of an inventory of the long range missiles that we would need for our national security, I have been screaming this for months, for years. Stop giving everything away to Ukraine. Stop giving everything away to Israel for these wars they should never have fought. But now then, we're bleeding them in a massive way, like a carotid artery type bleed on a war we should never have started and now cannot win. So that worries me, because that could lead President Trump to think to do something more drastic. And it's hard to imagine. What is he going to do? Fire some more Tomahawks, fire some more JASMs, just do something like the other day where they dropped that one bridge? He knows that's not going to do anything. They mocked him over it. They're able to sustain that. They can handle that kind of hits. They've done it before. They did it for 8 years during the Iraq War. So they can certainly do this. This is 5 weeks, folks. This hadn't even started in their terms. They could definitely go multiple months, probably even in the years. I think it's reasonable to suggest that they could go years, because they're now starting to get more help, according to reports, from both Russia and China in additional categories too. They can sustain this for a long time. The damage won't be minor, but you see, we're running out of stuff to shoot at them. So what is President Trump going to do? The worry is he may resort to a tactical nuclear weapon. I've been telling you, I worry about this from the beginning. Now my concern is growing, because the cost to our conventional force is starting to get unsustainable. And there's all kinds of folks online that are going to be bragging about how great this show's about the heart of Americans, and that'll play for a while. But pretty soon people are going to start going, hang on, that's a lot of aircraft that are off. And that even in this, that you see that one with CH-47 shows red, it wasn't damaged. The whole front of the aircraft was blown up on the ground. So that should be black. And that continues to happen, because whether it's Iranian drones are getting through, Iranian missiles are getting through, we can't stop them. We're running out of interceptor missiles that even diminish that number. And now we're running out of offensive missiles too. So pretty soon, President Trump is going to be faced with, I'm out of assets and I can't win the war. And therefore, by default, the Iranian side has won, because they retain control of the strait and control over all of those petrochemicals and the flow of oil, which is now, I can't imagine what the price of oil is going to be when the markets open up this week. But it's not going to be good, especially with all of this stuff happening, because they're going to react negatively to Americans' loss of so many combat aircraft over the weekend. And so here comes President Trump trying to calm everybody by saying, I'm going to do something big. So in my mind, that means one of only two things. I don't think he's going to just throw more standard bombs, because it won't do anything and it won't be a big splash. I'm afraid he may try a Moab, which is the mother of all bombs, which has to be dropped with a C-130 or greater aircraft, the kind that just got destroyed yesterday. But you would have to fly it over a target. It's a very big, very slow aircraft. And would require tremendous amounts of support and air power to defend it. But it's also one of the easier ones to shoot down. And if you're going to do anything in Tehran, you've got to fly over hundreds of miles of enemy territory, and then hopefully over the capital city, where whatever air defenses they have, they're going to be the best that they have there. And what if that plane gets shot down on the way? What if we don't even make good on that? Well, then that risk is certainly told to the president. So now then I worry that they may say, but from a very safe distance, we can fire a little nuke, tactical nuclear weapons, some call them. That's kind of a misnomer, because what we call a tactical nuclear is just a word. It's a nuclear bomb. And I think that most of them are probably commensurate with what we dropped on Hiroshima. They're not the 10 megaton cop that can wipe out, 9 million people in the city of Tehran in one shot, or if it ever comes back, New York City, Washington, Philadelphia, Dallas, etc. He may take that easy path because, and I've told you this before, but it bears repeating now. If the military tells him, if we have to launch a ground operation, number one, it will take a half a year at the absolute minimum to get that much those many personnel and all the assets that would be necessary with it, assuming we can even get a friendly country to allow us to station there. That's hardly a given. If you tried to post them up there, they're going to get attacked anyway. So people say, look, we just can't do this. With their ballistic missiles, they'll hit our mobilization sites. We'll never get to off the ground here. And even if we did, then we'll get into those mountains. It's going to be a bloodbath. So the thing that makes the most calculable sense is to minimize friendly casualties and to maximize our chance to win. Let's do like what the president did in 1945 in August in Japan and drop a tactical nuclear weapon and saying there's more where these came from until they finally surrender. You see the pressure and the temptation is enormous on President Trump. We're losing aircraft. We're running out of air defense and air offense missiles. We don't even have any ground troops in the other than just some symbolic something on the ground they could do. And even that could be coming in there. Maybe he's going to do something with that too. If this doesn't work, even if he does a Moab, then the pressure, especially if it doesn't succeed, will rise for a tactical nuclear weapon. So that is what I'm watching for this week. We are in a very, very dangerous situation here, folks. And once a nuclear weapon is used, it doesn't even matter who or where or what the target is. The world as we've known it will forever change in ways I couldn't even predict. Even this good as I think my analytical skills are, there's so many variables I don't know, but it would be dark. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. Anything happens in between now and Monday, we'll certainly bring that to you. Otherwise, we'll look forward to seeing you Monday morning on the Daniel Davis Deep Dive.
We're going to give Iran nuclear weapons, and Iran going to have their own in a very short time, but if they try, they're going to pay for it.
Larry, how are you?
I am well, doing much better than the U.S. Air Force. I can say that first with certainty.
Oh, of course. Yesterday's developments were pretty extraordinary. And what's more extraordinary is Trump's statement today. Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. President Donald J. Trump. That was about an hour or two ago. Exactly an hour and a half ago. So there's a lot there, Larry. And I put out a post. I said, I didn't really mind him saying open the fucking straits, him cursing, calling him crazy bastards. Trump is Trump. And for me, these words don't cause much harm. People might not like it politically. Praise to be to Allah. For me, that doesn't matter either. But when he says tomorrow, Tuesday will be power plant day and then bridge day, that really, really worries me. What do you make of, before we talk about the events, actually, let's start with everything. Events yesterday, Larry, get your analysis on that, the rescue of the pilot, and all the way up to today with that post.
Well, it remains, we still don't know how many other members of the combat search and rescue effort were killed. I think there were at least 6 dead from a crash of a C-130 that was involved with the whole rescue effort. So they're covering that up. They're hiding the casualties. This is I call this deja vu all over again. During the Vietnam War, when pilots were shot down and had not been immediately captured, we would send out the combat search and rescue teams to try to recover them. And more often than not, during that particularly 10 years of intense combat on the part of the United States, those crews would be lost. So just trying to save one guy, you'd end up getting 6, 10, 12 others killed. And that's what happened yesterday. You know, the Americans, the media is just celebrating. Yeah, we got them. We rescued all. This is great. Count up the number of aircraft that they lost. At least 2 Black Hawks in that effort, and at least 1, if not 2, C-130s. Now the one C-130 looks like it got stuck on the ground and then was subsequently blown up, but the other one was hit in midair, exploded, and went into the ground. So this is, you know, all of this comes inconveniently 2 days after Donald Trump had proudly proclaimed that all air defense system in Iran had been obliterated, wiped out. So you take Trump's comments at that speech that he gave Wednesday night, and combine that with this latest truther, you know, whatever he calls him, that he put out. The man needs to be removed from office. And I'm not saying that in hyperbole. I mean, he is seriously mentally damaged. Is, you know, they say the egg has slipped off the English muffin here. He is not rational, or he's lost any filter. You know, it's one thing to say, you know, there's a sort of a right way and a wrong way to say this, but even Trump 4, 6, 8 years ago was not talking like this. And what's this praise be to Allah business? Yeah, all that is insulting Muslims around the world. I mean, this kind of, you know, if you will, the defamation of the deity. And instead of, at a time when the United States needs the support of countries like Jordan and Saudi Arabia, that kind of comment is simply going to enrage them. So I you know, that what has been exposed over the course really of the last 48 hours is that the United States is trying to fight a war that it cannot win, and the efforts to cover up the losses is becoming increasingly difficult.
Let's go back to the events yesterday. So there's the counter argument to that is, from what I understand, there were no American deaths in the rescue operation. You're saying there could have been deaths with the.
You're being lied to, Mario. You're being lied to. Look, a C-130.
That's a fact. You've been lied to.
Just as a side note, I was hired by Hollywood to be a consultant on the first A-Team movie. And the script writer in it had the A-Team rush the cockpit of a C-130 and strap themselves to the pilot seat and hit the ejection button. And I had to tell him, I said, boy, that's really creative writing, except there's only one problem. You don't have ejection seats in a C-130. It's a hard shell aircraft. So when that thing exploded and crashed into the ground, and the video on that's not AI generated, none of the crew got out. So there were deaths. The Pentagon is lying. They're covering it up.
But from what I understand, the C-130 was blown up by the U.S. forces.
It's too embarrassing to say you went in to save a pilot and then you lost more American soldiers and all your aircraft was blown up. That's embarrassing.
In the rescue operation to ensure enemy forces don't take control of it.
That's the story the Pentagon's putting out. That's what you keep getting fed, frankly, all this bullshit from the Pentagon. They're liars. They lied about the KC-135 that went down some weeks ago. They claimed that it had crashed midair. It got taken out by a missile.
You're talking about the 2 KC-130, the shadow tankers that collided. But they also didn't lie about the casualties there. They said all pilots. They didn't lie that nothing got destroyed.
Well, no, that one they didn't lie. They had a convenient excuse for how they came up with a lie to explain how it came down. Oh, this was just an accident. These guys didn't die in combat. It was an accident. It was a sad accident. But to admit that the C-130 went down, and because when it goes down and crashes, nobody gets out. And therefore, that wasn't a collision, mid-air collision. They couldn't present it as such. They had a lot of aircraft, and that was just for one pilot. Look, with this this is a reminder of we're now technologically at a stage where you really no longer need pilots in aircraft over combat zones. It's an anachronism because they're going to get shot down. And then if you're going to try to rescue them, you're going to put a lot more lives at risk. A drone goes down. Hey, the drone goes down. There's no person to recover. And they can actually, a lot of these combat aircraft can be configured so that they can be flown remotely. You don't need a pilot in it. They can be flown remotely. But that said, yeah, the Pentagon's putting out the spin. Oh, it was great. We lost a few aircraft, but we destroyed those on the ground. I mean, good God. Please. This is the lies they're telling are off the charts. Because, again, we were just told, hey, we obliterated all the air defense. There's nothing left in Iran. Iran can't shoot us down. And then yesterday, the number of aircraft that were lost were at least, in addition to the one F-15, you had at least one A-10, two Pave Hawk helicopters that are, sort of souped up versions of the Black Hawk, and at least two C-130s. Okay, so you lose 5 more aircraft to rescue the pilot from one. Yeah, that's a great success. Now, I mean, you don't deny the balls on the guys that went in there that are, the PJs and the pilots. And you had a lot of Task Force 160 pilots doing their thing yesterday, and they are exceptionally talented. But you're fighting a war where you're basically have declared war on civilians, and that's what these guys, with all the good work that they did, that's what they're tacitly supporting. They're supporting a war crime.
So why do you think it's not likely they destroyed the aircraft on the ground, the C-130 on the ground? So they did a makeshift landing strip for the rescue operation. I'm not an expert, so why wouldn't they destroy it if, let's say, they couldn't evacuate it or was damaged?
Okay, explain to me how they made a makeshift landing strip.
I'm not, as I said, I'm not the expert. So
yeah, they didn't make a makeshift landing strip. The C-130s are designed that they can land in difficult terrain and take off. But look, this the video, I can share the video with you of this fireball coming down. It wasn't a missile. It was an aircraft that was on fire and crashed. And why we know it's a C-130, because the C-130s also carry an extra load of fuel that they can be used to do aerial refueling of these helicopters, the Pave Hawks. The United, why the Pentagon's saying that, they don't want to admit that the plane got shot down. Because if they admit that the plane gets shot down, that's contradicting the commander-in-chief, Donald Bone Spurs Trump, who insisted that there is no more air. You don't have any more air defense in Iran, so we're free to fly wherever we want. And yet, Friday showed that that's just not true. It's a damn lie.
All right. And in last question on that operation, Larry, is the no man left behind ethos. So on one side, a very valid argument, which some may find insensitive, but you got to make these decisions in times of combat, is that one pilot is down, and if the operation could risk the death of 10 more, is it really worth conducting that operation to save that pilot, who may be saved as well through a prisoner exchange with Iran? So there could be other ways to get him out of the country that wouldn't risk American aircraft, but more importantly, American lives. Now, the other argument is the importance of no man left behind. So a man's life, a pilot's life, or any man's life, any American's life is to some extent priceless. And so that's the first one. And the second one is the importance of that ethos in the American military, because it gives the American soldiers a lot of courage. Now, this is, I said, it's an ethos. It's not a policy.
Right.
The no man left behind is not an American policy. A lot of times men are left behind in combat, as you know better than I. But do you also see the benefits of that ethos as well, to keep the morale up and to show how much a soldier's life is valued? Because you've got the complete opposite on the Israeli side. They've got the Hannibal's directive, which is almost the opposite, where even if it risks the captive's life, anything to ensure he does not, the soldier is not captured by enemy combatants, which is the complete opposite of the ethos, of the American ethos.
Yeah. Yeah, no, look, this goes way, way back, and it's not always adhered to. There have been, several incidents over the years. In fact, I don't, when the crash of Eagle Claw, that was the one that took place in 1980 during the attempted hostage rescue of the U.S. hostages in Tehran. And that collision killed 8. I think they had to leave those bodies behind, simply because the burning wreckage and then the attention was attracting, and they had to escape. So, but normally, it's there to get the pilot, basically to convince the pilot, oh, we got your back. Go ahead and conduct this operation in which you may get shot down. We'll come get you. And the crews of these the combat search and rescue outfits, they're remarkable. They are incredibly brave, incredibly competent, and they take that mission seriously. But I'm just saying it's an anachronism. We've reached the stage technologically where we don't need pilots in aircraft in order to carry out missions.
And it's already changing. I think unmanned aircraft is one of the fastest growing sectors of the American of the military industrial complex. So where are we at the war now? You've seen that post from Trump. Some see it as desperation. Others see it as just a clear threat. And if Iran does not concede in some way, the alternative could be pretty ugly for the country. There's also been statements after that post by Trump where he said, let me try to find the statements, but he said, he expects a deal by tomorrow, which made me realize what I felt in the beginning. He said, I think I'll be able to get a deal by tomorrow. We sent a lot of guns to the Iranian protesters. We sent guns to the Kurds. I think the Kurds kept them. Oh, I didn't see that comment. If Iran doesn't make a deal fast, I'm considering blowing everything up and taking over the oil. So to me, it seems he's always been wanting a deal, but he's kind of left no resort that he has to escalate and start striking infrastructure because militarily it's not going well.
Yeah, no, it's not. Look, and that comment, it's an irrational comment. Which is it? Open the strait, destroy the power centers, or take the oil? All three? And he's admitting we armed the protesters. That was, the Iranian government was saying at the time, look, a lot, there are outsiders, or let's say Kurds, Baluchis, people, the Mujahideen al-Khalq. These outsiders have been armed and deliberately come in to agitate and create this impression that the government is killing mass protesters, when in fact these inserts from the United States, they were doing a lot of the killing in order to try to provoke an incident. So here's Trump admitting, okay, yeah, we did that. Okay. The war is not going well. And if it was, Trump would not be tweeting such crazed, emotional messages. Someone said, open the fucking strait. That's not normal. I mean, that is just not normal. The reality of this war right now is Iran is essentially setting the price of oil worldwide. Iran is forcing a pretty interesting shift in the world financial order. Deutsche Bank is now starting to issue Chinese bonds for investors, and the investors are flocking to buy those up because they now see China as a more stable, safe investment than buying U.S. treasuries. And so this is clear desperation on Trump's part. And, there will not be an agreement tomorrow. And probably tomorrow that, this insertion of U.S. ground troops that was supposed to have started Friday night was delayed because of the number of the downing of the F-15 and then the search for all the pilots. And that, that comprehensive, a lot of assets that normally might be involved with inserting troops were involved with rescuing or trying to find this one pilot. So it wouldn't be surprised that we see this ground operation launch Monday or Tuesday assuming that there's, Trump doesn't get major pushback from the military, said, no, we're not going to do this. This is suicidal. I know. I spoke with somebody who's involved with one of the task force that are monitoring events, and he's expressing great surprise at how the U.S. military personnel are shocked, surprised at the resistance that Iran is putting up. Because at the start there was this belief, oh, we got them, this will be over in 48 hours, 70. Now they're like, holy mother of God, what, we got a problem here. So
why doesn't Trump? But Larry, why doesn't Trump just walk away from this? Why does he need to force Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, which the U.S. doesn't even need?
He'd have to admit he's a loser, and he emotionally, as this raging.
He doesn't.
Narcissist.
He can paint it into a win. He could portray this. He could easily flip this into a win. He's the best orator. He's the best politician.
He can't. He did that with the Red Sea when he pulled out on the Houthis. But the problem here is Iran remains in firm control of the Strait of Hormuz, and
but that was never an objective. The objective was to destroy their military capabilities, their nuclear program,
right?
And one could say their leadership, because he promised the protesters support. Well, he's done those, which any strategist would know this is not really a win, especially not a strategic win.
Yes.
But for the average voter, the average person that's not following this closely, they could be led to believe it is a win.
He is committed to forcing Iran to kneel before him. And he's not gonna back away from that. He's tried, but the reality of the Iranians controlling the Strait of Hormuz and preventing any commercial transit by ships connected to the United States or to the Europeans that are backing the United States or any other country that's backing the United States, it is really set up. That now is the core of this war. What's happening globally to the world economy is there is a recession. They said, I've read some, Bloomberg was saying, oh, this may cause a recession. Yeah, no, this is a recession. We're in the midst of it. They'll come back retroactively and say, oh yeah, that started in February 28th of 2026. You are right that if Trump was rational, he'd be finding a way to try to disengage from this, to save what is left of U.S. influence in the Gulf. But if he proceeds with giving Israel and launching these attacks on Tuesday to destroy the power centers, including nuclear plants, Bushehr, and to take out bridges, Iran's made it clear they will retaliate in kind, and they've kept their word on that up to this point, and they've been able to do it, pretty dramatically. So they will then destroy critical infrastructure throughout Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Qatar and United Arab Emirates, as well as Israel, and this will continue to escalate to a point in which I think what's going to happen politically in the United States is even Republicans are starting to turn on Trump. And they're saying, no, we're not going to spend $200 billion more on a war without. You got to come to Congress and ask for a declaration of war. If that's what you want, you got to fulfill the Constitution. And Trump so far is not going to do that. There are reports coming out now that Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, she's basically been running the show. That's finally dawning upon her how damaging politically this is to Trump. And the one report in Time magazine said that they had been basically lying to Trump. They'd just been telling him, hey, boss, man, things are going great. This is wonderful. Iran's on the verge of collapsing. And she said, no, stop sugarcoating it, guys. Start telling the president the truth. Yeah.
What do you make of the generals that were dismissed by Hegseth?
A mixed. It's a mixed bag. I mean, one of the generals, Hodney, who was dismissed. He was a. I'll call him a politician. He was the guy that was in command in Afghanistan with
the head of the Army Transformation and Training Command.
That's his current job. But previously, when he was an on-the-ground commander, when the former NFL player Pat Tillman was killed by friendly fire, and one of the reasons that contributed to his death was that Hodney is the one that made the decision to split the company and then put them at two different locations where they weren't in good communication, and that's what led. That was a major factor in Tillman's death. And Hodney and others tried to cover it up back then. So getting rid of a guy like that doesn't break my heart. But what it does illustrate is that this politicization of the military, it didn't start under Trump, but it really started in earnest, I think, under Barack Obama, continued under then Obama to Trump to Biden, and now back to Trump. And it's creating the trying to create what I call a Praetorian Guard, a military element that is loyal to a president on the political basis instead of being loyal to the Constitution. Go back to Roman times, the legionnaires, the regular army, they were there to uphold and support Rome, not to back a particular Caesar. And so that's what we're sort of seeing with this firing. I would hope that some who were fired were ones that said, look, we're against, we don't think U.S. military involvement in Iran is appropriate. But the guys that were removed, none of them are in the operational chain of command for making decisions about the war. Those decisions reside with Central Command, Admiral Brad Cooper, with the head of JSOC, the Joint Special Operations Command, and then you get the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They'll sign off on orders that are issued going out and requests for support that come in. So far, the ones that are removed, they didn't have anything operationally to do with the war. And none of them since have come out with public comments to say, hey, one of the reasons we left is because of our opposition to this war. So I think this is just more petty politics.
But it's also the chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff. He advises the president directly as well. And there's been a lot of talk about advisors not giving the facts straight to the president. Is it possible that the people that were fired, or at least the chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, he was fired because his advice initially was maybe to play the role in dragging Trump into this war? Because one can argue is that Trump didn't want this war. Trump made a mistake starting this war, expected it to end within days, and here he is stuck. So couldn't these firings be a result of that? Trump upset at the outcome of the war and letting go of the people that played a role in convincing him to start the war.
No, none of them were in a position that would either brief that kind of information, collect that kind of information, or be in communication with the president on that. And the Army Chief of Staff, they have a broader vision of they have a broader responsibility of managing the army in terms of, how are we going to recruit? What kind of training are soldiers who join the U.S. Army going to get? What kind of budgets do we need? What kind, what's our equipment load, et cetera. So they're really more sort of admin types that were not related to any of the decisions about going to war.
So going back to the statement that Trump just made, a lot of people are waiting for that deadline to finish. Do you think Trump will deliver on his threats? You said he likely will, and Iran will retaliate in kind. Is that where you stand? So how's this war going to continue if that happens? So on one side, Trump wants an off-ramp. Iran is not giving him an off-ramp. But I worry that they're doing that. One could argue they have the right to do that. They want to deter future war, but at what cost? Isn't there a possibility? And I don't know why not enough people believe that. Again, I'm always the optimist that's wrong. But why are people seeing, from a logical perspective, Iran, for the sake of their country, should accept a deal, because Trump will probably go ahead with the threats and deliver on these threats. He can't bluff again. He's bluffed so many, unless they give him something. if they need to give him an off-ramp. The alternative just seems very, very dystopian.
Well, Iran's willing to take the blows. I mean, they see this as fighting for the very existence of their country. There's nothing, if they give up here, I think many are convinced that Trump will just be back until he, quote, changes the regime, until that regime is fully under the control of the United States. Let's not forget that what happened in 1980 and until 1988, the Iraq War, that was backed, funded, supplied by the United States. That was in effect, Iraq, and U.S. history doesn't really focus on this much, but the reality was Iraq was a U.S. proxy being used to attack Iran during the 1980s. All the while that we were involved with funding the Mujahideen in Afghanistan to defeat the Soviets. Reagan was we were funding the Contras in Central America to overthrow the Sandinistas, and so Iraq was one other. That war with Iran was one other component. It didn't get a lot of coverage. In other words, that even in CIA and the presidential daily briefs. But the Iraqis remember. Let's not forget that the Ayatollah, the new Ayatollah, Mojtaba Khamenei, he was a 16-year-old boy. He had just finished secondary school in 1987, I believe, and he over his first, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, he wasn't yet the Ayatollah, but over his objections, joined the IRGC as a 17-year-old boy, fought in combat for 2 years, experienced chemical weapons that were supplied by the United States. He was involved in attacks that the Iraqis planned and carried out as a result of receiving U.S. intelligence that was hand carried to them by, a now deceased friend of mine named Pat Lang. So, and out of that, they suffered hundreds of thousands dead. 70,000 civilians alone are estimated to have died over the period of that war. So Iran's not looking for an off-ramp. Iran is going to fight this and candidly, go ahead.
No, sorry to interrupt you, Larry, but I agree with you, and he's got many reasons to want to continue the war. He'd be full of anger, full of vengeance after not only the things he's gone through as a kid, where he sees the US as this great Satan that destroyed his country, that killed hundreds of thousands of Iranians because of their support for the war in Iraq, gave Iraq chemical weapons, etc. So he's got many reasons, putting aside the sanctions as well that crippled the economy for so many years, that led to the protests that almost brought down the government. Putting all these aside, they killed his family. If I sit back, like in the war, I try to always put myself in the shoes of all sides involved. If I sit back and imagine my wife, no, I don't have a wife, but my loved one, I think he had one kid, their mother, niece, whatever, all these different family members killed in one strike that also injured me, severely injured me. And then afterwards started bombing my country, destroying my country and killing Iranian people. I would be full of so much anger. I would want to fight till the death. Yes. But as a leader as well, a leader should put the well-being of their people ahead of their own feelings, their own emotions, their own feelings for vengeance. And while people are willing to fight, also, and I was speaking to Dimitri a couple of days ago, who was in Iran a few days ago on that tour. By the way, it's a crazy story. Not sure if you saw that, Larry. Dimitri, he's got the YouTube channel. Did you know that sorry to digress, as he was visiting different sites, so he was on TV because they caught him crying when he saw a little girl in hospital. And then they started taking him to different sites after the incident on TV where he went viral in Iran. People would recognize him on the street and thank him for everything. Every time they visit a site, hours later or the next day, it was struck by a drone, including that Manab school was struck again after they visited it, which pretty much adds up to someone was warning them to stop their coverage. It's happened for 3-4 days. It was just a wild story. You should check out the interview or chat to him about it. But anyway, if you, the leaders should put the well-being of their people first, even though it might not be the right thing or the fair thing to do in the eyes of many people, for the sake of Iran, because the US has enough firepower, maybe not to win strategically, and maybe it could be bogged down like Vietnam, Iraq, etc. but it could also destroy the country like it did in Vietnam, did in Iraq, did in Afghanistan, because it could less easily, but also easily do with Iran. They could sit there bombing for another 3 months and destroy the entire infrastructure. They could do that. So as the leader of the country, don't you agree that Mushtaba, even if it may not seem the right thing to do from a fairness perspective, it's the right thing to do by his people, by his country, to accept a deal that might include, I think Trump will accept to lift the sanctions and might even accept a toll booth at the Strait of Hormuz. He just wants the markets to do better so he's not embarrassed in front of the voters in the US. I think that's what Trump is seeking. Why not give him that?
Well, if you have a serial murderer in your neighborhood, do you negotiate with him?
If it means the well-being of the people in the neighborhood, okay, that's probably a horrible example. Sorry, but
no, you don't.
You can't negotiate with a serial murderer. It's a bad example.
But that's what the United States is. Let's be clear about this. The United States likes to portray itself as we're this good, honorable country. We're all about promoting democracy around the world, and yet the record, the facts of the last 71. I've been on this earth for 71 years, so I show up a year after the United States engineers the coup that overthrows Muqtada, the president of Iran, and who is democratically elected. Then the Arbenz in Guatemala in Mossadegh, and then Arbenz in Guatemala in 1954. Then this war that we unleash in Vietnam, where they're simply trying to free themselves from the colonial control of France. And all we did was try to protect that, cover that up, and then engineer some crap that, the communists are trying to take over. And then when the communists do take over, what do? We work with them. We get along. We make deals. We do trade. I mean, it's all bullshit. And the problem is that we've been trying to destroy Iran for 46 years. The way Trump tells it is, here we are, the good, innocent United States. We haven't done anything to these fanatical Muslims. When it's just the opposite. We've back. In fact, just one final.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Sorry, Larry.
Yeah. In 1988, when Mustafa Khamenei was fighting, one of the battles he fought in was led by the Mujahideen al-Khalq, okay? The MEK. They were the frontline shock troops of that particular unit that attacked. The MEK today is funded and supported by the United States and has continued to carry out terrorist attacks inside Iran. So this is, they don't need to give Donald Trump a damn thing except the defeat. Except the defeat.
True. Look, I agreed with that statement, okay? But as the leader of a country, and by the way, we both agree that we're both agree on most things when it comes to this war. I'm very, very critical of this war. But as the leader of a country, your job is not to, especially a smaller country, not a superpower like the US, China, Russia. When you're the leader of a smaller country, your focus should be the well-being of your people. You can't fix the world, okay? So let's say the US is the aggressor in the world. It's the homogeneous power. It's the unipolar. It's the leader in the unipolar world. The job of the Iranian leader would be to do what the Emiratis are doing, what the Saudis are doing, what the Qataris and Bahrainis are doing. That is, do what's best for their people, even if it may not be ethically right. Because there's a very good argument to be made, and I make it, that those countries should have stood up by the Palestinians. You know, I wish I can ask them those questions in interviews on public, but when I have private conversations with some of these people, they're like, Mario, look, our heart goes out to these people, but there's only so much we could do. We know that if we try to stand in the way, it would come at the detriment of our people. So we have to make a decision. Either we take the right decisions for our own people, and that is our job, or we try to sacrifice our people for the well-being of the world. Because what Iran did, they had an ideology. They see the US as the great Satan. They also have, they believe as an ideological
but stop right
government.
There. Why do they see the United States as the great Satan?
There's many reasons to see the US in a bad light. Iran, for example, has been subject to American foreign policy, the ugly side of American foreign policy, since the 1979 revolution. Before that, they were benefiting from the US. Before that, they were the Gulf of the Middle East. They were the leading economy. So putting right or wrong aside, because I also see the frustration for a lot of the Iranian leadership, for example, they want to lead their country their own way. Why should other countries meddle? They want to have an ideological government. That's up to them. That is their country. The Iranian people could rise up against them because that's their right. but other countries shouldn't meddle in there. I understand their perspective. But when you're in a position right now and you have the world's biggest military threatening to bomb you back to the Stone Age, it's not right. And it shouldn't happen in the world we live in. It shouldn't. Trump, the best thing Trump could do right now, which I would consider a win and I would applaud him, is he walks away, mess was created, it's okay, decisions go wrong, and let the world clean up the mess. It is what it is. That's how the world works, and go back to focusing on the US and Cuba, etc. But if he doesn't, I just worry that if Iran does not give him the win he wants, and again, it doesn't have to be a real strategic win, just could be an optical win, it will just cost the Iranian people so much. That's what worries me.
Well, but look at it from the Iranian perspective. Iran has tried to actually have a productive relationship with the United States. Iran was willing to negotiate with the United States and did so under the JCPOA. When the JCPOA was concluded, which had the backing of Russia and China, that said that, hey, if Iran does not comply, there are going to be sanctions. Iran complied with that agreement, except the Europeans never lifted the sanctions as they were required. And then Donald Trump abrogates the agreement as soon as he gets in office. So here's Iran, and there's always been a moderate section, or a section, I don't want to call them moderates, but a section that believe, hey, we can negotiate with the West. They're reasonable people. They'll listen to us. And yet the West continues to perpetuate this notion that the West is the victim of Iran, when, as I pointed out earlier, it's the United States that attacked Iran back in 1980 vis-a-vis a proxy, Saddam Hussein. It wasn't Iran. Iran has never gone out and attacked one of its neighbors until now. After
the counter argument would be Iran did attack their neighbors, but not directly, because they did not do it directly. They did it through proxies. Hezbollah was born because of the Israeli invasion, but Iran helped them, helped establish them, helped fund them.
Iran didn't help establish them. They established themselves, and Iran aligned with them because they are Shia
and supported them.
But the only country, Iran was not attacking. Wasn't using Shia to attack and destabilize the government in Lebanon or in Jordan or in Syria or in Turkey. They weren't doing any of that. It was against the Zionists, these land thieves. That's who they were fighting for, and frankly, they were upholding that cause, but they were not conducting. They didn't invade Iraq twice like the United States. They didn't start a radical Islamic insurgency in Syria like the United States did. I mean, the United States, and then it has been persistent in carrying out and supporting terrorist attacks against Iran for more than 25 years, starting, or 23 years, going back to when the U.S. took control of the MEK in 2003. And so every time Iran has tried to negotiate, up to as of February 28th, for God's sake, they're in Geneva. They're talking. They're willing to talk. They're not making unreasonable demands of the West. And what does the United States do? We launch an illegal, immoral war of aggression against Iran. It's a war crime. Donald Trump should be in prison over this.
So what's the alternative, Larry? Because if Iran does not fold and Trump goes ahead with his threats, he will destroy Iran.
No,
and what will happen is Iran will do. I'll finish that. Sorry. Yeah. He will, in my opinion, he will destroy Iran, and Iran will go down and bring the world economy with it, because they can also bring down the world economy with the Strait of Hormuz. So everyone is screwed if that happens. If there's no deal in the next 24 hours, everybody's screwed. Iran the most. The Gulf is second, and Israel and Lebanon probably second. Gulf and Israel third. Fourth is the Asian economies. Fifth is the European economies, and everyone else follows through.
Well, I think that you're correct in that Iran, using the leverage of the Strait of Hormuz and the global economy, is trying to awaken other countries to the need that, hey, you can't sit on the sidelines and say, like the people you've talked to said, yeah, it's terrible what's happening to those Palestinians, but boy, we can't take the risk to get involved. No, everybody's got to get off their ass and take some risks to get involved. The United States is out of control. I hate to say that about my country, but there is no other conclusion. We are funding a war in Ukraine and continue to do so. and look at the death and destruction that's brought upon those Ukrainians. We provoked Russia repeatedly, even though Russia, like Iran, hey, can we join NATO? Rebuffed by Bill Clinton and then George W. Bush. So what we've got here is the United States is a hegemon and seeking nothing but domination of the world, and other countries are awakening to it. Iran's going to be able to outlast the United States on this, just like Vietnam outlasted the United States in the war in the 1960s, lasted into 1975. It is just because the United States is not going to be willing or able to economically make the sacrifice and to put more people at risk. Look at how the news media was dominated by the search for just one guy. Okay? Now, imagine what happens when you get a plane load, let's say one of the helicopters carrying 12 troops goes down. And they're dead. It's Black Hawk Down on steroids. What happens when when all of a sudden you wind up in a matter of days with 200, 300 dead Americans? The wheels will come off over here. The Iranian people, they are suffering terribly, and it's unholy what's being done to them. But they've learned. Every time they've tried to negotiate with the United States, they've been attacked. I mean, imagine you're an Iranian advisor and you're going to go to Pezeshkian and try to make the case, and he's going to say to you, "Okay, Mario, can you cite me one instance where we negotiated in good faith with the United States and they came to an agreement that was mutually beneficial to us?"
Why not?
You can't cite one.
Why not do the following? Why not stop chanting death to Israel, stop chanting death to America? I'm not saying the leadership are, but many are in the political class. Stop chanting death to America. Stop enriching uranium to 60%. The hardest part is enriching the first few percentage points. The easiest one is 60 to 90, whatever, to develop nuclear weapons. Stop doing that. Start doing business with the US. Again, I'm not saying what's right or wrong. I'm saying imagine they all do all this. Start doing business with the US, like other Gulf countries, other neighboring countries, and not see Israel as an enemy. Try to do what Saudi did, etc., and slowly pave the path to normalization of relations. Where would Iran be if they did all that? Keeping the same ideological ruling class, because I don't think Trump really cares. I don't think even the US military establishment really cares, as long as it's good for business, as long as it's good for big oil.
No,
Iran, I get putting right or wrong aside, and stop supporting the proxies that are fighting Americans in Iraq or in Syria, or fighting Israel in Gaza or in Lebanon from Hezbollah, or the Houthis to a lesser extent before October 7th.
Well, the reality is this. They don't chant death to America because they hate our values. They hate us for what we've done to them. We killed, at a minimum, we're responsible because of our support for Iraq by providing weapons of mass destruction, chemical weapons, something Iran's never done. But our provision of those to Iraq resulted in the deaths of at least 300,000 Iranians, and of those, 70,000 civilians. We don't have people in the United States out publicly saying death to Iran, but that's exactly what people like Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz and other politicians, they're not calling for peace for Iran. They're calling to destroy Iran.
These guys are lunatics.
Same damn thing. Same damn thing. In fact,
or the guys are Smotrich and Ben Gvir, which are even more lunatics.
Yeah, so it's not even the same thing. The Iranians chant it because they've got a reason. We have killed them. We've killed their children, just like we did on the opening day of February 28th. 170, you have to get a firm number. I've heard 165 to 175 little girls between the ages of 6 and 12. That's why. And why do they chant death to Israel? It's not Israel, the state. It's the Zionist project that is oppressing and destroying the lives of Palestinians, Palestinian Muslims, and Palestinian Christians. Israel makes no distinction. They don't sit there and go, this is anti-Muslim. No, as they say in their Hebrew language, when it's not being translated or people aren't listening, it's the Amalek. They are following this ridiculous crap in this Old Testament that says that, oh yeah, God wants you to go out and kill and murder women, children, and men and beasts. Sorry, if that's your God, you've got a God of death. You got a God of death.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started on Israel right now. My level of tolerance with Israel now is at an all-time low. After their statements in Lebanon, after I'm seeing what's happening in South Lebanon, they're leveling the place. It's just, honestly, the video's coming out. I posted. I said, this looks like Gaza. Not saying it as just a figure of speech. It genuinely looks like Gaza. I saw a video of it on my feed. I'm like, what did the team post? Like, why they're posting Gaza? What happened there? I'm like, fucking hell, that's South Lebanon. And the statement by the defense minister, Lebanese people are not allowed to come back to the south, even after the war ends. Over 600,000 people, Larry. And then those villages on the border, they're going to do to them like they did in Gaza. I saw that shit. I'm like, man, I was one of the people saying, I don't think, I was like 60-40. I don't think Israel wants to annex Lebanese territory. Now I'm 50-50. Now I'm like, and it's going to continue getting worse if they keep doing this. But statements like that are just shocking. So don't get me started on Israel. But
let me just point out, that's why Iran is supporting Hezbollah and Hamas. But let's not forget, who provided Hamas with $1 billion? That was Israel. $1 billion. Because Israel's not interested in a peaceful coexistence with the Palestinian people, because they don't see the Palestinians as human beings. They're Untermensch, subhumans, just like the Nazis treated Jews as Untermensch. I mean, this is the ultimate irony. These Zionists who claim that they needed this land to be protected from a Holocaust by the Gentiles are now turning around and doing the same thing to the Palestinian people with no difference.
Fucking hell, man.
Yeah. So, okay.
You don't think there's going to be a deal? You don't think it's going to be a deal, Larry? You don't think there's going to be a deal?
No. Iran.
Like, what if Trump gives them? What if Trump lifts the sanctions? He agrees to lift the sanctions in a phased manner, so he doesn't seem like a loss. He allows them to keep their toll booth on the Strait of Hormuz, which is the best form of reparations they could be, and just agrees on an end to the war and some sort of new uranium enrichment deal, promises that are just more symbolic.
Yeah.
If he offers them that, they'll take it. They can't not take that. Do you agree? They should and they will take that.
Yeah, they would probably be willing to entertain that, but with that, there's got to be a rock solid guarantee and something provided probably by Russia and China that they'll never be attacked again. Because right now, put yourself in the position of Pezeshkian, and you had to ask your advisor, can you give me one example where we've made an agreement with the United States and they've upheld it? And the answer would be no, there's not one. Can you give me examples where we've made agreements with the United States and they turn around and betrayed us? Now, time after time. So that's the problem. The United States has destroyed its credibility with the Iranians. And look, there's a professional segment within Iran that is quite pro-Western. And one, I forget the guy's name. He just came out with, he proposed a peace plan that was far more generous than what you're talking about. He talked about immediately lifting the control over the Strait of Hormuz, and giving up Iran's leverage. That is Iran's critical leverage here. It's not military. Iran's leverage is controlling that strait and reorienting or restructuring the global economy. So now in the future, it's not the United States that necessarily sets the price of oil. Iran has a great say in that because it controls the flow. And the Gulf Arabs are going to have to make a choice. And the choice, and I think this is ultimately going to be a critical deal. The UAE and Qatar and Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, they can no longer be aligned with the United States. They're going to have to come into an alignment with Iran. Iran is going to establish itself as the regional military power. And those countries are going to have to go along with it, because if they try to fight Iran right now, they'll lose.
Or if Iran gets bombed for another 6 months, it ends up like Iraq or Syria.
Yeah, but it won't be that. Iran, number one, the United States does not have the air capability to do that. Okay, it is Iran is too big. It's too big. Look at all the control we had over Afghanistan. 20 years, we couldn't control that. Iran is a much bigger country, and it actually has more infrastructure embedded in that country throughout. No, it's just I know there are some in the U.S. military that will be advocating that, but they advocated that in Vietnam. Remember in Vietnam? Well, you don't remember. Okay, I remember, but you weren't around yet. There's this notion that all we did had to bomb the hell out of the Vietnamese. I mean, just carpet bomb them, B-52 strikes, everything. Yeah, just destroy. I mean, we dropped more bombs on Vietnam than we dropped on the Japanese and the Germans in the entirety of World War II. And what did it accomplish? The Vietnamese won. They won. And that's going to be the ugly truth that the U.S. is going to have to come to grips with. That we're no longer this superpower that can control and dictate what other countries do. And
does that change?
Go ahead.
Does it change the shooting of the aircraft yesterday? Does that change the calculus on the battlefield and the U.S. strategy with the war?
Yeah, I think it's going to factor in, because just step back and look at the enormity of the effort that was put to finding just one pilot. What happens when you launch a ground operation, so-called ground operation, that's going to require the insertion of troops via fixed wing aircraft and or rotary wing aircraft? What happens when 4 of those go down and they're in Iranian territory? Now you got 4 different CSAR missions. Look at the number of aircraft that were involved yesterday in the search for the guy. You probably had at least 16 different between helicopters, C-130, A-10s that were up providing support. And out of that, you lost an A-10, you lost at least 2 C-130s, and you lost at least 2 of the Pavlo. So you lost at least five additional aircraft looking for that one. So you've got to sit down from a military planning standpoint and say, okay, if we try to insert into Karg Island, what's our expected losses? And or into Kemish or into Bushehr.
That was my question to you: is what's going to happen? If we saw that with an air operation, we saw this amount of damage, and we also got the report. I'm sure you saw it. I'm not sure if we talked about it, and that's that half of their missile launchers are still actually intact. It was meant to be 80-90% destroyed. Now it's 50%.
Yeah, it's probably more like 30%, if that. Because
but then
it's underground. It's underground. It's not above ground. We don't have a clue. I mean, this is another example of the intelligence community making it up as they go along.
Or they could get it wrong as well. But is it possible that they manufacture their missiles, not only drones, can they manufacture their missiles deep underground? Because if they can, that's a very significant problem.
Yeah, no kidding. But they've been preparing for this. They knew this was coming, or they considered it, at least this could very well happen. So that's why they didn't spend a lot of money building up a massive air force. They had at best a token air force. So okay, we've destroyed that. Woohoo! That's never been a critical part of the Air Force.
No. They left the aircraft to be destroyed because they wanted to keep their pilots. Apparently, they're getting new stealth aircraft from China, so they didn't care about the aircraft. They cared more about their pilots. So they didn't mind their aircraft getting destroyed because they're much older. They're very old and pretty useless against the American military, even the Israeli military. So they let those get destroyed. Keep the pilot. When they get the stealth aircraft from China, I don't know when that is. When is the plan to be delivered? That would make the difference for them. That's more important to them.
Well, even then, I think as we discussed earlier, the age of the piloted combat aircraft. We're in the last days of that. The Top Gun. When Tom Cruise is flying along and engaged in air-to-air combat. That's now becoming ancient history. Technology is just taking over. You realize. You realize a major part of the expense in these 5th generation fighters is creating systems that will keep the pilots alive, because those planes, if to fly remotely, they can pull G forces that would kill a human being. So they could actually fly and maneuver in ways being flown remotely that a human pilot inside couldn't carry out, simply because the gravitational forces would actually kill or disable the pilot. So that's what I'm saying. This is, and from Iran's standpoint, they've not spent a lot of the resources on, we got to have 5th generation fighters to go forward. The same with the Navy. They've worked on not so much a surface fleet. Yeah, they did have a surface fleet, and that's been taken out. But
Larry, Iran says it will open the Strait of Hormuz only after receiving compensation for war damages through a, quote, new legal regime based on transit fees.
Mm-hmm.
What I've been talking about, their compensation could be a toll system on the Strait of Hormuz. That could work.
Yeah, that could, and they're gonna share. It's going to be a share of the wealth with Oman. Oman's going to do very well out of this. UAE, not so much.
I'm just saying, I'm trying to get more information on this. There could be a happy ending to all this. A last question, Larry, is what happens to Israel? What is Israel's role in all this? And by the way, we do have, you're talking a lot about the Gulf. I've got right after this, we're going to continue this live, and I have a UAE, I think first time I have Taha, Amjad Taha, who's a UAE-based analyst, who's very critical of the Iranian regime. So he'd be, I'll be debating him the complete opposite, Larry. I'll be like yelling at him saying, what do you mean the regime is bad? You want to destroy the regime? What, you want to turn Iran into another Syria? Why not coexist? But what is Israel's role in all this, in your opinion? Do they have much say? I don't think they have much say, personally. I know a lot of people think they call the shots. I tend to be one of the people who believe that actually Trump is calling the shots and they just have to go along. They're influence, but not that much.
Israel is losing support in the United States.
Yeah,
it is eroding pretty rapidly. If Trump or his successor pulls the plug in terms of economic, military support for Israel, I don't think Israel survives. Israel already is overstretched militarily. It's launched this invasion into southern Lebanon. And even as some, I saw one of the retired Israeli generals pointing out that the excuse being used, we got to get up to the Litani River so that we can prevent Hezbollah from firing missiles into northern Israel. He said, that's nonsense. He said, because Hezbollah, the missiles can still reach well into Israel. And the other thing he pointed out is Israel doesn't have the capacity or ability to destroy Hezbollah. And Hezbollah has been doing a very effective job of destroying Merkava tanks, and by that inflicting significant casualties on the Israeli army. They can't sustain this.
One more update here. I'm pretty happy with those. I know we're meant to wrap and have Amjad Taha jump on. Let me ask, when is Amjad ready? So another one here, Larry. And again, I don't know if you're going to pop this bubble as well, but just came in. Trump just said that the Iranian regime may be willing to agree to ceasefire conditions that don't involve any prospect of Iran having a nuclear weapon. Quote, the big thing is they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They're not even negotiating that point. It's so easy. That's already been conceded. Most of the points are conceded. Why does everyone think this is going to go on? What am I missing here? He's making an off-ramp. They don't need to give him an off-ramp. He can give himself an off-ramp.
Yeah. Well, that's been Iran's position for the last 25 years. Okay.
So end the fucking war. Like, end it.
I mean,
I don't know.
When Trump is announcing this, Iran's now willing not to have a nuke. Dude, that was what Ali Khamenei, who you murdered, was saying all along. So,
but no, the fatwa could be revoked. A lot of analysts have said it in Iran. They would say the fatwas, they could be reversed. So the fatwa alone doesn't promise anything. When you enrich to 60%, I know this has been debated to oblivion, but when you enrich to 60% or whatever it is, enriching the other 30% needed is not hard at all.
No, that's
and one
true.
could argue is why would they? The question would be, why would they enrich to 60% if their goal was not to produce a nuclear weapon? My answer is this is a deterrent, but it's still a valid question.
Well, I mean, when did they start enriching to 60%? It was after Donald Trump abrogated the JCPOA, and after the Europeans refused to abide by the conditions of the JCPOA in terms of lifting sanctions. So Iran said, okay, we'll show them that we can enrich further, hoping that that would incentivize the West to come back to the table and negotiate. Well, that backfired. You can argue that that was a foolish strategy on the part of Iran, but that's why that happened. They weren't doing that before. They were abiding by the JCPOA until when Trump trashed the agreement and Europe didn't lift any of the sanctions as required under the JCPOA. So Iran is, they've always been willing to negotiate on that issue. And it was only Israel that kept insisting that Iran had nuclear ambitions. When, why anybody pays any attention to those crazy Zionists, I don't know. They're the ones with the nuclear weapon. They're the ones. In fact, in recent days, it used to be verboten for Israeli officials to admit that they had a nuke. I've seen a couple of different news clips where they're saying, "Oh, we ought to use our nukes on Iran." Hello, Iran signed the.
I posted it. I saw it today on TV. He's asking Ben Gvir, why don't we use a nuke? He called it some
neutron bomb.
And neutron bomb. He's like, it doesn't destroy buildings. They just kill a percentage of the people.
Yeah, it's a radiation bomb. Yeah.
How the fuck is that allowed on TV? Imagine someone says that on Fox News.
Yeah. Oh, they'd probably get a contract to come back as an analyst and get paid weekly. Look, this is why Iran has always been open to negotiations. It's the United States that's not been willing to negotiate. That's the problem. So you made an excellent observation there. The fact that Trump's saying that now, that indicates he's looking for an off ramp.
No, he's not looking. He's been looking for a while, Larry. He's creating his off ramp right now. He's like, all right, Iran's not going to give me an off ramp. Fuck this. I'm going to make my off ramp. Say they conceded, which I applaud if he does that. I promise, because it's very easy right now to get bogged down in a forever war. Very easy for that to happen. Can I ask you one more question, Larry? Do you have a couple more minutes? Or
Sure.
There's a development as well that no one's talking about that happened as well in the last few hours. Satellite data, I don't have the tweet links, I'll just read it out. Satellite data has detected several active fires in Kuwait, confirmed by local footage. The Sabia thermal power plant on fire, a site near Gathering Center number 7 in the giant Bergen oil field, one of the world's largest, is burning. Another fire near Gathering Center number 25 in Bergen, also an oil field. Fires reported at Jurassic production facilities in the Sabria oil field. So the energy infrastructure in Kuwait got struck really hard yesterday.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on that, and how significant is that? Because that would have been leading dominant news of the day if it was any other day of the war, but because of the rescue operation, it kind of got buried in. But I think that's significantly more significant from a strategic perspective on the war's direction than obviously the rescue operation. So what do you make of that? Why would they strike all the energy infrastructure, and why Kuwait?
Well, because of Kuwait's role in providing bases for U.S. troops that have been carried out these attacks, an aircraft carrying out attacks inside Iran. I think that's a preview of coming attractions for Saudi Arabia and the UAE. Maybe not Qatar, because Qatar's been pretty. They've been pretty wise.
They've reduced their attacks on Qatar and Oman, pretty much completely reduced them. Oman, nothing. Qatar, I think nothing. Bahrain, I think Bahrain, Kuwait, and the UAE getting struck the most right now. I'm going to check.
You're exactly right. And it is, Iran's they have a plan, and they're going to continue following that plan. But if Trump, as you said, Trump may be in the process of creating his exit plan, and he can say, "Hey, we've got agreement. We've got agreement from Iran. They're not going to build nukes." And maybe one purpose, they're going to launch this attack on Bushehr. This is what speculation on my part, but one scenario. They launch the attack on Bushehr. They get U.S. Special Forces in there. It'll be either Delta Force or Navy SEALs, accompanied by some 75th Rangers, and they'll come back and say, "We've inspected the plant, and there's no activity to build a nuclear weapon here. We're sure of that. So hey, we win," and pull out. I hope you're right, because the damage that's been inflicted now in the global economy, it's not going to be undone anytime soon. The repercussions of it are going to continue to reverberate for months, if not years.
Hopefully, Larry will be jumping on next week and talking about the new peace deal and what happens next in the world, or maybe about Cuba, and not about the images of Iran burning, the Gulf burning, and talking about what that will do to the global economy. Fingers crossed. But Larry, always a
My friends, the Iran war is just getting worse. April 3rd was a horrible day for the US Air Force. These are all the aircraft that were shot down by Iranian air defense within 24 hours. One F-15, two Black Hawk helicopters, one A-10 Warthog, as well as an F-16. I don't understand. We were told the war was won.
They have no anti-aircraft equipment.
And those are only the losses that we know of thanks to the OSINT community. Reality could be much worse. And you know it's an unmitigated disaster when CENTCOM remains suspiciously silent. Their last pulse was on April 3rd at 7 a.m. Look, I made a video on the summary of US aerial losses in the war against Iran. And not even 3 days later, I have to make another update. Look, I also need a break. Please stop losing aircraft. It's getting out of hands now. As we speak, a massive rescue operation is taking place to recover the second crew member of the F-15. US Army Special Forces are engaged in firefights with Iranian militias. More info at the end of the video. Anyway, let's jump right in because I have to hit the gym. The day started with this footage of Iranian air defense shooting down a US aircraft.
Dagger 1 is hit!
The IRGC initially claimed it shot down an F-35. And some people coped by saying, it's only flares, there's no proof it was shot down. Yeah, well, that's when Iranian media released images of the crash site. Here are the remains of the vertical stabilizer of one of the tail fins, and here are the remains of the rear-facing antenna array of the electronic warfare kit. Quickly enough, the OSINT community identified the aircraft to be an F-15E Strike Eagle. If you pay attention to the vertical stabilizer, we can see the emblem of the unit. It aligns up perfectly with the insignia of the 494th Fighter Squadron, based at RAF Base Lakenheath. You can also spot the same red paint at the top of the tail fins. Without a doubt, it's an F-15E Strike Eagle, the same type of fighter jet that was shot down during the friendly fire incident over Kuwait. Iran, we shot down an F-35. A random OSINT guy on Twitter. Actually, it's an F-15E Strike Eagle from the 494th Fighter Squadron. Thank you. And just like the F-15 we covered in my last video, this F-15 was shot down by a heat-seeking infrared missile.
The skies are not as safe as they perhaps presumed. So they used detection that's passive, that used heat differences.
According to a former Israeli Air Force commander, Iranian air defense units changed tactics. Instead of traditional radars that give away the system's location, Iran has leaned into passive infrared sensors and new software algorithms that can track jets without emitting detectable signals. Iran has also increased reliance on medium-range surface-to-air SAM systems. Their mobility allows shoot-and-scoot tactics that make it difficult to target with pre-planned airstrikes. In the end, he stated that the days when flying over Iran was a walk in the park are over. And there goes US air supremacy over Iran. Now you will remember that the F-15E Strike Eagle is a dual-seater with a pilot and a weapons systems officer. That could explain why at the beginning of the video we can observe two beams of light ejecting from the aircraft. Others claim that it's actually at the end of the video that we see the two crew members eject. Let me know in the comment section what you think. But the most important is that this confirms that the two crew members of the F-15 Strike Eagle managed to eject. And this was later confirmed when locals took a picture of the ejected fighter jet seat near the crash site. But we only found one and not two. Talking about the crash site, remember what I told you in my last video. So there must be teams whose sole purpose is to clean up the mess after an aircraft got shot down.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Oh, well. Well, it turns out we have a confirmation of this. Here, the US Air Force bombed the F-15's crash site to remove any evidence. So how many more fighter jets did the US lose against Iran that we're not aware of? Anyway, not only is this the first undeniable confirmation of a US fighter jet being shot down by Iran, with footage and debris on the ground, but it also means that 2 US airmen ejected over Iranian soil. As you can imagine, their capture would have provided Iran with a massive PR victory. And for that reason, CENTCOM immediately ordered a rescue mission. However, at the same time, it also publicly announced of an F-15 being shot down are false, saying that all US fighter jets are accounted for. If CENTCOM is lying about something so obvious, what else could they be hiding? Quickly after, armed groups of locals went on the hunt for the downed pilot. At the same time, one of the crew members of the F-15 managed to contact headquarters, and US Special Forces were dispatched in a hurry to retrieve him. The race was on. Who would find these pilots first? And yeah, since Iranians also have access to modern technology, that's when locals of the Korgulye and Bayramad province spotted a C-130 Hercules conducting combat search and rescue operations, or more specifically an HC-130J Combat King II specialized in this type of mission. Moments later, they also saw a UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter circling over the crash site. Once again, this is actually an HH-60G Pavehawk, a platform specialized in personal recovery. This is followed by one of the helicopters flying just above ground, aiming to rescue any surviving pilots. All these videos were geolocated in southern Iran, 11 kilometers northwest of the town of Behbahan, and 50 kilometers from the Persian Gulf. So that would make an extraction extremely complicated. Now that I think about it, it makes sense for an F-15 East Eagle to be shot down near the Iraq-Iran border, since it's part of the same axis of attack as the 3 F-15Es that were shot down over Kuwait on March 1st. In this image, we can see how the HC-130's primary task is to refuel Pavehawk helicopters during search and rescue missions. Here we can see a video from this air refueling from another angle. And in the same area, the locals also spotted an MQ-9 Reaper drone. These US aircraft can be lucky that nobody in this area was equipped with manpads. In this unique video, we can observe Iranian police firing small arms at one of the Pavehawks searching for the downed F-15E. Actually, had this pickup truck been equipped with a heavy machine gun, it would have been over for the helicopter. Anyway, reports indicated how the personal recovery team managed to find and rescue the pilot. But then came
Day 1, month 3, month 6, forever. These 4 milestones represent my
terrible news. And here we go.
We got a Black Hawk down, we got a Black Hawk down.
At first, people said this was fake. But then this Iraqi Telegram channel posted this photo of the possible crash site of one of the 2 HH-60 Hawks. At the same time, we barely see anything could have been the crash site of the F-15. That's when Carla Babb from Newsmax confirmed that the US Air Force Black Hawk was struck by Iran during an ongoing search and rescue operation for the downed crew of an F-15E Strike Eagle. After that, CBS reported that the helicopter carrying the recovered pilot was hit by small arms fire, wounding crew members of the helicopter on board. The US Air Force now had 2 crew members from the F-15, plus an entire rescue team from the helicopter to be rescued. This is the nightmare scenario. because a single loss is now cascading into multiple losses. And the cost of the rescue operation is now increasing tremendously. Then it got even worse. NBC reported 2 US helicopters that were involved in search and rescue of downed jet struck by fire. This would mean that within a couple hours only, the US Air Force lost 3 aircraft, an F-15E Strike Eagle, plus the 2 HH-60G Pavehawk helicopters deployed to rescue its crew. But then we always face the same gray area of semantics. We were told the helicopters received fire, but we don't know for sure what happened next. Now, according to the Washington Post, the 2 US search and rescue helicopters also were hit by Iranian fire that injured US personnel on board, though both aircraft have safely returned to their base. But in what state they returned to the base? I want to believe them, but I also remember how we were told that this was just a damaged aircraft. Now, before we wrap up this story about the F-15 and the rescue teams, it's important to know that at the exact same time as this crisis, people on Twitter noticed how a US Air Force platform circled repeatedly over the Persian Gulf. CENTCOM didn't say anything. Nothing to worry about, right? Right? Since CENTCOM remained silent, the Iranians just showed the receipts of a US A-10 Warthog tracked and shot down by Iranian air defense. It seems that once again, the Iranians made use of their Majid AD-08 short-range air defense system. Nobody wanted to believe that this was actually happening. The day was just getting worse. That's when the New York Times reported that a second Air Force combat plane, an A-10 Warthog, crashed in the Persian Gulf region on Friday. That marks the second confirmed US aircraft shut down that day.
They have no anti-aircraft equipment.
With possibly a total of 4 aircraft destroyed or damaged. Now, once again, according to the Washington Post, the A-10 pilot navigated the damaged plane to Kuwaiti airspace before ejecting and was subsequently rescued. Hold on a second. That would mean the Warthog was shut down as part of the F-15's rescue mission. So what was the US Air Force looking for in the Persian Gulf near the UAE? So you see, there's something we're not being told here. And then Twitter's OSINT community intervened once again when they found out that the US F-16 CJ Fighting Falcon flying over the Iraqi border sent a signal for an emergency landing. Could be a simple mechanical malfunction, maybe the laundry just caught fire, or it was damaged by Iranian air defense. Fifth US that was and maybe there are even more losses that we're not aware of. Towards the end of the day, we were told the helicopter crews are accounted for and safe, as well as the pilot of the F-15. According to Israeli media N12, the weapons system officer survived the ejection and made contact. However, by April 3rd, 11 p.m. Eastern Time, NBC declared that the fate of the second pilot was not immediately clear. And by the morning of the 4th of April, the BBC wrote that the search for missing US airmen continues. As of now, it's unlikely that the missing crew member has been captured by the Iranians. In that case, we would have known about it. Now, if the weapons system officer is still alive, we can believe he's armed with a GAU-5A aircrew self-defense weapon, a compact 5.56 platform engineered for a downed US Air Force aircrew. Stowed within the ejection seat survival kit, it can be rapidly assembled to provide immediate defensive capability in a hostile environment. If he makes it out alive and is rescued, 100% Hollywood is going to make a movie about it. But instead of being chased after children and some goats, he's going to face hundreds of Iranian special forces. Ironically, it might be the case. According to the latest news, the weapons system officer was located and rescued. Allegedly, 18 Warthogs and F-35s of the US Air Force, together with at least one HC-130J and two HH-60Ws, are present at the site. Reportedly, heavy clashes are taking place between US Army Special Forces and Iranian militias in the area of Mount Melas and the Rig Mountains. I'll keep you updated, that's all we know at the moment. But you know what? I'm not
Welcome, everyone. Welcome back to the show. It's your host, Danny Haifong. I am joined once again by Professor Mohammad Marandi from Iran. Professor Marandi, thanks so much again for joining me today.
Thank you, Danny. It's always a pleasure being on your show.
Yes, hit the like button, everyone. We're going to get into the latest updates now that helps boost the show as we do it. So, Professor Marandi, we have to talk about this rescue operation. The United States is claiming major success in this operation. I can just pull up right now. I won't read the whole thing, but here is what Donald Trump announced in his Truth Social, talking about how we got him, and that was a daring search and rescue operation. He's safe and sound now. This is the downed pilot of the F-15, downed by Iran 2 days ago. The brave warrior was behind enemy lines, treacherous mountains of Iran, and he had the president, the war secretary, everyone by his side, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, 24 hours a day, and they got him out. He did admit that he sustained injuries, but will be just fine. But Professor Marandi, Iran is saying something quite different here, and I want to be sure that people get this perspective because they may not get it anywhere else. Iran is calling this operation an absolute failure. Here is what Iranian media, let me just find it here. Well, first, let's look at the aftermath of what they claim the military have done. This is what Iran released. These are the wreckages of all of the aircrafts that were
looks pretty victorious.
That were involved in this. 2 MC-1.
Can you hear them bombing? Can you hear the bombing?
I cannot, but I totally believe you. I don't know if the audience can. Everyone, please let them know, and I'll see. But yeah, I mean, this is the barbarism that's going on right now in Iran, everyone, and this is what U.S. Special Ops, the Air Force Special Ops that were trying to rescue the downed pilot. This is what happened. 2 MC-130 aircraft were destroyed. 4 helicopters were destroyed in this operation. Iran is even saying that this wasn't even an operation to rescue the pilot, that there was actually maybe more to this. But nonetheless, these MC-130s cost $100 million, Professor Marandi, not to mention the fact that the justification for why these aircraft are destroyed by the United States is that they were stuck in the sand while they were trying to leave, and that forced them to destroy their own aircraft. Iran is saying that they destroyed their own aircraft. They didn't destroy the aircraft. It was Iran who did it, and that the United States was actually trying to kill the pilot and kill those who were a part of the rescue operation, knowing it would fail. So, first of all, what do you make of this? Obviously, there's a lot of fog of war here, and that the U.S. really needed a win. But I'm curious your reactions and your thoughts, especially given the context of where this war is right now.
I didn't hear the Iranians say that they wanted to kill the pilot.
Oh, no. That the United States was trying to kill their own pilot.
Yeah, I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that myself. But
I have seen several Iranians say that the Americans was trying to kill their own pilot, like the Israelis do the Hannibal doctrine, because they didn't want the Iranians to get their hands on them. They were bombing locations that the pilot was supposed to be at.
What the Iranians are saying is that these 2 planes were not stuck in the sand, and that the Americans and that the planes were damaged, they were fired upon, and that on the ground, and that this is what I've heard, and that the Americans had to leave. And they also believe that this was not simply about a rescue operation for a pilot, but that these planes and the soldiers were there for something bigger. But it went wrong, and they didn't have the time to carry out whatever it was they wanted to do, and they had to swiftly retreat. I personally don't think that this was a success by any means. Destroying 2 planes and 4 helicopters, having during the previous day 2 other planes and 2 other helicopters destroyed. That's not a good sign. Some people will say, well, why didn't, and these were just locals, villagers, people living in that area. They took their arms and sought out these invaders. But some people would say, well, why didn't Iran have their armed forces there? Iran is a huge country. It's the size of the UK, Germany, France combined, and even bigger. And so in some areas there, it's very, the population is quite low. So the air defenses and the military presence tends to be where we have large populations. And the terrain there, I think, is evident of the fact that there isn't much going on. But in any case, this is definitely not a success, having to destroy and bomb 2 damaged planes, or even if they say they weren't damaged, but 2 damaged planes and 4 helicopters alongside them. Apparently there were 4 helicopters. That's not a success. Assuming that this is just about retrieving a single injured pilot. And I saw something, I think it was on Sky News, where I saw a clip where they were talking about this pilot, and you saw there was wall-to-wall coverage. When they slaughtered 68 little girls at an elementary school, we didn't see any wall-to-wall coverage. Actually, we didn't see any coverage. But and then one of these people who was on the show on Sky News was saying, they're seeking him out and they're trying to find him, and this puts a human face on this this whole war. And I was wondering, like, the guy who bombs kids, that's the human face of it all, and all those kids slaughtered and all those women slaughtered and all those workers in factories who were burned alive by the Americans and Israelis. And the fact that Trump wants to send Iran back to the Stone Age.
Yeah.
You don't see any Western media outlet say these, threatening to send Iran back to the Stone Age. These are threats of crimes against humanity. You don't see any outrage in The Guardian or among these left.
CNN brought that up this morning. They all after what he said this morning, they are bringing it up. That it will be absolutely a war crime, and the president is speaking of committing war crimes. He might not know. The U.S. media is saying his recent release is a psychopathic rant of a madman, and he's speaking about war crimes.
European leftists who pretend to be, anti-imperialists. You don't see anything from anyone, and that just shows the utter moral bankruptcy of the entire political class in the West. And I'm not just talking about Democrats and Republicans. I'm talking about those sort of mainstream critics of U.S. foreign policy. The language that Trump is using and of course, all of them are complicit. I mean, all these people who've been saying the Iranian regime is this and lying. Even people like even like the so-called leftists and others who are sort of on the margins of the mainstream political sphere, who on the one hand they say don't attack, don't bomb. Yes, they're bad, they're evil, they murder, they slaughter tens of thousands of peaceful protesters and all that nonsense. And of course, just today, Trump admitted that he was sending weapons to the protesters, according to Sky News, according to Fox News journalists who spoke to him today. But of course, that's all ancient history. They'll just repeat the same nonsense over and over again. But it is quite stunning that we are living in a day and age where the leader of the United States can threaten to send people back to the Stone Age repeatedly, and no one is saying this is a monster. These are monsters who are in charge, and that basically means that they're all monsters. That means everyone at the New York Times, in the Guardian, all these in the Washington Post and Fox News, MSNBC, BBC, they're all monsters. There's no difference between any of them, because Many of them have Twitter accounts. I don't see any of them screaming and pulling their hair out for these threats being made against the Iranian people. But in any case, this is no victory, and they can pretend that it's a victory. It's all been a victory. This war was supposed to be over in 2 days, and then our missiles were supposed to finish in 1 week, and here we are into the 6th week, and the Iranians are hitting hard. It targets in this sinister apartheid regime, this genocidal regime, and across the Persian Gulf at U.S. affiliated assets. So, and the Strait of Hormuz is controlled by Iran. So if this is all a big victory for Trump, well, okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, people may forget, especially in the West, that this F-15 was shot down trying to enter Iranian air. It was obviously going to conduct strikes against Iran, likely, if not entirely, on civilians and civilian infrastructure. So that's really the base of where we should be starting. Of course, the Western mainstream media doesn't do that. But here's the Fars News report. I couldn't find the link, but this is from someone.
And just one thing before you continue, Danny.
Yeah, sure.
Almost exclusively, the targets are now civilian because they have failed to take out Iran's defense capabilities. They're all deep underground. Iran's air force in underground tunnels. Iran's air defenses. I've tweeted a clip of Iran's air defenses underground. Iran's air defenses deep underground. They take them out when they need them. The Air Force, they bring them out when they need them. Iran's Navy, as I think I said before on your show, all deep underground alongside the coast of the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. Speedboats with missiles, all prepared. They destroyed nothing of significance in the Navy. They bombed a few ships that were in port that are not used for fighting. Yeah, and so the Air Force, the air defense, and of course the drone and missile underground cities, their factories, they're all intact. And that's why Iran is firing missiles and drones on a daily basis. That's why they are still shooting down planes. And they get frustrated and they start bombing more and more civilian targets. They bomb apartment blocks. They bomb hospitals. What they've been doing in the last few days is looking for new types of civilian infrastructure to target. So now they're targeting universities. They're bombing universities. They bombed the Shahid Beheshti University a couple of days ago. Before that, in Tehran, they bombed another technical university. They're bombing universities. They're bombing, all sorts of civilian infrastructure, and of course, simultaneously in Lebanon, they're bombing. And today they bombed an ambulance in Iran, as they've been doing that regularly. When they see an ambulance, they bomb it. They bomb truck drivers. I may have told you this last time. I'm not sure if this is a repetition. Sorry. A friend of mine, his brother-in-law has a business, and he hired 2 truck drivers to take goods from their city to another city, and they bombed them and killed both drivers and destroyed the 2 trucks that belonged to the drivers. So, this is the sort of they bombed a big bridge that was completed. People were
at the Karaj Bridge, right? Is that what it's called?
Yes, yes, in Karaj, and it was newly built. It was, I think, about to be inaugurated, and people were picnicking under the bridge, and then lots of people were badly wounded and many killed, families, children, when all the rubble and shrapnel fell down upon them. But in the West, it's okay. I mean, the New York Times doesn't care. The Guardian doesn't care. They just 4 or 5 nights ago, I said this on another show, 4 or 5 nights ago, very close to where I am right now, a 15-minute walk, 20-minute walk, at most 20 minutes, in a place called Artish Square. They bombed a gathering of people. I told you about these gatherings. Every night there are gatherings of people across Tehran and across the country in defiance of the Trump regime and the Epstein coalition. And they fired missiles at them just 15 minutes away from here. And a woman was killed. They killed the protester, someone who was defending the Constitution and the armed forces. And they did that, I think I told you, on the last Friday of Ramadan also, where I was there, and there's footage of it, I think you probably recall, where people were on the streets and they bombed it. They fired missiles at the demonstration. There's actually a very interesting footage of a young woman, a PhD student from the University of Tehran, in fact, where she was talking about why is it that people don't run away and why is it they chant Allahu Akbar. And while she did it, while she was speaking, the missile blew up behind her. I don't know if you saw that clip.
Mm-hmm.
You would think that in Western media, that clip would go viral and that she would be invited on all the news channels, the BBC, Sky News, ABC, NBC, CBS. I mean, she'd be all over the place telling her story, a woman, but they won't do that. That's, that goes against the rules.
Mm-hmm.
So all these young women who are on the streets at nights under fire, they don't stampede, they don't run away, or during the days when they gather. These teenagers who can just go home and do what teenagers do. They stand their ground on the streets. And they want to emancipate these women, these young women. These young women have to go and emancipate these, regime-affiliated activists in the United States and across Europe, and these fake leftists and former presidential candidates and former Grecian government ministers. I don't know if you hear it's carpet bombing. Bomb after bomb after bomb. That's carpet bombing. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Professor Irani, I mean, those are all great points. Though this is, I think, why we will never see a U.S. victory in this war, because it's people, the ordinary Iranians, alongside their. I cannot. Maybe the audience can. I cannot, though. But we've heard it before on this program. It's for sure an absolute crime. What's going on right now?
Just 1 second.
Yes.
There's a demonstration right here, but people are gathered.
I heard a blast. Right immediately when you said.
There are lots of blasts. Yeah, very close by, and there are people on the streets very close by. So this is. They're still bombing. Anyway, let's go.
Absolute criminal, and well, just to wrap up this point on what happened in this ridiculous operation for Irani that goes in line with everything that you said. This is according to Fars News, citing local sources. Of course, we already went over the destruction of the aircraft, transport planes, the helicopters. They also say Reaper drones, Hermes drones. But this is the thing. Field sources do report killing of several American forces. I think Iran has said that about 9 people were killed on their side, but unclear how many Americans died in this so-called operation, which we don't even know was a rescue operation to begin with. Lots of fog of war, and it all comes from Professor Morandi. The CENTCOM was silent throughout this whole ordeal from the beginning of the downed aircraft all the way up until now. And now we have, Professor Morandi, as you're hearing the bombs go off behind you, we are having Donald Trump on Easter. People have to remember, this is Easter Sunday, right? This is supposedly the holy war, super godly president that he claims to be. On Easter Sunday, he's giving out ultimatums, Professor Morandi, to Iran. Absolutely ridiculous ultimatums. Here they are. Today, he said, Tuesday is power plant day and bridge day all wrapped up into one. There will be nothing like it. Open the effing straight, you crazy bees, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise to Allah. And then Professor Morandi, he put out the time of the deadline. Here we go, which is a delayed deadline, by the way, 8 p.m. Eastern time, 34 hours. So, I mean, first of all, what do you make of this? This is, in terms of the overall shape of the war, the bombings continue. The United States media, though, is reporting that these bombings are going to have to be using different weapons very soon because they're running out of these JASSMs, standoff strikes. We might see more F-15s, more F-35s, more aircraft down soon as they have to get closer. But what do you make of these threats on Easter Sunday? Just distastefully, disgustingly, in a totally racist fashion, citing Allah. I mean, how do you react to this? How do you think Iran is reacting to this?
He's a psychopath. And Iranians all know he's a psychopath. And Iranians in particular are disgusted with those Iranians in the diaspora who've been calling for the war. And, and there was one of these women from the diaspora. Apparently, I haven't seen this myself. She went on a show and she continued to call for Trump to bomb Iran. And then the host said, well, civilian targets are also being, like he hit a bridge. And she said, no, he didn't. He always lies. He didn't hit the bridge. And I didn't see this myself, so I'm a bit vague. I may get it wrong a bit. And then the host said, but he claimed that he hit the bridge. So because she was saying, no, he didn't hit the bridge. And then the host said, well, he claimed that he hit the bridge. He said, no, well, Trump always lies. So this is how detached from reality these people have to become live on air in order to justify the crimes being committed against the Iranian people. And of course, those Trump supporters, the MAGA base, they are all implicated in crimes against humanity because they support it. So they're partners in crime. And there's no, but also all those who repeated the lies of 30-some thousand, or now Trump says 40-some thousand today. He said 45,000. So those who repeated these lies, whether it's, what's that guy's name? Whatever. Maybe it's best not to mention people. All these people are complicit in crimes against humanity. Every single one of them. Those who repeated the lies of 35,000, 80,000, 20,000, 10,000, the regime murdering people on the streets, they're all criminals. Every single one of them. They're all criminals.
Yeah. And Professor Morandi, now that we have, got into this ultimatum, another one by Donald Trump, Dropsite News is saying that his whole thinking right now is he wants to get this war wrapped up in a couple of days, and if not, he just wants to blow everything to hell. That is the way he's thinking about it. But Iran does not seem fazed by this, and now even the Western mainstream media has to admit that not only is Iran not fazed by this, but Iran has the means to not be. It's not just a psychological. There's a material backing to this why they aren't fazed. It's because they can continue to keep going. And before the show, we were talking about these decoys, and this is the New York Times admitting that Iran is quickly repairing its missile bunkers, according to U.S. intel alone. And these are conservative estimates, conservative assessments. But here it says Iran is deploying a significant number of decoys, and the United States is not sure how many of apparent launchers it has destroyed were real. While the U.S. has an estimate of Iranian missile launchers from before the war, that number was not precise. It's been difficult to assess how many launchers may be in bunkers or caves struck by American or Israeli airstrikes. So they're not even sure at all. This whole war, other than the civilians, the infrastructure, anything else they've been trying to hit, they're not even sure if they're hitting anything. And Iran is shown every single day. I mean, yesterday, Bahrain, UAE, Haifa, Beersheba, these are Israeli sites. Every day, every single day. It doesn't stop. And so that makes me wonder, Professor Morandi, did this ultimatum, is it purely meaningless? And do you believe that the United States, Donald Trump, is really trying to seek a quick exit out of this?
Well, there are a number of things there that we have to discuss. One is that, yes, he is seeking a way out. And as we speak, he is apparently seeking a way out. But we have to see what he actually does, because what he was proposing before was complete nonsense. And the Iranians are not going to accept that. The Iranian demands are quite clear. And of course, key to all those demands is control over the Strait of Hormuz. And have no doubt that after this war, continue to control the Strait of Hormuz. And already 2 countries, besides Oman, in the Persian Gulf, they have spoken to the Iranians and have agreed to work within the framework of this new situation. And so, we have to see what Trump does, because nothing that Trump says has any meaning. He's constantly flip-flopping, and a signature by Trump is meaningless. He's a serial liar. He's a psychopath. So for the Iranians, negotiating with the United States is meaningless. The facts on the ground have to change. And not just in the Persian Gulf, but also across West Asia. The facts on the ground have to change. Part of that change, Iran is already implementing. It is changing the status quo. It is changing the status of the Strait of Hormuz. That is permanent. And there's nothing that the Americans can do about it, meaning the regime in Washington. So, but we'll have to see how that plays out. Whether he carries out some further monstrous attacks against Iran, that remains to be seen. But as we've discussed repeatedly before, and as I've been saying for 7-8 years now, actually someone reminded me that I spoke on Press TV years ago. I don't know where the clip is, but years ago, before Corona, a few years before Corona, I said that if something happens like what we're seeing today, Iran will destroy all the countries in the Persian Gulf. And it went viral. That was the first thing that I actually said that went viral. And this is not new. It was clear as day from the beginning that this sort of aggression would carry out, would lead to this sort of response. And for Trump and the United States not to know how many missiles we have, and then based upon their ignorance launch a war, not to know that we deployed. I knew that we deployed. I knew, and I'm not in government, I knew that we had deployed tens of thousands, if not more, decoys. And many of them are very advanced. I think a lot are Chinese, and they actually produce heat. And so they've been bombing decoy air defenses, decoy planes, decoy missile launchers, decoy trucks for weeks. And they continue to do so, spending billions of dollars and wearing out their jets, destroying decoys. Each, I don't know how much each costs, probably like a drone. But in any case, for them not to know this, but then again, they don't know anything about Iran. What do they know when they keep saying that the so-called regime is unpopular, it kills its own people? Well, the people are the ones on the streets, and they're the ones who defy their airstrikes. So where are those American and European public intellectuals who've been talking nonsense about Iran and contributing to this narrative of an unpopular regime? People are, they're completely, no one is going to rally around a flag of its own people on the streets, tens of thousands of people. No one should believe that. That is, they say they use this rally around the flag argument to say that no, despite the fact that that they kill all these people. No, that's a lie. If they had killed peaceful protesters and tens of thousands of people on the streets, who would rally around such a flag? No one would. That's why Saddam Hussein, his regime collapsed so easily. That's why it was a walkover, because people were sick and disgusted, sick and tired of the regime. So The only reason why Saddam could fight against Iran was because both blocs were behind him. They gave him chemical weapons. All the Arab regimes were funding him and sending in troops to help him and sending people to work so that he could take ordinary people to the front lines and people to take their jobs. That's why he could fight. When that was all gone, when the Americans invaded Iraq, there was no real resistance. It was only after the regime fell that gradually we saw people begin to resist, but not for Saddam Hussein. So that rally around the flag nonsense is not a valid argument. Yes, they rallied around the flag, but around what they consider to be the legitimate government. That is the reality. But these people in the West, they're as ignorant about the reality on the ground, on the streets of Tehran, as they are about the reality under the ground in Iran's missile bases and drone bases and naval bases and air force bases and air defense bases.
Yeah, if anyone knows anything about history, if the Iranian government was doing what the United States mainstream corporate media, what think tanks, the Pentagon, CIA, what they all say about Iran, if it were true, they would be aligning with Iran. They would be aligning with Iran. They would not be at war with Iran.
You know, Danny, there's a good book, and I advise all your viewers to buy it. I've actually spoken about it elsewhere. It's called Going to Tehran. Mm-hmm. It's written by Flint and Hillary Leverett. They worked in the White House under Condoleezza Rice. He was the head of the Middle East, and she was the head of the Persian Gulf in the National Security Council of the United States. Very important people. And that's where they met and got married. But in any case, Flint Leverett resigned because of the Iraq War. And they wrote a book called Going to Tehran. And they deal with a lot of the myths about Iran. And I think it's very much worth reading. But also the whole the book is basically saying that the United States should try to come to terms with Iran. And it talks about the history of Iran and the post. There are very few good books in English on Iran. They're almost all garbage. But this is quite a good book. I don't agree with everything in it, but it's a very good book. And if the United States, and they were hammered by both Democrats and Republicans, all the corporate media attacked them left and right. And these were people who, they weren't like leftists or, I don't know, obscure political, figures. They were people who were in the center of everything that was happening. And so they were hammered and marginalized. But if they had listened instead of attacking them, we wouldn't be where we are today. Instead of listening to what Joe Kent admits are the Zionists and the Israeli regime that pushed the U.S. towards war, then instead of listening to them, U.S. analysts had listened to these people, but they can't listen to these people because they get their money from these oligarchs and the Epstein class. So that's why all the analysts write the way they do. That's why all the experts who get published in good publishing companies, that's why they write in the way they do, because they, that's how you make a living. And that's how these two people were marginalized. Hillary Mann Leverett is Jewish. Attacked and slandered, but it's a good book to read. But in any case, the United States chose death and destruction for the last 2.5 decades, and I believe all of these wars that we've seen, these countless wars, were to bring us to this war.
Yeah.
Remember what Wesley Clark said? 7 countries in 5 years, ending with Iran. Mm-hmm. Well, those 5 years took 25 years, but that's what happened.
Yeah, that's what happened. And Iran has been preparing every step of the way. And so that begs the question then, Professor Moran, if we look at the landscape of what General Wesley Clark said, a lot of people have made note that, Libya, Syria, Lebanon, I think Somalia, Sudan, Iraq, and then, or was it Afghanistan? I think it was Afghanistan, Somalia, and then Iraq. All those countries have faced some very extreme levels, some less extreme levels of destruction. And many note that Iran is the only one left. But yet here we have now, I mean, when I read the reports of what Iran is saying about its, its Operation True Promise 4, now there's a whole section on joint coordination with Hezbollah and Iraq and Ansar Allah in Yemen. And this is it seems to have come as a surprise that every single day now there's still, despite, what are we on, week 5 of U.S.-Israeli strikes? Week 6. Oh, yeah, we're now into week 6. I think the first day of week 6. Now that we're here, Professor Morandi, these operations are not letting up. I mean, just yesterday, Kuwait was hit very hard, energy, as well as a naval base. So strikes on energy, naval base. Iran is saying they've killed 25 U.S. personnel in the UAE overnight. Israeli targets were hit. Multiple ships in the Strait of Hormuz were denied pass. So Iran is very active, despite supposedly being isolated, if we take the formula that was supposed to happen. So what went wrong here, Professor Morandi? Why and how does this shape the future of how this war will conclude?
It's the arrogance of empire. You underestimate the other. The other is backward. It's third world, as they like to say. They're despotic. They're broken. They're not sophisticated like us. They're camel jockeys. They're sand so and so, and that's how they use. So they look down upon at everyone else, and here they've had to confront the reality that Iran is a very sophisticated country under maximum pressure sanctions, and while the United States has been undermining it through terrorism, as we saw 2-3 months ago during those that armed insurrection that these Western elites pretend. Despite all that, Iran has been able to develop indigenous technology, to have an advanced missile system, advanced air defense systems that are underground, and we are seeing them still being used. The Iranians have better missile systems than the United States does, despite all this. And then you have a country where the leader was martyred on day 1 of the war, and so our senior commanders who were not with him, but they were elsewhere in a different meeting. He was martyred. He refused to leave his home because he said other ordinary Iranians many have nowhere to go. And despite losing those commanders and him, within an hour, the military response began. And despite the fact that we didn't have a leader for a week, the country was completely stable. There was no rush on shops or supermarkets or gas stations or petrol stations at all. Nowhere. Not for a day, not for an hour. Everything was going on as normal. And that's basically because the people were with the state. People were with the Islamic Republic. And they basically, for a whole week before, according to the Constitution, in accordance with the Constitution, a new leader was chosen, they were leading the country. The population was leading the country. The people were running the show. They were running the bureaucracy and the armed forces without a leader. Of course, the Constitution states that a 3-man leadership is to take charge, but under those circumstances where the superpower and its regional proxies and even countries like the regime in Azerbaijan and the Erdogan regime, they're contributing to the war through different means, through allowing AWACS jets to fly over, and of course providing the Israeli regime with cheap fuel to help it carry out its genocide in Gaza. Despite all that, we saw the resilience of the Iranian people keep the country not just afloat, but to create this impressive and extraordinary pushback where Iran against the collective West, Western regimes are too afraid to bring their boats and soldiers here because they know what would happen. but they contribute in other ways to the war by helping the United States. All this whole, in these Arab dictatorships. So this entire front was created against Iran and the axis of resistance. And by the way, the same can be said about Lebanon. We had this discussion together multiple times. The Hezbollah is incapable. It's
dead. A lot of people said it was dead. It was gone.
It was dead. But now we're seeing Hezbollah, and the Israeli regime is so frustrated that instead of targeting Hezbollah, they target homes and apartments. And Western media contributes to them. Epstein class-controlled media. Their journalists are in Beirut. In Gaza, they pretended that since they're not there, they cannot confirm anything. They are in Beirut, but they won't tell the story. They'll say that Hezbollah is hitting, the Israeli regime is hitting Hezbollah strongholds in Beirut. In other words, bombing apartment blocks, slaughtering people. So Western media tries to give them cover as much as possible, whereas those journalists all know they're lying and they're misleading the people. So across the board, we're seeing miscalculation after miscalculation after miscalculation, whether it's the support that Iran has among the people, whether its military capabilities are effective or not, whether Hezbollah has public support, popular support, or whether it has the capabilities to resist. And then there's, of course, Iraq and the resistance in Iraq and Yemen. And if the United States escalates under Trump, then I have no doubt, if he escalates and he goes after Iran's vital infrastructure, and these are crimes against humanity, which he's boasting about, and of course no one has a problem with it in the West, then we will do the same. All the infrastructure of these Arab family dictatorships within the next 3-4 days will be gone. And those regimes will collapse. Iran won't collapse, but those regimes will collapse. They'll be gone. And whenever there is a new regime, they'll definitely be close to Iran. Those slaves and indentured servants and workers, who many of them are not even from this region, maybe they'll control the country. Who knows? The people of Bahrain, they'll finally be able to have their own government. And in Kuwait and elsewhere, they'll finally be able to have a government where there's no despot. So I don't think the Americans, I have no doubt that the Americans won't have the upper hand, but all their assets in the Persian Gulf, which are worth trillions, will be gone. And there will be no more oil, no more gas, no more petrochemicals, nothing coming from the Persian Gulf for years. So even if we have an agreement and then the Strait of Hormuz is open, there are no ships. If there's no oil or gas or LNG, or if there's no fertilizer, then what's the point?
Yeah, and if those are the material conditions, Professor Marty, which are very likely going to be the conditions on the ground, then what you have is, as you predicted, as you have said here many times, you have a global economic crisis. You have a global that's what the situation will be, and that will, we're already headed there, and Professor Marty,
then imagine, let's just look at India. India, we've seen how the Israeli regime does not care about the Indian people or anyone else. So a lot of Indians, unfortunately, because of their worldview, they support the Israeli regime and their genocidal policies. What has this Israeli war against Iran caused? It's caused the shutting down of the Strait of Hormuz, and now the Israeli regime every time tries to escalate and destroy Iran's infrastructure to push Iran to do the same. So what will happen to India? The Indian economy will implode. It's already in deep trouble. Will the Indian government last? There'll be crisis in the country for years. The country is, it's a very poor country for the most part. So India, Brazil, all countries, they're all going to face a very dark future because of Zionism, because of Israel, because of Netanyahu and Trump.
Yeah, and I also want to put out there, Professor Marty, I have this article here, on this channel, all of the sources that we use here on this channel, Professor Marty, that we discuss. It's either, especially about war, right? All you have with war is you have Iranian, you have what Iran is saying and what Iran is putting out there, media, as well as other kinds of information to help us understand the U.S. side, Israeli side. That's really it. So that's how we can glean information of what's going on. Now, the Israeli media is always so interesting, Professor Marandi, because while the Hasbara and the penchants for lying is really strong, the force of lying is really strong with Israel. Nonetheless, it's so, as the MAGA chuds would say, it's such a snowflake. It can't really handle any reaction, any response, any retaliation, any resistance to it, that when there is, it automatically panics. And here and it actually starts to put out some truth, even among all the lies. And here's one. IDF admits Israel overestimated damage to Hezbollah, believes Iran can keep firing missiles as long as war continues. You'll see this. This is Times of Israel. You'll see this all over Israeli media almost every single day. You'll see these little nuggets of truth. And, just yesterday, President Rouhani, Hezbollah, they said that they hit Israeli naval assets. I mean, it's only the level of retaliation that Israel and the United States faces. It doesn't get, despite what Pete Hegseth says, it's not getting less severe. It seems like it's either just as severe or getting more severe, especially as the consequences mount around dwindling air defense interceptors, dwindling standoff long-range missiles, and then, of course, the fact that the longer Iran goes, the more the United States and Israel start to panic about how can we get what we want out of this, and start making really disastrous moves, like, for example, sending U.S. troops into Iraq. I mean, this has been the level of escalation we've been witnessing. Professor Marandi, what's your thoughts about this? How do you see the overall trajectory, given that we do get especially from Israel? The U.S. actually is probably, especially now that it's put itself out front, it feels less trustworthy even than the panicking Israeli media at this point, because Israel seems to have a much thinner skin when it comes to what is happening to it.
Well, in the past, we used to always hear how brilliant the Israelis were at Hasbara. And actually, they're pretty dumb, and they're pretty foolish, and they're pretty ignorant. And even their policy right now of perpetual war and an extended war. The Iranians want to extend this war because they want the United States to be punished. They want to make sure that this war doesn't happen again. The Israelis, though, don't comprehend the fact that the longer this war lasts, every day that it continues, it's going to turn the world further against them. Because as I was saying earlier, when the global economy collapses, people are going to say this was done by Trump and Netanyahu, and this is all about Zionism. So people across the world are going to attribute their misery to the Israeli regime and Zionism. So already they all recognize that this is a genocidal and monstrous regime because of Gaza and now because of Lebanon and the unprovoked war against Iran. But now, in addition to all that, you're going to have global misery that's really just, we're just seeing the first little bit of what's going to come. There's going to be huge upheaval in the weeks ahead, and it's not going to be pretty. And I don't welcome it, because people everywhere, all of us are going to, all your viewers, all your listeners, all of us, everyone's going to be affected in a negative way. But everyone is going to attribute this to the Israeli regime. And also, the Israeli regime is a tiny, puny, vulnerable, weak regime. Its strength comes from all the support it gets from the West and the United States in particular. Well, if there's global economic crisis, I'm not quite sure in future how much an angry American public is going to accept continued support for the Israeli regime as as if it's business as usual.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not quite sure this is a smart move by the regime. I think actually it's going to hurt it a lot. But this is again the arrogance of empire. They overestimate themselves. They underestimate everyone else, and ultimately, that's how empires collapse. We've already seen over the last couple of decades how the U.S. empire has been going downhill. And I think now with this war, it is going to go downhill much faster than anything we've ever seen before.
Yeah, and the support for this war is already very low. It's going to get even lower. And yet we have the Trump administration, Donald Trump himself, requesting, believe it or not, Professor Rodney, $1.5 trillion military defense, quote unquote, budget, arguing that everything else needs to be cut in order to make this happen, despite the fact that this war already doesn't have public support in any kind of majority, let alone a plurality. It's minority support. It's only getting worse, and it will get worse when those conditions strike, Professor Marandi, that you have outlined that are already happening.
So as the economy goes downhill and as people are paying more at the pump, he wants to take away more money from the people and give it to the military-industrial complex that is who's controlled by a handful of billionaires. But I think that reality is going to. I mean, unless the Trump backs down seriously, I think that the events that are coming, the global economic hardship that's coming, is going to change things in ways that we just simply cannot foresee right now.
No, we only see what is already apparent, which is, despite all of what's been invested, I mean, the 1.5 trillion, that feels like a please, we need this to rebuild everything that we've lost, which is not even the reality is that it's not so simple, as many analysts on this show have talked about. You can't just throw money at destroyed THAADs, destroyed Patriots, destroyed military bases.
Oh, and by the way,
you can't just do that. Yep.
First of all, one thing that I should point out is that the Persian Gulf region is going to become very warm very soon. And the heat, and then you'll have sand, you'll have sandstorms, it's going to be dry. And these are all desert countries. In fact, Iran, right now we have a lot, we've had during the first couple of weeks of war, we had snow a lot of snow in the north of Tehran and on the mountains, and it's been raining a lot the last few weeks. And so the mountains here are full of snow. If you look up the mountains in Tehran, it's a pretty sight. But in the Persian Gulf region, these are all deserts, and it's going to get hot very fast. And if there is escalation and the United States destroys our critical infrastructure, if it's destroyed on the other side of the Persian Gulf, everyone will have to leave. Tens of millions of people will have to move. But in addition to that, all these weapons of the United States that they put here, and they're sensitive, air jets and so on, they're all going to be severely affected by the sand. And it's going to be very costly for repairing all of these. So if anyone thinks that that $1.5 trillion is going to go to, futuristic weapons, I think a lot of it is just going to go to repairing the trucks and the vehicles and the equipment and the planes and all that, because things are going to go downhill very fast.
Yeah. And over a number of years in a very limited amount. That's how the military industrial complex works. They maximize.
And they don't have the infrastructure here to protect their hardware. They're not in military bases because Iran has destroyed all those bases. So they're out in the desert to the west of Saudi Arabia and in Jordan and elsewhere. And so they are more, so when they carried out the war against Iraq, or both wars, they brought in infrastructure to, for a long-term stay to protect their assets. But here they just rush them, and they're not in places where they would normally stay. So this is going to be, there are costs, there are hidden costs that are just not being calculated. And also the costs right now, they say like this war is costing this, a couple of $1 billion a day. It's much more than that. The oil and the gas and the fertilizer and the petrochemicals that these Arab family dictatorships are not exporting right now, they're all damaging the U.S. economy, because much of the money goes to U.S. stocks and bonds. And a lot of the money also goes to purchasing weapons that they can't use because they don't even have, like Qatar has 400,000 people. How are they going to use all those planes? They're basically for kickbacks, for commissions, for both sides. People of influence in U.S. government, princes on this side. So that money is not available because they're not making any money, and their infrastructure is being damaged. And if it's destroyed, then everything changes. So there's a multi-layer of the damage to the U.S. economy is it's going to gradually reveal itself over time.
Yeah, and final 2 points I want you to comment on. There's an audience question, but first I want to put out some breaking news. So, coming full circle, right? As we're talking, a lot of things are being revealed. Patricia Marins, who's a very reliable, she does great independent work on military affairs, understanding geopolitics. She posts this. So DD Geopolitics, a friend of this show, they published an image I won't put up here because of issues with censorship, but they've already published an image that they say is proof that in one of these C-130s that were downed by Iran in this so-called rescue operation, that there was an American, a U.S. Pilot in there, incinerated, essentially. You can see it. So everyone can check that out on X if they want to go to DD Geopolitics. But nonetheless, Professor Marins is breaking some news about how U.S. forces tried to use an old agricultural airstrip in Iran was already prepared for the ambush, and then goes into all of the costs of the losses that Iran was able to inflict in terms of the helicopters, the 2 transport aircraft, and then going into, just this alone, Professor Morandi, is devastating. F-15, A-10, MQ-9 drones, another A-10 damage, Black Hawk helicopters. It just goes on and on and on. And this is only in the last 72 hours or so. So we're talking about massive damage to what's supposed to be the unflappable, unstoppable, invincible Air Force, on top of all of the damage to the bases, all of the damage to Israel, all of the damage to the Gulf infrastructure, oil, gas. To say the cost is what they're saying, $2 billion, ridiculous. $2 billion a day? Absolutely not. If you count what Hezbollah is doing to Israel, they've destroyed over 100 tanks. That's like $600 million. So we're talking about a massive amount of money.
And Yemen has not yet shut down the Red Sea.
Which will, when that happens, we are going to see oil. If people think oil markets right now are absolutely in crisis, we haven't seen anything yet. So your final reaction to this, and then the last question that a question the audience member had. I think it's the only one, but I'll look. No, there's a couple, but here is one of them. How does person Rondi feel about the world being behind Iran, most of the world?
It's quite stunning, actually, how popular Iran has become across the world, and how Sunnis have been being taught by the Qataris and Erdogan and Saudi Arabia and the Emirates to hate the Shia. And they've been taught to be sectarian. And, these regimes have been supporting ISIS and Al-Qaeda and the dirty war in Syria. But now everything is being exposed. And so we see huge support among Sunnis across the world for the axis of resistance. They see right through the propaganda now. They see right through the nonsense of Syria, of all the all these regimes are supporting or have continued to do business with, as usual, with Netanyahu, and it is the axis of resistance that's making the sacrifices. And we see a lot of cooperation in Lebanon. And among the global south, you see the left and much of the right supporting Iran. And in Latin America and Africa and across Asia, including in India, lots of support. And I find that in the West, I was speaking to one of your guests, someone who you've had on your show before, a very old friend of mine for 20 years. He was telling me that in the West, there are people, not necessarily the majority, but a very interesting segment of people who he knows who their views on the war and on Iran have evolved dramatically. So, this is, of course, the doing, their own doing. The West has behaved so shamelessly and shamefully, with regards to Gaza, with regards to Lebanon, with regards to Palestinians, with regards to the entire world, but especially in these last 2-3 years, that the facade, the mask has been removed, and people see the reality of what the Western elites are, and people in the West are seeing it. So the world is changing, and that's why I think people should read more about Iran. People should read, like I said, like the book on going to Tehran, that sort of thing, and they'll see that Iran is actually, my view is that Iran is, and the axis of resistance, these are shining stars of humanity. It doesn't bother me if anyone attacks me or calls me names or threatens to kill me or whatever. I don't care. It's we do what we have to do, and this is what I believe. And I think a lot of people are beginning to see that the propaganda is just propaganda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, indeed, Professor Morandi. I'm just putting up all the rest of the super chats. Somebody asked, is the rescued pilot alive? We actually don't know. We only have word from what Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump are saying. Someone brought up a good point here. While closing the Strait of Hormuz and raising the price of oil over $200 spur the world to significantly reduce the usage of fossil fuels and be positive in the fight against climate change. China's renewable energy sector is certainly going to be booming because of this. But I don't know if you have any reaction to that question.
This is not going to be a good thing. This is going to be tragic. We have to always remember, Iran did not start this war. If you watch Western media, you'll think Iran did.
Right.
Iran did not want this war. Iran at no phase did it initiate escalation. At no phase. It waited for that. And people criticize Iran.
Yeah.
They say, why don't you hit them harder? The Iranians have moral boundaries.
Yes.
The Islamic Republic of Iran has moral boundaries based upon its religious beliefs. It has moral boundaries. It's difficult for many people. The mullahs in Iran, these, they kill people on the streets, they gun them down day and night, and I don't know, all the nonsense. Women, and the women are the ones who are preserving the revolution. They're the ones on the streets every night, on the streets in the cold. It would rain and snow. It was cold. Tehran is cold. It's still cold. Iran is not all a desert. We have forests in the north. We have lots of snow on the mountains of Tehran right now. And these young women, referring to the young women are on the streets, and they under rain and snow and less rain now. Less snow now, but still rain. We had heavy rain yesterday, the day before in Tehran. They're on the streets and under threat of death and destruction because these monsters, these pilots, they fire missiles at them. So, so all these narratives on Iran obviously are nonsense. But yes, Iran has moral boundaries. So they wait for the other side to escalate. But when the other side escalates, they hit hard. Just like when they hit our petrochemical plants and the bridge the other day, yesterday and the day before. Now, all civilian targets. Now the Iranians have retaliated. But what do the Iranians do? They say beforehand that they're going to strike. Even though it helps the other side prepare itself, its air defenses, but they say so beforehand. And they've been striking petrochemical plants and other things in some of these countries in the Persian Gulf because they have a sense of morality. If in Iran we didn't want this war, it's been imposed upon us. But hopefully with the defeat of Trump, this madman and psychopath, and Netanyahu, this the great evil, and Zionism, the great evil of our time, we'll have peace. But no, if you suddenly take oil and gas and fertilizer and petrochemicals away from people, it's going to create a global catastrophe and probably starvation. So people have to put pressure on the Trump regime and to bring this madness to an end. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Somebody raised the point that two MC A-130s can carry 180 paratroopers or 120 if there's equipment. So what were they doing when they landed only to be abandoned and or destroyed? So that means Of course, we don't know how many exactly were on there, but there were likely many casualties if we cannot account for them at all.
But also, there may have been there may have been many casualties. I don't know. And if the pilot thing is true, then that indicates that they're not telling the truth. But why so many troops?
Exactly.
This is more than just about. This is what the Iranians are saying, that they were planning something and it didn't go well.
Yeah, it seemed like they were testing. I mean, it wouldn't be a surprise if they were using this F-15 pilot down as a kind of a test run for something. How far can they go?
In any case, the generals they were resisting something stupid. Obviously.
Yeah.
That's why they were removed.
Yeah, and it failed badly. I mean, just the aircraft alone. More will come out, Professor Baradi, on the details as things emerge. But I want to thank everyone who gave a super chat, asked questions.
Simple Form 1040 returns only. No schedules except for earned income tax credit.
Saturday, April 4th, 2026, my dear friend or brother, Patrick Hansen.
I'm good, Nima. Nima, your audio, just your audio.
Dismissed from their position, or they were forced to resign under the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. How do you find the situation right now? Let's just start with this 48 ultimatum. What does it mean in your opinion?
Well, I think we can draw the logical conclusion of the timing of this purge of military generals by the Secretary of War Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. It's pretty obvious the timing. It probably has to do with the pushback from these generals about a ground invasion or putting U.S. troops on the ground. And also one of these generals was also previously in command of the 82nd Airborne, the very division which is said to be deployed for combat operations on the ground in Iran. So that's clear what's going on. There's pushback within the military. There's no consensus in the U.S. military that this is a good idea, that this war full stop should continue to be prosecuted in the kind of ad hoc, ramshackle, sort of make it up as you go along style that the Pete Hegseth and the Trump administration are attempting to do. So they're trying to rewrite the rule book of military engagement. Because they believe that they've arrived on the scene, and in 14 months that this is the beginning of history for them. But this is what happens when you put someone who's not qualified. No, probably Pete Hegseth's not really even qualified to lead a battalion in the U.S. military, based on his low rank and the fact he was kicked out of the D.C. National Guard. I mean, he would have never, he wouldn't even get a position within the U.S. military. Of any even average rank, but yet he's been put in charge of the Pentagon at this very crucial time. So that's probably why they're probably doubling down, because this is a political war now. For Donald Trump, it's a political war in the U.S. and also legitimacy within the U.S., but also legitimacy internationally. He has staked everything on all these different, initiatives and economic wars and military wars, like the tariff war, for instance. His entire reputation for all of his tariff warfare rests on this military operation, as well as his claim to be the president for the economy, because he's supposedly a successful businessman. As we can see, the results economically, at least for average Americans, are going to be really, really difficult in terms of the inflationary pressure from the spike of oil and the throttling of supplies to the global market out of the Persian Gulf, and the effect that's having on oil markets and just economic activity right across the board. So there's all of that going on now. So I think the timing is very bad for the U.S., but it's a lose-lose really. If they pull out, then Trump's humiliated. The U.S. is humiliated. The Fox News crowd is humiliated, and they just can't accept that. If they stay in, they're going to incur more losses. What we saw in the last 24 hours or 48 hours in terms of lost aircraft is nothing. I mean, it's just the beginning. They put boots on the ground. You multiply that times 10 or 20. That's what's going to happen. There is no real feasible military operation, and even if there was, we can talk about, the likely insertion points and what the U.S. would pretend or hope to achieve, at least publicly, what trophy they can hold up after who knows how many days or weeks of combat operations inside of Iran. But the fact of the matter remains, they don't really have any safe staging ground to mount operations. They don't have any fallback positions. They don't have really any protected supply lines or anything like that. They're banking on this idea that Iran's going to stand down and not do anything if they enter the country, and that Iran's just going to defer to the almighty great force of the U.S. military, and the U.S. will do massive bombing runs all over Iran while they invade. That's the military plan. It's that they're going to do saturation bombings, and whatever they have left in terms of standoff munitions, which is probably not much, and that's how they're going to provide cover for their military insertion. They're hoping that there's going to be absolutely no resistance from the Iranians, whether it's going to be an insertion on the southeast coast. That's my best guess. Not necessarily in the Persian Gulf. If anything, this was a probing, potentially, these are probing exercises around Kuwait, but that's not where the U.S. is, in my opinion, probably not likely to insert ground troops. If they do, it's probably going to be in another places, not even necessarily Karg Island per se. They may try, but it seems like the U.S. is better positioned to invade on the southeastern coast, and Chaurbah and the Konrak coast, the Makran coast line of Iran. It seems to be more of a sensible insertion point, and then they could utilize the CIA are arming and funding the Baluchi terrorist militias in Baluchistan and trying to engineer a breakaway province there for many years. They would probably activate them, and hopefully they would join up with U.S. military positions. I mean, that would be the most logical plan from the United States point of view. So, I mean, there's a whole bunch of different aspects of this that we could go into, including what was revealed over the last 2 days, which is that there's many layers of air defense. It's not just S-400 style air defenses, large perimeters, and those types, repelling those types of air attacks. Maybe the U.S. has taken out quite a few radar systems, and Israel has as well. But that doesn't mean that Iran doesn't have shorter range air defense, and that's going to come into play as they move closer in with helicopters and more aircraft to do glide bombs and bombing, because that's all that the U.S. can do right now. They have to move in closer, and they have to use things like glide bombs to hit targets because I believe they're running out of cruise missiles and they're running out of standoff munitions. So that means that they're going to be in the firing line of sort of lighter, more decentralized and mobile air defenses, and even succumb to potential targeting from manpads and things like this. I think we saw some of that in the last 24 hours. I mean, that's just pretty basic common sense. They're going to take aircraft losses. How much can they take? This is already a huge political problem in America, believe it or not. A few aircraft, this will potentially delay, if not derail, potentially the U.S. ground invasion. If enough political inertia is generated from the New York Times headlines of U.S. downed aircraft and missing pilots, that might be enough to deter this sort of reckless military operation by Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth and the others. So we'll see.
I think they have to send these forces to Iran, as you mentioned, in the southern part of Iran, basically in the southeast or southwest, or basically in the southern part of Iran. They have to send them using helicopters. I don't know how is that possible. Are they going to use these Arab states to provide them with everything, going there and using their land and going into Iran? That would be hugely problematic, in my opinion, since as it happens, Iran would destroy everything in these countries, because that is something else. This is the new escalation in that if the invasion happened, and we had it before, the head of parliament in Iran said that. He said literally they're going to hit everything in these countries. And on the other hand, if they put them on the ground, let's assume 50,000. It's that the whole number that we've heard so far, we've seen so far, together with air power. I think we're going to see a lot of, these air fighter jets being hit by the air defense system, not only because you mentioned the radars. The radars in Iran are mostly mobile. They're not fixed in a location, and they're moving around and then going to these underground cities and coming out and going and finding and sending the signals. This is the problem that the United States is dealing with, because with the targets that we've seen so far, they're somehow blind about where are these sort of radars, missiles, and the missile production. They don't know that. That's why they're hitting the bridges, the pharmaceutical facilities in Iran. I think that's one of the basic problems on the part of the United States. What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think there's always going to be problems logistically. There's also, the Iranians can fire at aircraft even using visual and other. There's visual and the combination of visual and infrared and heat seeking and all these other things. This is the exact reason why the Russian Federation has not used its air force over Ukraine in 4 years. Imagine that. You look at the size of Russia's Air Force, all fifth-generation fighters, very advanced, the best pilots in the world, the best musicians in the world, the best that have run the best targeted air campaigns, even in very tight logistical situations, like in Aleppo, for instance. So Russia's well capable of running air campaigns, but they haven't in Ukraine. Why is that? Because of the risks. It's because of the risks, and America's going to face those same risks when they start moving in closer. They see what you have is the Trump administration. It's the currency for this presidency is memes. I'll tell you, it's memes. It's sound bites, headlines. It's tweets, and it's lies. And they've been lying about this military campaign to the American public and to the world. They've been talking like the U.S. has been loitering over Iranian cities with aircraft the whole time. It's not true. The majority of the attacks on Iran have been with long-distance cruise missiles and other standoff munitions and targeting from submarines or from U.S. destroyers that are parked well in excess of 1,000, 200 odd kilometers away from the Iranian coast. So at a safe distance. And that's the majority. And then, of course, high altitude bombing, but only just. Now, because of the logistical problems with this, they will have to move in closer in order to continue to, quote, hit targets and things like that. They're going to become more vulnerable to various targeting from various levels of air defense, various types of air defense. They've been able to avoid that thus far for the most part, and I think they've got overconfident. And now they've realized and this is why it's going to be a problem. This is going to be huge. This is a huge political crisis right now. I'm telling you, when this gets to the headlines of the New York Times, then everyone's talking about it, and everyone's then doubting Pete Hegseth, which they're doing now, and looking for different excuses or finding ways to remove him. And meanwhile, he's panicking and desperate because he has been given a do or die order from the Israeli lobby. You will prosecute this war, otherwise you're finished. So Pete Hegseth's career, his future, it totally hinges on, you know, his ability to have a normal life and stay out of prison. Really hinges on keeping this war going. In that sense, Pete Hegseth's become a type of Zelensky character. You know, sort of a clown, sort of stage actor. Himself is a TV presenter. That's his main career, is TV presenting. Like President Trump is a reality TV actor, and they're you know whatever they think that they've carved out in the world of politics. They feel they have to double down. They have to keep this war going, like Zelensky, and they just want to keep it going indefinitely. This is suiting. We can talk about why this is suiting the U.S. empire. I think this is a strategy that the U.S. empire wants in Iran, in the Persian Gulf, as well as in Ukraine, because it's having a net effect on the global energy market that, at least in the short term, has provided tremendous amount of leverage for the United States. You know, Russia has banned gasoline exports because of the damage to their refineries and their export facilities because of Ukrainian drone attacks. That's happening in the background of all this. So now so the U.S. uses its proxy, which is Ukraine, to damage Russian export capacity, and successfully so. They've knocked it down 30, possibly 40%. At the moment, until it's repaired, that will be months. And Israel has knocked out Iranian capacity, and then in the retaliation, Iran has knocked out Gulf capacity. So between the U.S. and Israel, they have initiated the sort of downgrading, if you will, of the global oil and gas export market, and the beneficiary, the direct beneficiary, is U.S. oil and gas. Direct. They are the direct beneficiary. They have control over Venezuela's petroleum at the moment. They have also now knocked out a sufficient amount in the Persian Gulf and in Russia. So, you know, it's absolutely a leveraged position for the United States empire, as it were. So that's the big picture. That leads me to believe they want to continue to drag this on as long as possible. And Israel and the U.S. are quite happy to degrade the Gulf. Quite happy. They think they can ride this out, and they can then create more leverage in maybe another conflict or another flashpoint or some other situation where they can increase their leverage. That's how they're thinking in Washington right now. They're stepping back, and to
the
them,
elites of the market. You mean the elites of the market? You're talking
Yes.
about those people, 1%, and those top people, not the ordinary people.
Yes, correct. It's bad for the American people. It means that we pay the inflation tax. We pay, and the Europeans are paying the inflation tax. It's bad for the people. It's bad for the economies of everybody except for the upper 1% or the 0.1%. So that is Donald Trump's base. Donald Trump has lost all. Many of the active duty military don't support Donald Trump. I know, because I've been on the ground interviewing them last 2 weeks. Okay, veterans. Many of the veterans have lost support. Donald Trump's lost their support. The MAGA base, they've peeled off. He's lost half of them. He's lost all of the independents, almost 100%. Almost 100% of independent votes. That was the swing vote for Trump in the last election, that he wouldn't have won without them. He got their vote because he lied and he was acting like he was an anti-war president. It was a very good acting job by Donald Trump. And then, so what's left? Wall Street, Howard Lutnick's people, big oil, big gas in Texas, and big AI, big tech. And Wall Street. That's it. That's Trump and the media, most of the media, mainstream media class. That's it. There is no popular base anymore. It's finished. That's what people got to realize. It's a fraction of what it was during the 2024 election campaign. So time is not going to be kind for Trump politically, but do the Israelis really care what the Republicans do in the midterms? I don't think so. They've already set this story in motion, and Wall Street's happy. They're making money every time Trump sends out a tweet. They're all making. So is his inner circle. So are his children. So is his son-in-law. They're all making a fortune every time he posts on True Social, because they'll put their call options in, watch the stock market go up, then they'll wait a few hours for Iran to say, we're not negotiating anything with the U.S. What's this man talking about? And then all of a sudden the market drops and oil prices go back up. He and his people and his base, which are Wall Street and big AI and big military and big oil, they're making money on the dip as well as on the rebound and on the dip again. They're making money. The financial markets have been weaponized around oil trading and these commodities, so much so even there's a whole wing of cryptocurrency trading that we've exposed at 21stcenturywire.com. It's on our website right now. It's called Hormuz Hype. We've got a report breaking it down. They've gamed the price of petroleum in Europe. The European market should not be affected. They only get 7% of their oil from the Persian Gulf, Nima. 7%. Majority of European oil doesn't come from the Persian Gulf. That's just a talking point by the Trump administration. It comes from Norway. That's the majority of European oil. It comes from Norway in Europe.
Norway that goes to Poland, then
that's a gas pipeline as well.
Yeah.
But then Kazakhstan and Nigeria and a little bit from Libya. That's the majority. That's the bulk. And the United States. That's the bulk of European oil at the moment. They're getting some from Russia, but less than before, obviously. So the main oil companies, the energy companies, are jacking up their price fixing to take advantage of the crisis to maximize profits. It's a big scandal right now in Europe. We're one of the few outlets that have put a great report together. I work with the French journalist Freddie Ponton, who's just done tremendous work on this topic, and others. But that's a report on our website right now. The same is true in America, Nima. The United States, oil is priced globally, but it shouldn't, in terms of supply, it shouldn't affect the U.S. market at all. It shouldn't. So, but the big firms run a cartel, and they pretend to react to geopolitical events in order to maximize profits at the pump in real time, even though the downstream effects shouldn't come for months as regards to the price of petrol or gasoline in the U.S. I mean, it's ridiculous. But they're doing it. They're doing it to game, and this is what's happened. And futures markets piling in now. The crypto trading is also pressurizing these betting markets, and again driving more volatility and also more profit. And so the markets, they're just moving. The capital's moving right now in the energy markets. That's where it is. They're taking advantage. And then when this crisis is over, Nima, they're going to move to another. The capital will then migrate to another bailout or whatever the Ponzi scheme is that the Federal Reserve be running to provide a rescue package for this disaster that Trump has gotten his own country and the world into. This is what these people do. They're absolute criminals. They're crooks. And they don't care. They don't care about the working class. The working class is getting destroyed right now. And the middle class, jobs, all these things are going to. So, of course, this is going to hurt Trump, politically in the midterms. But the people that paid for this presidency are, unfortunately, the Israeli lobby. They don't care. They really don't care. They'll move on to work on a Democrat-led government. This is how it works. So until people wake up in America and realize how badly they've been played and will continue to be played along these lines, I don't think we just have to wait for the next crisis, really. That's kind of where it's at.
Yeah. Actually, we've learned it seems that Iran is buying the first. India makes first Iranian oil purchase in 7 years with no payment problems, because India is saying that they can no longer rely upon oil from Arab states due to blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. And we know that the price of oil has doubled at least since the war started. And I think, that's the reality that is changing somehow the mindset on the part of Europeans. We had the foreign minister of Austria talking with the foreign minister of Iran about how they can manage, the passage of tankers who are related to Austria, who they want to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Something is happening in that sense. Europeans, we had Macron the same way. Macron, by the way, the way that Macron is behaving is totally different from what we've seen in Ukraine, for example. He sees, the leverage in the Strait of Hormuz that Iran has. What is your understanding? What do you make of the way that Iran, the policy in the Strait of Hormuz is somehow changing the nature of the relationship of those countries who need the strait to pass through?
Yeah, in terms of Emmanuel Macron inserting himself into this situation, I don't put a lot of currency in it. Also because he's very inconsistent. He's done this with Russian relations. He's flip-flopped, like literally days, weeks after. It's just that's actually his hallmark, is that he's a flip-flopper. That's Macron, and the typical French political negotiation styles is to be engaged, to talk.
100% agreeing with you. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
100% really engaged in it. Talking up the great. It's going to be great. It's going to be wonderful, and then they will always back out at the end, always. And this is just a French high-level corporate style of negotiations, and then they will try to sort of do an end run around themselves with somebody else, possibly to get a better price. Who knows? But so I don't put, as far as Macron goes, that's how I view him. Is this type of he's what Macron's done is made himself relevant on the world stage by doing nothing, just by making a statement. And everyone's like, "Wow, that sounds very multipolar." Oh, he's the future. Finally, sane leadership from Europe. But he's really doing this for a domestic audience, because this war is hugely unpopular in France, and also among Muslims in France as well. And this has not gone unnoticed. So this is a president that is joined at the hip with Benjamin Netanyahu and has been totally supportive of the Gaza genocide. And France has done whatever Israel wants, pretty much. So this has also hurt him politically. His brand has been tarnished. So he doesn't want to make the same mistake here. You can see Europeans are not very, they're not pro-Trump. Even the right wing in Europe is going sour on Trump just because of the level, the crudeness, the sort of disgusting, kind of rude, sloppy, way that he goes about his political business, disrespectful to smaller countries, constantly, jibing European states, saying that they're not pulling their weight in NATO, which is ridiculous. NATO is just a big protection racket for the U.S. to sell weapons. They create the threat, and then they sell protection to the European countries and demand that they spend 3% on GDP to defend themselves. Defend themselves against what? Defend themselves against an aggressive Russia that only appears aggressive because the United States staged a violent coup in Kiev in February of 2014 that started a civil war that led to the war we have now. That's a U.S. total operation from beginning to end. And they'll turn to the Europeans and say, you got to buy more weapons because the Russians are dangerous. They want to invade. And most of Europeans will believe that. And you have, like, say, not very intelligent European leaders like Kaja Kallas, like the new king of Finland, Mr. Stubbs, and of course Poland. Poland is there's a faction in Poland always found it very profitable to talk up a Russian threat and to try to cultivate Russian hate from previous generations, from the Soviet era, the Warsaw Pact days.
We're talking about the Korsky ilk.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great career move. That's all American money. That's all American money injected into the Polish political system. And so if you have those views, it's very profitable. It's good for your career. You get on all the panels, you get the fellowships at the think tanks, you get to do your time in America, you get a nice cushy corporate banking job in New York or wherever they end up on the board of whichever company. That's the career trajectory in Poland. So that's just an example of how screwed up Europe is. They don't even know it's good for themselves. So they're looking at this situation in Iran, and now in Italy and Spain, the governments are coming under direct pressure from electorate about allowing their military bases, of which there are many U.S. military bases, under the guise of NATO. This is again part of the scam. The U.S. criticizes NATO like they're not pulling their weight. The U.S. uses NATO as a fig leaf to have military bases, hundreds of bases and facilities all over Europe. And then they use those as launching pads to launch illegal wars of aggression outside of NATO. That's what it is. So Meloni and the government in Spain, in Italy and Spain, they're coming under pressure from their electorates on this. The people don't want to be part of this illegal war. They don't want to have the World War III blood on their hands if this thing spins out of control. And so, that in a way, a lot's being revealed. A lot is being revealed through Trump, through his kind of recklessness, and through the crazy bombast of the Pete Hegseths of the world. A lot's being revealed now. It's pushed relationships right to the edge. And Europeans especially have to basically look in the mirror and say, do we have any of these ethical or moral or international law considerations that we've been, so pious and sanctimonious about over the Ukraine conflict? Does any of this apply in reality when it comes to the United States? That's why they're backing off. If they're engaged, they have to then deal with all of that hypocrisy. That means banning Russia from sporting events and the Olympics and sanctioning them and, kicking Russian people and businesses out of Europe and all this other stuff based on this claim that Russia did a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, which it didn't. And even then, that was under the framework of the UN Security Council Resolution 2202 and the Minsk Accords. So Russia was merely intervening on a humanitarian basis, as was expected if the Minsk Accords and that UN security resolution collapsed, and it did. And the rest was fairly academic to anybody who was actually, watching and paying attention to the Ukraine civil war. But Europe remodeled all that, remarketed that as Russian aggression, and that created and that suited the U.S. Under the last administration under Joe Biden, and they used that to re-leverage U.S. positions in Europe and to try to destroy Russia economically and create this bifurcated global system, which has largely failed. And now here we go. Another front has opened up. Where are all these great platitudes now? Like, where are the speeches? I don't see them anymore. They've all disappeared. The Europeans are hiding. They run behind the sort of filing cabinets in Brussels. They're hiding. They don't know what to do about Daddy. Daddy's gone off the reservation. They don't know what to say. So it's brilliant on one level, because this is just another level of hypocrisy that's exposed Israel, it's exposed the United States, and it's exposed the European elite leadership for what they are, which are absolute charlatans. They don't have a moral, ethical bone in their body left anyway. So it's terrible. The whole situation is terrible. Don't get me wrong. It's terrible, but it has exposed everything. And that is, I think, could be a positive in the long run if we survive this crisis.
We're basically in the same sort of stalemate when it comes to Ukraine and Iran, because in both cases, the United States is asking for ceasefire. Even Donald Trump was asking 48 hours of ceasefire. I don't know what does that mean. Even he wanted to find the pilots, or one of the pilots who was
so that's the U.S. was basically begging Iran without begging publicly, but they're begging Iran foolishly for a 48-hour pause to clean up a mess. That's what it is. You know, we're talking now, what, 4, maybe 5 aircraft, either shot down or damaged, plus missing U.S. airmen. It's a mess. They needed time. They wanted down tools, and Iran told them to go pound sand, and rightfully so. And so they didn't get it. It's everything the U.S. Trump says at this point forward. If he says, "Oh, I'm giving you a deadline. I'm giving you 5 days. Expect an attack within 24 hours," or he says, "No, I'm going to give you till April 29th. We're going to give you 2 weeks, some arbitrary number, 2 weeks. Expect an attack right before that time limit. You know, probably, days before, or, the weekend before. Expect some kind of a major attack or something by either the U.S. or Israel." So, in other words, all these announcements by the U.S. or claims or requests, whatever, they're meaningless at this point. They're meaningless. The U.S. is not agreement capable. The U.S. cannot abide by any ceasefire. Even a 24-hour ceasefire, I wouldn't even give them that. They're not worth it. The U.S. have lied and deceived so many times. They've just adopted, if you look at it, what the U.S. have done is they have adopted all of the methods and tactics of the Israelis, basically, which is, just to rampage. I call it rampage foreign policy. Kill, assassinate, bomb, lie, deceive, propagandize, false flags. It's just everything. This is what the U.S. is adopting. So before, the U.S. used to allow Israel to be in the gutter, to do the dirty work in the gutter. And that was Israel's role. And the U.S. would stand above it and pretend to be above that and pretend to be the rational hegemon. But under Trump has basically taken the United States down in the gutter, down into the gutter with Israel to do gutter methods, dirty street criminal methods that Israel, that's normally Israel's stock in trade, is deception, is lying, is assassinating people, is killing negotiation teams so you don't have anyone to negotiate with, and then disingenuously going to the public like Netanyahu does every time and say, "We don't have any partners to negotiate with. We're trying to negotiate with the Palestinians, but nobody will talk to us because you killed them all." So, I mean, but that's normal for Israel. And so now Trump has adopted these tactics. Why? Because Israel is directing U.S. foreign policy, and Israel is providing tasking for the U.S. military. The U.S. is outsourced. The U.S. is nothing more than a glorified mercenary force for the state of Israel and the Israeli lobby. As far as this conflict is concerned, 100%. And probably for big oil and big gas as well. They're always working as a surrogate for BlackRock, for U.S. big oil and gas. That's without a doubt. But in terms of actual tasking and what the U.S.'s position is on any given moment, it's absolutely dictated by a foreign country through a foreign lobby based in the U.S. that doesn't have to register as a foreign agent because they've lobbied to make sure that they wouldn't have to register as a foreign agent. And they paid a lot of money for that. It's not hard to figure out at this point. They've given us the PhD crash course here in the last year. And now you can see what their relationship is really like. You don't even need to read John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt's book, The Israeli Lobby, which I have on my desk here. You don't need to read that. Israel's given everybody a crash course. Trump have given everyone a crash course on how Washington really works and how the Israeli lobby runs Washington. It's all now clear for everybody to see.
Hey everybody, Walton Goggins here. Starting a business is never easy, but with GoDaddy Aero, that endeavor is
I think that's not hidden anymore because we had General Keane on Fox News at least 2 times. I heard him, Benjamin Netanyahu, telling Donald Trump what to do as time goes by. This is serious when and an analyst on Fox News says that, you just imagine how deep is that, what's going on, and what is Donald Trump, what is his understanding, his strategy in this war without Benjamin Netanyahu. I think it's all defined by Mossad and Benjamin Netanyahu. And many of these military commanders who are leaving the administration or are leaving the armies because of what's going on in terms of the Israeli leverage, because nobody's there to hear them. And how do you see, because the way that Pete Hegseth trying to, so he's dominant, he's controlling everything, but we see some sort of chaos from within happening. And I don't know how long Donald Trump can hide that. It's not because of what's going on with Israelis, it's because of the number of casualties. With the Intercept reported the number of casualties are not reported correctly. They said more than 70%, 90% of Iranian missiles and interceptors, air defense system was destroyed, were destroyed so far, and which was later on a report on CNN, at least CNN is reporting that it was 50%, which is not, by the way, the case. But after all, we see some sort of, disagreement when it comes to their assessment. It shows how fragile is the assessment, intelligence assessment on the part. Yeah,
it does. Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked. In my lifetime, I would never see CNN go against the Pentagon. I mean, that never happened. The CNN always had their embedded correspondent, Barbara Starr, in the Pentagon, and her job was to be a propagandist for the Pentagon, and verbatim. Like, so all the wars, at least while she was there, and then before that, Wolf Blitzer and these others, and their job was to repeat Pentagon propaganda and never to veer off the script, because for them, it was a national security imperative. So CNN becomes, and the mainstream media are an extension of the government at that point. That they have to abide by that. But this is the first conflict in my adult life that I've seen mainstream media breaking away from the White House, breaking away from the government. And CNN's been, I don't know for how much longer, because my understanding is that Larry Ellison and Israel will take control of that network very soon. But let's just say for now, the leak about the CIA arming the Kurdish, Iranian Kurdish factions over the border in Iraqi Kurdistan to deploy them. Remember that? When that was CNN that pushed that out, and they said that's going to be a problem for the Trump administration. Verbatim, that's what they said. And I was surprised. I'm like, what's going on here? Is this some kind of distraction to fool the public? I was like, no, but it looked like that leak was created some damage for that operation. So I think the CIA is split. I think there are veterans within the CIA that do not support this war, don't support this president, and don't respect Pete Hegseth or Trump or any of his advisors for the way that they're carrying on. That's true. In the media, there's a split. We can see that. The hate and aversion of Trump by a lot of mainstream media propagandists that would normally just bite their tongue and go along with it, they're actively working to undermine Trump with the coverage. And I think this is a positive thing, because that's what the press is supposed to do. They're supposed to challenge the government and call truth, hold truth to power, or speak truth to power and hold power accountable. That's the whole purpose of the press, if you believe the lore of the United States as a democracy. Okay, and so we're starting to see that now. So they are kind of doing their job, maybe not enough, and sort of not enough to sort of really, I think, pull this war effort down overnight. But they are doing it, and there's all sorts of other clues that are showing that. I mean, the casualty cover-up is huge. That's it's interesting, Nima, because our sources told us this last week that the number of casualties are orders of magnitude higher than what was being reported, and that especially deaths are not included on the manifests going back to the United States of wounded. Deaths are being triaged and being managed. So I would say, based on the Intercept report And the other reporting on this, I mean, I know the Iranian news agency says the U.S. dead soldiers in terms of like at U.S. bases that were hit, etc., is in the hundreds. Okay, that's what Iranian news agency is saying. Intercept is saying it's in the dozens potentially. I would say it's probably somewhere in between, most likely. So it's way higher. You know, it's probably upwards, way higher, in multiples higher than what's been admitted, because the political price, Trump could not withstand the pressure even from 100 dead soldiers. He couldn't. He would fold under pressure. He's notoriously weak when challenged, and I think you can see this presidency's fallen back on lying and fake news and propaganda to create this kind of fictional war. What Trump's calling it a perfect war. This is what he's saying. It's the perfect war. Nobody's seen a war like this ever in the history of human warfare. No one's seen anything like this. People tell me how wonderful this war is. They tell me, say, Trump, nobody had the guts to do this. And thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump, talking about himself in the third person. This is what he's saying. So so he can't, there's no way that if the facts start undermining this hugely massive bar that he's set for the expectations for this perfect war, any chink in the armor is just that house of cards is going to come falling down. And I think you start to see the beginnings of that this weekend with all the downed U.S. aircraft. Plus, I think a Chinook got blown up on the tarmac if I'm not mistaken, it was at the Kuwaiti base that was hit, literally. So, I mean, the U.S. have taken more material losses in terms of drones, aircraft, helicopters, etc., in this war than in this space of time than any other conflict in living memory. And normally, what that means, Nima, is that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, he gets dragged in front of the Senate and the congressional committees to answer why the U.S. has lost so many billions of dollars. Is this because of bad organization? Is this because you don't know what you're doing? Is this because you're making up your missions as you go along and there's no real strategy to any of this? They haven't been able to, they haven't made them accountable. They managed to bypass Congress by the Israeli lobby helped instruct senators and congressmen to vote against the War Powers Act. So they were obedient to the Israeli lobby. So again, a foreign government has a lobby in the U.S. that's instructing our congressmen and senators to vote against the War Powers Act. Isn't that amazing how that democracy works? So they're bypassed that. So there's no oversight. We're 5-6 weeks in. There's no oversight for this war. This is an undeclared war of choice, a war of aggression. Zero oversight. They don't have to. The Secretary of Defense or War, whatever the hell his title is, he doesn't have to go in front of anybody. He would melt. He would probably have a tantrum and just probably like storm out of the hearing, rip his tie off, and then go outside and pull his shirt off with all his tattoos and then scream at the cameras. I mean, that's what Pete Hegseth would do. He's so emotionally and psychologically unstable anyway. You can see his outbursts and how he attacks people and attacks the press whenever anybody asks him a difficult question or questions his authority or the president's authority. These people they're paper thin right now in terms of the integrity behind what they're doing politically and militarily. So, I mean, that's what I would expect as an American, at the very least, is this man needs to be dragged in front of a Senate and congressional both hearings to answer for all of these things. And this is just the beginning. Then we're going to have some kind of an inquiry about why this war started to begin with. The only honest assessment I've heard so far, Nima, is from Marco Rubio, who accidentally said that Israel, the reason we got into the war is because Israel was going in first. Obviously, this was planned ahead of time, and they were going in. We all know it. But at least the fake excuse that Rubio gave is mostly true, which is that the Israelis went in and we had to go in behind them because we have to We have to, abide by the wishes of the state of Israel as a global superpower. We're not the global superpower. We're just a proxy of the real superpower, which politically looks like it's Israel, based on the Secretary of State's admission. I'm just going by his words. It's not my conspiracy theory. I'm taking his words at face value. The Secretary of State, the top diplomat who also claims he's the national security advisor at the same time. Those two jobs are supposed to be done by different people, by the way. The national security advisor should be independent and not political per se. What a mess.
Yeah, it is. I think what Marco Rubio said, it remains in the history of the United States, how Israel, made this chaos. I think it's what is happening in the Middle East is huge, politically, militarily, economically. And, first of all, you see how Iran has destroyed all these American bases in the Arab states, in GCC countries. This is not something, many people are asking themselves in Europe and other countries, what is the meaning of these, bases if they cannot protect themselves against an attack from Iranians. On the other hand, we know that the escalation is going to the Iranian facilities, civilian facilities. We had the bridge, one of the largest and biggest bridge in the Middle East was hit by the United States and Israel together. And we had pharmaceutical, we had Pasteur Institute, which produces medicine and, for mostly the people with cancer and these sort of specific sort of problems. And the other one, which was mentioned in one of the tweets of Iranian foreign minister, which is so much of concern, not for Iran, basically more for the GCC countries, is the attack on the nuclear power plant in Bushehr.
Yep.
It was attacked 4 times. They attacked this nuclear plant, and which he said that radioactive fallout will end life of GCC capitals, not Tehran. They're going to be influenced, and they're facilitating. They're somehow cooperating with the United States. We've seen 2 drones coming from UAE, for example, to Iran to hit the targets. I think that remains to be responded on the part of Iranians. But after all, their life is on the line right now with these new attacks, with these escalations.
Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund. Roughly 37% of file.
And how do you see the way that these Arab states, 2 of them, by the way, we've learned 2 of them were in contact with Iranian officials recently with the case of the Strait of Hormuz, saying the green light, and they're saying we're going to pay whatever you want to charge us. We're going to pay that to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And how do you see the escalation, Patrick? Because Donald Trump said that he's going to hit Iranian, send them back to the Stone Age where they belong. These are heavy sort of words for Iranians, for anybody Iranian, all of the Iranians in Iran and outside of Iran hearing that.
Well, the Gulf states should pay attention. If these were real leaders, real political leaders, or real rulers, if they're real monarchs for that matter, these are tribesmen that were selected by the British Empire and the British colonial rulers to rule over those artificial emirates. Okay, that's how they got into power. Their family dynasties. It's not based on merit. It's not based on any hereditary royal line or nothing like that. It's just completely fake. Just like the previous monarch dynasty in Iran, the Pahlavi dynasty. It's completely fake. It's imposed by colonial rulers. So they're really just pretending at the end of the day. But if they have an opportunity to actually show that they can rule now by making decisions that are in their interest of their countries and the people that live there and the business investments. And certainly the smart thing to do would to reevaluate the relationship with the United States, who've been using them as a military launching pad for an attack on Iran. And to protect Israel. That's the whole purpose of the U.S. military arrangement, and to protect the petrodollar, which allows the U.S. to spend $2 trillion plus per year over their budget that pays for that military. See, it's circular logic. It's very clear how this relationship works. So if the Gulf states were smart, they would look at this like an existential crisis and think, well, maybe we need to look ahead rather than look back here. And it looks like the relationship with the U.S. and the European countries is not going well. And forget the Abraham Accords. Israel doesn't really care about us anyway. In fact, Israel is planning to take over the UAE. That's the long-term plan. Israel will end up ousting the royal family anyway in the UAE. They're gone. Probably, I'd give it 10 years. Israeli intelligence have already infiltrated the UAE to such a deep level, and their military, everything, to such a deep level. It's only a question of time before they will take over that country, because they allowed them in, which was, their mistake. But they have a chance to actually normalize relations with Iran through this crisis. They have a perfect excuse to do it. They have a perfect excuse to reevaluate the relationship with the United States. They would be in the right morally, the UAE and the Gulf states and Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, but they don't know what to do. Why? Because these are not people that are accountable to the people who live in those countries. They're not even real. If they were real monarchs, they would do what's in the best interest of the people there and of their future line. They're not even doing that, which is very dangerous, actually. But that shows you that they're not really accountable, and which shows you they're not real sovereigns. A real sovereign would do what's in the interest of the next generation to continue their own line. Makes sense, right? I mean, that's what anyone would do. But they're not doing that. So you're not dealing with a normal monarchy here. You're not dealing with a real monarchy. You're dealing with puppet regimes that serve at the pleasure of Western powers and of Israel ultimately. And look, if they want to escalate against Iran, when Trump said in his State of the Union speech on Wednesday night, he said, "Yeah, we've hit the nuclear plants, and there's nuclear dust. There's nuclear dust blowing around. They won't be able to use it again for a long time because of the dust." So Donald Trump has admitted there's radioactive material blowing around Iran's nuclear facilities after U.S. and Israeli attacks on those facilities, which you mentioned, one of them, the Bushehr site. And so seeing that these Arab leaders in the UAE are only 120 miles away, certainly they would pick up on that word by Trump, right? And they would say publicly, we're against this. The United States should not be attacking nuclear sites, and then bragging that there's dust blowing around like Trump has done. That would be, to me, the responsible, more of a leadership move by these Gulf Arab leaders. But they're terrified. They're terrified to say that publicly, to condemn the U.S. or to condemn Trump publicly. They're terrified because they serve at the pleasure of Western powers. And their arrangement is keep your mouth shut, buy our weapons, do what we say, or you're out. The U.S. could have a military coup in the UAE or Saudi Arabia or any of these countries like this. There'll be a military coup. That's how they would oust the regime. It's very, very quick, and it would be over. The U.S. would buy off heads of intelligence and military, and in 72 hours, they would flip the government in all of those Gulf states, one by one. Very easy. Bahrain, no problem. And the royals would be sent packing to their penthouse in Paris, to their penthouse in New York, to their villa in Los Angeles or wherever, San Diego. They have 5 or 6 options, each, where they can go to the south of Spain, to the Côte d'Azur, in Cannes, in south of France, or in the the Amalfi Coast. They have islands. They've bought islands in Greek islands anyway, Saudis, and so they have. I mean, so they're gone. They're out. It's that easy, and that's probably going to happen. They might voluntarily leave after their desalinization plants get hit, after they continue to escalate against Iran, throwing like a drunk gambler at the craps table, rolling the dice. It's like they're not acting like real leaders. They're not. They're not making rational choices because they are not sovereign. They serve at the pleasure of the U.S., European elites, and of course Israel. All of those Gulf states. They know it. Now we know it. Because if they weren't, they would be absolutely pushing back against everything the U.S. and Israel is doing. But they can't. They're terrified.
Yeah.
It's not going to end well. It's not going to end well for them anyway.
No.
So if they knew what the smart thing to do for them is to at least, if you are going to go out with some dignity and integrity. Do what's right for the people under your custodianship, for your dynasty, or maybe if there's a chance you'll have a future heir, if there will be a monarchical regime in charge. But the U.S. can replace them whenever they want. Whenever they want. There's nothing. There's no loyalty between the West and Israel and these Gulf states. They perform a function. They prop up the U.S. dollar. And they're there to buy U.S. weapons and make U.S. defense contractors rich. That is the sole purpose of their existence. And they're only allowed to exist in their form that they are politically, as long as they do those two things: prop up the U.S. dollar, make defense companies in the U.S. and the West rich, and invest money in Western brands and help to inflate the S&P 500. That's what the West want from the Gulf states. If they don't provide that, then they're out. Simple. So, I mean, I hate to sound flippant about it.
That's reality, by the way. I really think the same way. Yeah, I think that's reality. That's the sad reality of the GCC countries, unfortunately.
They've really betrayed. I think they betrayed the Arab people.
Yeah.
I mean, just by throwing the Palestinians under the bus for so long over the years. But the fact that they're allowing the U.S. and Israel to militarily attack nuclear power plants just across the Gulf, and the environmental deprivation that will result from that will be against their own future in the Gulf, and they stay silent about this, and they can't summon the courage to censure and to rebuke the U.S. president and the U.S. military and the Israelis for this. This is a level of cowardice that is just hard to comprehend. It really is. It's breathtaking.
Exactly. Thank you.
Easter Sunday, he didn't just curse and swear on Easter Sunday to the discomfiture of no Christian evangelical that I have yet seen reported. He threatened war crimes, but worse than war crimes, if there can be such a thing. They were war blunders. He said that on Tuesday, he was going to destroy all of Iran's power plants, which is, of course, a war crime, explicitly delineated as such by international law, by the laws of war, and by the Geneva Conventions. But it's worse than a crime. it's a blunder. Because the only possible outcome could be that Iran will destroy the power plants of every single one, bar Qatar, which has seen sense and ordered American forces off of its land, but every other one that is still harboring American weapons, American men, and American warplanes and missiles, every other Arab Gulf country will then have its power plants destroyed. And if the damage Iran sustains is serious enough, their desalination plants also in countries that depend on desalination for up to 95% of their water. What did these slave satraps do to deserve this hatred from your president? They have invested, according to Trump, we never actually get to see the money, like the money of the Board of Peace, $1.25 billion of which was transferred this day from the American Treasury to an account in Qatar in Donald Trump's personal name. Are you idiots, you Americans? I mean, how stupid can you be? He's been grifting all of his life, but now he's just taking it. But according to Trump, they've invested trillions of dollars in your economy. According to Trump, they gave him diamonds and pearls. We saw the 747 aircraft that he left his recent trip to the Gulf on. Gifted, he clearly told us, not to the United States, but to him personally. These countries have not just not received the protection that they were paying in the protection racket for. They are now about to be obliterated. Life, human life, even the life of the camels of the Arabian Gulf is about to be brought to an end by the destruction of the civilian infrastructure promised by Donald Trump in that Truth Social post on Easter Sunday. But then there won't be much point in human life in the Arabian Gulf. In fact, there won't be any human life in the Arabian Gulf. Once there's no desalinated water, there will be a mass outflow, not just of rich Arabs, but of the millions of Asian workers, semi-slaves in some cases, who wait on them hand and foot. Where do you think they're going, Mr. Europe? Where do you think they're headed, Mr. Farage? You half-wits. But there won't be any point anyway, whether you've got enough bottled water to last you a month or 6 months, because Israel has repeatedly bombed the nuclear power plant in Iran, which Russia has just evacuated all of its personnel from. So dangerous has the situation become that a radiation emergency is virtually inevitable. Time after time, crazed, unhinged, Israel has been bombing a nuclear reactor. And it's to Israel I now turn. This is 2026, not 1926. By imposing the most condign regime of sanctions and penalties on anyone releasing video and pictures of the punishment now being suffered every single day and every single night. The nighttime pictures are more spectacular, but the daytime punishment is just as severe. Israel is a country of 9 million people, 1 million of whom have already gone back to the countries they hold passports from. The rest would go back if they could. Scores of thousands have fled to Cyprus with every intention of setting up home there. 300,000 are headed for Patagonia, which had been helpfully set on fire in raging forest fires, reducing the value of the land somewhat. Milei, the president of Argentina, his real name is Mileikowski. He said he converted to Judaism, but in fact, it's Judaism from which he came. And he has set in motion a process where 300,000 Israelis will become citizens of Patagonia. A new PLO may very well emerge. As a matter of fact, scholars will know that Israel was very nearly in Patagonia in the first place, instead of in the Holy Land. Milei is going to take 300,000. Greece, in the Greek islands, the Israelis are trying to buy. Cyprus, where they're just landing on the beach like refugees, will soon be one of an archipelago of little Israels. Israel is a country that was 9 million people, but is rapidly declining. And no amount of censorship can disguise the incredible damage that is being done to Tel Aviv, to Haifa, to the oil storage, to the military industrial complex, to the military intelligence industrial complex, to factories, to the very means of the life that the Israeli people have been able to enjoy. And so Donald Trump is decolonizing Palestine. I'm beginning to wonder whether he's a secret agent on our side. Certainly, if I'd been advising him to do the maximum damage to the power of the American empire, I'd have advised him to do exactly what he has been doing in your name, on your dime, with quite a few $1 billion in the back pocket of him, his family, and his friends. Larry Johnson's coming up next. He knows everything about war and the politics of it. Stay tuned. A big thanks to the people who support me on the Patreon page. I really, in the first place, these are all highly debatable points, but the question chosen for the evening: have Trump and Netanyahu killed international law? You can vote on my Telegram channel, t.me/George Galloway. You should follow me on there. It's my redoubt of almost last resort. You can vote on my X. You can vote on the YouTube community poll. You can vote on the YouTube stream, but only if you agree to subscribe to my YouTube channel. I must get to 1 million subscribers pretty damned quick. If you want to call the show, it's toll free in the United States and Canada, +1 844 944 3344. It's free of charge in Britain and Ireland, 0808 196 5522, and the worldwide number 0044 203 966 2625. Hit the phones, Jack and Jacqueline. Larry C. Johnson, veteran of the CIA and the State Department's Office of Counterterrorism and founder of the highly respected Berg Associates, I'm glad to say, joins us now. Larry, you were my go-to on this auspicious occasion, because I'd like to dive down deep into the war itself. And I knew you'd have a point of view about what we are told, at least we will be told on Netflix when the movie gets made, happened in the Iranian desert last night. In my monologue, I poured some cold water, no pun intended, on the United States version of events. What's your understanding of what happened when the rescuers flew out to save a lone pilot?
Yeah, you were correct, and it's good to be with you, George. And being with a friend is always a pleasant way to spend a Sunday afternoon. Look, the story we've been given, it's a lie on several fronts. What that F-15 was doing up in that area, what was its mission? I think it was involved in preparation for a ground attack on the Natanz nuclear reactor, and when the plane went down, the number of assets that one of the pilots was picked up immediately, but the other one they couldn't find him. There's now information online, which I've been assured is accurate, that this pilot was he apparently hit the ground 5 miles north and west of the point where he was rescued, and he basically did escape and evasion to get to the top of that mountain to be exfilled. Now here's where it really gets strange and doesn't the explanations don't make sense. At that site there were 2 C-130 aircraft. Those are fixed-wing aircraft with 4 propellers. The Joint Special Operations Command, JSOC, they have a special version of that plane, which is sort of souped up. And then there are also 4 MH-6 Little Birds. Now these are small helicopters. If anybody's ever seen the movie Black Hawk Down, those little helicopters that come in to try to rescue the people that crashed in the Black Hawk, that's a Little Bird, or the Little Birds that run strafing rounds. They can carry, I think, a maximum of 4 special operations forces, either Delta Force or SEAL Team 6, one of the two. But here's the key point. They only have a combat range of about 300 miles. Now, if you fly from Kuwait to this location in Isfahan, that's 250 miles. How the hell do you get back from there? Well, that explains why at least one of those C-130s was on the ground. They can carry a fuel bladder of gasoline or aviation fuel. They can refuel these aircraft. And then, but it's not clear if the other C-130 was there as well on that mission. It said that both got stuck in the sand, but some of the pictures that have come out and some of the video at least appears to show one of those in flame crashing into the desert. So I don't think we have an accurate count. What we do know is that in addition to losing the F-15, we lost an additional 2 Black Hawk helicopters. They're called Pave Hawks. We lost at least, got the 2 C-130s that were gone. Now we've got an additional 4 MH-6 Little Birds, and I think the reason they left them there, they didn't have enough fuel to get them back to safety. An A-10 Warthog went down, fixed-wing aircraft. So when you total it up, you're looking at about $400 million worth of aircraft that they got shot down yesterday, just ostensibly to save one person. And can't emphasize enough that this may very well have been in preparation. If this hadn't all fallen apart on Friday, during Friday, it's very likely we might have seen troops on the ground already trying to conduct a special operation against the nuclear facility at Natanz. Now that may be delayed. I think Trump, in his insanity, we had the movie about the madness of King George from the American Revolution. Well, we can update that part too with the madness of Donald Trump. I mean, he has literally, the liver has slipped off the sausage there or off the cracker. It's just no longer intact. But he's going to probably order a ground operation, and now it's up to the military chain of command to decide: are we going to follow this order? Is this a lawful order, or are we going to resign and protest? Because anything else at this point is going to result in more American casualties. And the claim that they just rescued this one pilot, again, here's what doesn't make sense. Why didn't they just send in the one Black Hawk to grab this guy off the mountain? If he's up on the mountaintop, you know, you can hover, lower a PJ, the rescuer from the Air Force, and you know, haul him up into the bird. But no, they had to send out 4 little birds, which means there must have been some sort of firefight, and we have no information actually about the number of actual casualties that were caused. So it's just, yeah, go get yourself a big bucket of cold water and keep pouring.
So from just counting up in my head from what you said there, the United States lost multiple aircraft. They must have lost multiple men, killed and wounded. I've decided not to show the picture of the skull that I've got on my telephone now, but at least one of these United States airmen is very definitely dead in the debris of that aircraft. So multiple aircraft, multiple casualties, hundreds of millions of dollars. In your experience, is that the kind of decision that would be made by the military brass? I mean, in terms of cost effectiveness, losing several men in order to rescue one man, never mind the materiel, would seem to me an odd decision, especially as the Iranians will, I would have thought, certainly treat their prisoners of war rather better than we've been treating ours in recent wars.
Yeah. Well, the CSAR, you know, CSAR stands for Combat Search and Rescue. CSAR has been part of Air Force operations going back well before Vietnam. I have a good friend who was a CSAR pilot in Vietnam from 1968 on. And these missions have always been extremely risky because they learned during Vietnam, they'd fly out to try to save one pilot. And more often than not, these rescue teams, which could be comprised of 2 to 3 different types of aircraft, including helicopters, they'd get shot down, and then you'd have a bunch of crewmen dead, just as happened here. So that is built into the plan. Whatever the plan was, they have whole orders involving combat search and rescue, who's going to do what and under what conditions. And so that whole operation kicked into high gear once that F-15 went down. But again, you come back to saying that this came less than 24 hours, 36 hours after Donald Trump had said that there was no more air defense in Iran. Well, that didn't age too well. And the Iranians, it turns out, have a loitering system, a rocket that actually acts like a glider, just sort of hangs out in the sky until it hones in on something, and then boom, can hit it. And we don't have a good counter to that, at least not yet. So the odds are that if the United States proceeds with trying to launch a larger ground operation, see, one of the things, there's a limit how far we can penetrate inland, as was evidenced by the 2 C-130s here. I have to assume they were there carrying fuel, not personnel. The fuel was to get the helicopters with enough gas to get back home. But there's always a problem in the desert. We saw that with the Operation Eagle Claw back in was that May of 1980 or was it fall of 1980, where they tried to rescue the hostages that were being held by students in Tehran. There you had a helicopter and a C-130 crash, and it killed eight people, 2 on the helicopter and 6 inside the C-130. And in that case, they left the bodies behind, which, from the photograph you're describing, it sounds like they've done that again. So yeah, there's we're getting a lot of happy talk surrounding this without actually knowing what was the case. But the distance that these aircraft can travel, you have to factor that in because they don't have unlimited range.
No, and we'll come back to where they must have flown from in a minute, because that may become exceptionally important, namely Kuwait. But I was going to press the point that you yourself made there, that Donald Trump told us in fact, he told us the first weekend, but he's been telling us ever since. And 2 days ago, he told us, we're flying over Tehran. They're not even shooting at us. Isn't there a limit to even the most credulous American media that they keep accepting and regurgitating what is clearly a blatant lie?
Well, no, you're old enough. We're roughly the same age. We remember Vietnam and all the lies told back then, and it took a while. For a while, the press was out there happily reporting, "Oh, we're winning." There's the accomplishments, and then once finally Walter Cronkite went, "No, we're not getting the truth." Then the worm turned. We're still in that celebratory, euphoric moment with respect to military operations, where people are waving the red, white, and blue, and they're cheering, and this is a great effort. Some of the social media commentary on it is just it would induce diabetes in people. It's so truckly, so sickly sweet, but they want to celebrate this for right now. Like here's one example. This one person wrote, "This is worth every friggin' penny. We burned down hardware to bring an American home and deny the mullahs a propaganda trophy. A captured U.S. weapons system officer would have been paraded on TV, tortured, exploited for intel, used for humiliation theater. Instead, our guys flew into hell, got him out." That kind of thing. It's ridiculous. And there will be more casualties. We can be assured of that.
Well, let's turn to that, because a 69-year-old sexual predator woke up on Easter Sunday morning and tweeted the now infamous message filled with cursing and swearing and all praise to Allah. But amongst the thicket was a very clear threat in his own words, written, typed by him, to commit multiple war crimes, which can only be a boomerang on America's closest allies in the Gulf. What's behind that message? I mean, if I didn't know that he doesn't drink, I would have said this was a message written by a man who's roaring drunk.
Yeah. No, yeah. I tell you what, even among the MAGA crowd, the people who've been the most loyal to Donald Trump, they're even shaking their head, going, "What in the name of God is this all about? This is crazy talk. This is not the talk of this like a Captain Queeg moment from the Caine Mutiny, except with shouting and yelling, because you always look to a leader in the midst of a crisis to show some sort of calmness, some sort of firm determination. Instead, this comes across like a panicked schoolgirl screaming, the expletive, the popular F word that he used to describe telling Iran to open the strait, and then accusing them of being crazy. It's like, dude, there's this concept in psychology and psychiatry called projection. You're laying on to the Iranians the very thing that afflicts you. Look in the mirror. People are very much, I'm friends with Jeffrey Wernick. He's the owner of BitChute, one of the social media platforms out there, where you can post videos. And he went on, he made an extended video today, calling for the 25th Amendment to be invoked, that Donald Trump ought to be walked out of the White House wearing a nice white jacket that with the sleeves tied behind his back, and then taken to a nice facility, given some pudding, and allowed to watch TV. But as far as lead the United States and have his hand on the nuclear button, I can imagine even Putin and Xi Jinping are just, their jaws have had to drop. I don't even think they ever anticipated that Trump could be this crazy. And now you have to really begin asking those serious questions of, is the United States in the control of a madman who might use nuclear weapons? And you have to say yes.
Well, if the military went along with it, Larry, and in the week we saw a parade of generals and admirals packing their briefcases and walking out of the Pentagon, some of them resigning, others sacked by the equally stir-crazy Defense Secretary, or rather, Secretary for War. What was all that about?
Well, none of the people that were removed, General Randy George, this other General Hodney, and then the chaplain, I'm not even sure what that was about. None of them are in the chain of command where they are issuing orders or mobilizing troops that are going to be used or already deployed to the theater there for offensive operations against Iran. They are, let's call them, they're in the admin chain. They were dealing with more, longer term administrative issues. Now, that said, they very well could have spoken up and said that, this war is wrong. But I think what Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth are doing is they are creating their own Praetorian Guard. This didn't start with Trump. It actually started in earnest under Obama, where Obama began putting people into positions of leadership that were loyal to him, not loyal to the Constitution, but loyal to him personally. And then Biden did that, and Trump has done that. So, and I'm not trying to, it's not just Trump. This has been bipartisan corruption and politicization of the U.S. military.
Every president's a different.
But that's what's afoot right now. Trump is in the process of trying to create his own Praetorian Guard, but there are also, it's incumbent upon the officers who, let's face it, many of them are overly political. They get their finger in the wind because they want to get promoted, and they'll do what they have to get promoted.
All about.
But we really need people who are committed to the Constitution, because the oath they swore was to uphold, protect, and defend the Constitution. Not Donald Trump, not J.D. Vance, not Joe Biden, not, it was to uphold and defend the Constitution. So it takes it out of that personality. And yet this kind of action sends waves down through the ranks that, hey, if you want to get promoted, if you want to stay in here and finish your career, better shut up and go along. And I'm afraid that's what's happening right now.
Now, that's not reassuring because it removes the possibility that the military brass will push back. What about the politicians? Sherlock Holmes would put it, what about the dog that isn't barking? J.D. Vance, I haven't seen or heard of him for days. He is bound to realize that on current plans, the Republican Party have the life chances of a Black Hawk in the Iranian desert come the midterms and come the next presidential election. Might he be contemplating some kind of action, do you think?
Well, I think he's limited what he can do. I do know from someone who is close to him and that he was described as almost clinically depressed right now, because he recognized what an awful situation that we're in. And the rumors are flying that Trump is reportedly going to also press for the resignation of Daniel Driscoll, who is the Secretary of the Army. That would be relevant because Driscoll was a law school classmate of J.D. Vance. Driscoll was a combat veteran from the war in Afghanistan. And Driscoll reportedly is very disturbed by Trump's insistence upon going forward with this, reckless military, this reckless war against Iran. So, there's more chaos to come. I had predicted a couple of weeks ago that I expected Tulsi Gabbard to be made the scapegoat, not because she did anything wrong, just because she will. Here she is being unduly loyal to Donald Trump. And, when Joe Kent, her deputy, basically, when he resigned, she should have followed him out the door. Instead, she stuck around to make excuses for Donald Trump's inexcusable conduct, inexcusable policy decisions, because he lied and has continued to lie about Iran presenting a threat to the United States. It did not. And yet, as a result of that, the United States did the equivalent of what the Nazis did in September 1st, 1939, launching an unprovoked war of aggression.
Let's turn to the military parts of what we'll call the Easter message, the Easter homily of Donald Trump. What he threatened wasn't just a crime; it's a blunder, surely, because if he carries it out, the immediate retaliation on all of his allies, with the exception perhaps of Qatar, which has now begun the process of removing American military force from its land, but all the others, if the power goes out, if the lights go out in Iran, they go out everywhere in the Gulf, don't they?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, this is the part of the war that I think most people don't appreciate or comprehend. And I'm not sure Iran envisioned this at the outset, but I think they've rapidly caught on that this is where the real power lies. By controlling the Strait of Hormuz, they now control the price of oil in the world, at least indirectly. They control the flow of oil, but not just that, but by controlling the flow of liquid natural gas and fertilizer, all of a sudden Iran has become the preeminent economic power broker in the world. And while there's a lot of cheap talk about opening the Strait of Hormuz with military force, the fact of the matter is that to do that would be an extremely costly, lengthy military exercise that would stretch a year or two in order to actually try to carry it out. Because it's not just about securing the immediate area there in the Strait. It is about making sure that there are no more missiles or drones that Iran could launch from hidden locations in the mountains that stretch 200 miles deep. And they certainly have missiles that can travel that far. So by controlling this oil, the world right now is in recession. It's just the economists haven't gotten together because their definition is you got to have 2 consecutive quarters of negative economic growth. Then that's a recession. We're already there. It's just going to take them a while to get together to make the academic claim. What really is unknown is how deep will the recession be? Will it go into depression territory, which means a greater than 10% decline in economic activity? But we're already seeing some seismic shifts in how the world economy is starting to get restructured. Iran, if you want to get your oil out of the Persian Gulf, great. You got to pay a fee. That fee goes to China. You're paying via yuan. You're going to pay for the oil via yuan. Deutsche Bank has just opened and started offering the Chinese bonds. They're called panda bonds, which is and they're being snapped up by investors because now, unlike in the past crises where the U.S. dollar was seen as a safe haven resort, no, it's now China. So China's getting that, and as this filters through the airline industry, that's another sector taking a major blow because the price of aviation fuel has basically tripled. That's having to be rationed already in Italy. That only for information that goes out for flights for longer than 3 hours, they get priority, as do medical flights. So it is. Plus, with the restrictions that the Europeans self-imposed sanctions against Russia, they can no longer fly across Russia. And now with the Middle East blowing up, how do you fly to Asia? Whereas the Chinese, they got direct flights all the way to Europe, and they get to fly across Russia. So right there's a decided advantage to China on that front. Then the West, it's dependent upon rare earth minerals for producing many of the weapon systems that it wants to produce to go attack China with. So, it's a pretty ugly picture right now for the United States and Europe.
It sure is, Larry. Let's take a quick break, and you've kindly agreed to stay on just a little bit. I know you have many other pressing priorities.
His only salvation.
Let's take questions. John in Florida has a question for Larry. Go ahead, John.
Thanks for taking my call, George. Happy Easter to you and your family, and Larry also.
And to you, thank you.
Yes.
Yes. I don't want to be hawkish and take a lot of time, but I have a few questions. Larry, my first question is, isn't J.D. Vance's career will be over unless he invokes the 25th Amendment of the United States? That would be one.
Probably, yes.
Yeah, if he wants a career, I think
let's
this
take
is
that
it.
one.
He either makes a move or not.
Yeah, let's take that one, John, because Larry's under time pressure. It's a very good question. Larry.
No, I think his career will be over, and his only salvation will be if Trump is either ousted via the 25th Amendment or removed because of health reasons.
And he's only 41 years old. It's pretty early to commit political suicide.
Yeah.
Really is. Let's go to Sam in Pennsylvania. Sam in Pennsylvania has a question for Larry. On you go, Sam.
Gentlemen, thank you. And happy Easter. Listen, Larry, what do you think of this conspiracy theory? They're deliberately inciting Iran to do the destruction in the Gulf. They can make the entire Gulf region uninhabitable. They can cut off huge amounts of energy, which will kill huge amounts of people around the world, not the fertilizers, the energy, the other resources. All of the resources stay in the ground for a clique of people who are obviously looking at creating a world run by AI and robots that can build robots. They won't be affected by any of this. Mark Zuckerberg isn't going to have any problems putting jet fuel in his private jet. Neither will Bezos or the rest of them who are all participating in murdering people by allowing the U.S. government to use their artificial intelligence. And essentially, whether my conspiracy theory is correct or not, if they keep inciting Iran and Iran blows up those oil and gas fields, yeah, that oil will stay there. It can be retrieved later. The gas will stay there. It can be retrieved later. But they're accomplishing a goal which has been discussed by the Davos crowd for a long time. As Jeffrey Epstein postured in one of his emails to somebody, what about that question of getting rid of all these poor people? And it appears that they're successfully going to do that.
Yeah.
What do you think, Larry?
In my experience, I think he lays out you lay out a fascinating scenario, and I do not deny that there is some sanity behind what you say, but I think it's also the law of unintended consequences, because in my experience, and so I'm going back now 40 years. I've never seen, with a lot of different disasters, I've never actually seen some intelligence behind the decisions. What I've seen more often is very short-sighted decision-making, things that are driven more by bureaucratic incentives. Now, can these people like Bezos and Gates and the others, the whole WEF, take advantage of this and turn it in the direction you're talking about? Absolutely. But I think the causes of this war, it was a war of choice by Trump, both in part to divert attention from Jeffrey Epstein, as well as to serve the needs of the Zionists.
That is the point, Larry, and I'm conscious you've only got 2 minutes left to answer it. This was a war of choice. The stock market is presumably going to open tomorrow morning, plummeting like a stone. Indeed, the famous insiders are already betting on that. The $150 a barrel of oil is looking like a best case scenario. Recession, which could become depression throughout not just Europe, but also the wider parts of Asia, looks certain now. If it's a war of choice, why did they choose that? Are they idiots?
Yeah, no, actually they are. They really thought that this would be a short war, that'd be 2-3 days, to decapitate, the Iranians would implode. They believed their own press clippings. They were running their own propaganda campaign, and they convinced themselves that the Iranian people would rise up to overthrow the mullahs instead of recognizing that we created the exact opposite effect. We created a unity among the people of Iran that they haven't experienced since Iraq attacked it back in 1980.
It's a fact. Larry Johnson, as always, a tour de force. And thanks very much for joining us on such a busy night for you.
Kofi, follow me.